closed-minded folks, you know what I'm saying? It's like we got a demo tape and nobody want to hear it, but it's like this, the South got something to say. That's all I got to say.
Direction, choose your own path.
Don't just wear anything. Wear garments that mean something. We got hats. We got sweatshirts. We got jackets. We even got hoodies. Let's not forget our classic tees. Direction, choose your own path.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention. Stay alert. And remember, choose your own path.
Direction, choose your own path.
You know, this is the home of We Major, Me Frosty, Unfamous, and the restricted clothing brands. Let's get it.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention. Stay alert. And remember, choose your own path.
Closed-minded folks, you know what I'm saying? It's like we got a demo tape and nobody want to hear it, but it's like this, the South got something to say. That's all I got to say.
Yo, check. We here. DJ HAMP the Stampede. We in the building, man. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Dropping the link. Y'all seen that video, the commercial and the intro. If you can make it to DC, make it to DC. I promise you, it's gonna be a dope weekend. We already sold almost 1,000 tickets. The shit gonna be crazy. We got rained out last week. I think last year I streamed it a little bit. You know what I'm saying? And there was still 400 people out there just partying, free food, BYOB. The vibration is amazing. There's 4 awesome DJs, including myself. So if you can make it out there, make it out there. You think like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend, man. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most.
Yeah, now that's how you kill somebody, my brothers. You get right up on the motherfucker and bam, throw his brains all over the sidewalk in broad daylight.
Rock the block, baby.
Oh.
Yo, what's poppin'?
Good morning.
What's goody?
I'm good. Well, tired.
No,
I don't sleep at night.
You gotta sleep, baby boy.
Big boy.
Yo, Kurt, I'm telling you, DC is the South. Let's get this out the way right here, right now. DC is the top of the South. All right?
Top of the South.
DC is the top of the South. Maryland is the top of the South. Baltimore is the top of the South. That's where the Mason-Dixon line is.
Baltimore?
Yeah, you got to remember. That's where a lot of the Civil War was being had in that area. When you talk about Harriet Tubman, that's where she was doing her work at. She was going
we talked about that. We talked about how when we was young, we thought she was coming bring us from Mississippi.
Hell nah. She walked her $5 ass from Maryland to Delaware. You know what I'm saying? That's it. She walked from Southern Maryland to Delaware. You know, because she had to get to Philly, you know, up there where the North began. That's where she was doing her work.
We understand
so now,
they're the tallest midgets.
Yeah. But it's just funny how we got Harriet. Everybody think Harriet South. So that's the still man of the argument.
Mm-hmm.
If she was literally traveling niggas from the South to the North, right, from Maryland up to Delaware and Philly, that's it. I mean, it's simple. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the only people that didn't know was people from the South.
Like people from the deep South. Like,
yeah, we didn't know the rest of y'all was the South.
Yeah. Like, so my man's from Baton Rouge. If I ask him where's North Carolina, he says East. Like he even says Florida's East. Like he don't even say
Florida,
South.
Yeah, Florida's not deep South. It's just
But Boynton Beach, where my mom family from, is South as hell. Like, you know what I mean, in terms of going as far as you could go. You know?
Yeah. I mean, Miami would be considered, but who considers Miami? You know?
Yeah, Miami's so transient. It's like everybody from everywhere. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And that's how DC is. DC, everybody from everywhere. But when you get to PG County, where it's 99% black, and you know where Waldorf is in St. Mary's County, that's you know all black. They from there. You know.
Mm-hmm.
They so south. The white people down there, the Proctors, they like incest and shit. It's like a known thing if you from Maryland. You know what I'm saying?
Incest?
Yeah, I'm telling you. And you know I be talking fast.
You said that so casually, like popsicles in the summer.
They white.
That's something you say casually, not they with incest and all that.
I'm telling you. That's me,
no,
man.
Alabama people do incest.
Yo, I'm trying to tell you, Southern.
You ain't really a incest place unless your white people also do incest.
That's what I'm saying. The Proctors all white people. That's what I'm saying.
Oh God.
Yeah. That's why I said it so matter of fact, because they do all types of heinous stuff, right? Ain't nothing. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, man. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most, man. We got a dope show video today. Y'all see the title, you know what I'm saying? But we got to get there first. You feel me? Let me see who in the chat real quick. We get it popping, man. My energy is good, man. Like I feel good today. You know what I'm saying? I've been having to go through a little bit of different things. You know what I'm saying? Trying to make some organization, making life moves and decisions and pivots, and now it kind of like calmed down. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think my disposition was off or anything, but I feel good. I was feeling good. I feel better. That makes sense. Mm-hmm. Mel, you already know. The Majesty in the building. Salute my G. E-Dub was popping. This might be risky. The War Report. This might be risky on Kick. I like it. Dr. G was goody. Melly Mel was popping. Melly Mel, you're not a member anymore, man. Salute. Bino in the building was good, kid. Saw was popping. Sir was good. Wow. Shalawam, Ak, Harlandi, I see you. CC. Yo, salute to CC, Sherelle, man. She probably the worst moderator, but like top 3 supporters for sure. You know what I'm saying? Be original. How you? Good to see you. Impress was good. Salute to Impress putting in work. Damn, it's doing that thing again.
What up,
it's not highlighting Salute to Ezekiel Ben Israel in the building who gifted one. This might be risky membership, man. Whoever got blessed with it, please maintain it. Kurt was popping. God bless. Quincy in the building. Salute my G. Hot one. We see you. Was popping. Hope everything. Brandon, yo, I apologize. I get so many messages. It's hard. Like I remember yesterday you were saying, Hamp, I hope you got that video. I definitely got it because my Instagram worked, but it's a matter of trying to weed through. It's difficult sometimes. You know what I mean? All the time, I would say. You know what I mean? Salute though. I appreciate you. Hit the like button, man. Salute to the family in the building. We got 100 people in the building. Make sure y'all hit the like button, please. My brother Nas, what's good? You on time today, huh? Okay. I see you. Little Rock was popping. Little Rock always on time, man. Fo, what's goody?
Perfect.
That's just right, man. Rebecca in the building. Hopefully we see Rebecca later on this evening for the women's POV and all that. My brother Tarus was good. Salute, my G. Good to see you, man. Nah, man. I'm chilling. Sherelle, okay.
Perfect.
She was in the chat, huh? I'm saying. Salute to showing me the Maslow's hierarchy. I appreciate it.
You know, really taught me. You know, I was like, look at him.
$500 was good, kid.
You had to pick that. I'm looking handsome, huh? Hey.
Yo, Truth was goody. Salute. Aaron, Shalom, Ak, Reese, what up? He said, morning, Hamp and Sherelle looking stunning as always. Carlisle Tom, baby, was good. Vet Life in the building. OG Vet Life was good. Hit the like button, man. Like, share, and subscribe, man. We feeling good. John was good. Salute. Yeah, they be wild.
Where's John from?
He from Philly. They ain't had nothing to do. Rock was good, my G. I ain't see you yesterday. Hope all is well, man. Hope everything's everything. Black America, good morning. Rel said that.
Yes, it is.
Nah. I don't think so. Edify or see if you can edify me.
Dane is the person who started the movement about Black people being indigenous to the land. He just like has a consistent 24-hour going around
constant thing. Okay. Well, yes. I mean, also we have second Esdras, so but salute to Dane though. Nick was good. Teague in the building. Leon the Don was popping, my G. Leon got a showdown this Friday with Homeboy Blaze. Let's see who list will prevail. Jeffrey Rice in the building. Salute. Black King, I ain't see you yesterday, kid. Hope everything's everything. Nathaniel, I got to get you that information. I literally got it up because I revamped the marketing and promotion regarding the sponsorships. I'll send it to you this week. Salute. Mr. JTK in the building. Calvin Wilds in the building. Was popping. Okay, I don't think I've seen this name before. Salute.
He said hello, Sherelle, before the crazy come out. Like after you start acting crazy, I'm taking my hello back.
That's a fact, though. Bro, and no, it's popping. Good to see you, man. Hit the like button, man. Salute to the 120 people in the building. Make sure y'all please hit the like button, man. This should be a dope show. Sherelle, how you feeling?
I'm all right. I had a procedure yesterday.
Word? What they did to you?
Took care of me. I did a upper endoscopy. Yeah.
Break that down. We don't know what that means.
They just put like a camera
girl.
in my stomach and stuff like that.
Yeah, see, that's girl stuff. So what they do?
But I haven't heard trying to see like what's going on while I have GERD, which is like a gastric, like a acid influx, basically.
So what you be like blowing up the bathroom?
No, I throw up my food.
You got gas everywhere.
It's acid reflux.
That shit coming out both ends.
No, it don't. It don't make you poo. That's crazy.
Hey man, open a window, bro. Open a window in that room. You heard?
You can't tell black people nothing.
Yo, nah, I'm just saying. I didn't mean to laugh, but I couldn't help.
I was thinking about it. You know, all my doctors was women, right? Like my anesthesiologist, everything. They all women. It's like 5 women in there. And I was just thinking about that anesthesia. Whoever invented that shit, that's some shit, man.
Anesthesia is crazy.
That shit. I was I'm about to fight this shit. This shit ain't that real. Like I'm in there blinking. I'm like, oh, I woke up in a whole nother room.
Yo, man, you've been blowing up the bathroom though. That shit is crazy. So,
it has nothing to do with the bathroom.
My wife was on the anesthesia, right? And so literally, you know, they got the dosage, right? They take back the dosage, she start to wake up. They push the dosage in, she go right to sleep. That shit is like it is the craziest shit. Like literally, I could see the lady like scaling it back, and she start to kind of fidget and wake up, you know, and they're like, oh, wait, she moving too much, and just instantly went back to sleep. You know what I'm saying? Like, that shit crazy, man. Well, salute to your stomach, man. Hopefully they get that shit right. Feel me? You probably got to get your opinions taken out with some cliche shit like that.
I've been getting my health together since I came off the road, though. You know?
That's what's up, man.
That was the point.
Man. You need more fiber too.
If I'm blowing up the bathroom, why I need more fiber?
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. That like button right now. That helps the channel the most. All right, Rel. Hey, I got a question for you. All right. All right. Just, you know what I mean? Just trust me on this. Hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button, man. Yo.
It's a black man walking, right?
I don't know who it was. But yo, all right, so I got a question for you. I'm just asking, man. Take this walk with me. Would you rather have the power to erase one person's existence or the power to bring one person back from the dead?
I could bring Jesus back?
No.
Oh, then I guess erase somebody.
Is that right?
Perfect.
Yeah.
Erase somebody, huh? All right, let's ask the chat, Sherelle.
All right.
Put a 1 in the chat if you would erase somebody. Put a 2 in the chat if you would bring somebody back. Griff says shaking my head. Would you bring somebody back from the dead or erase a person from existence?
Jesus is the only person that can say, well, who the fuck we bring people back from the dead for? Let the dead be dead.
Well, the 2 is mostly 2s in the chat. They would bring someone back. You got a person in your head right now that you would erase.
No, probably just like a horrible person. Like you just pick like people like child predators. Anybody that would be the list for me. People who harm kids and stuff like that. I would just be like, okay, yeah, get rid of them.
But it's just one though.
Yeah, I would just one less one.
Okay. All right. So you didn't have like a specific person, like, yo, if I could get this person, but you were saying it's better just to get someone that's diabolical off the earth.
Yeah.
Okay. As opposed to bringing someone back.
Mm-hmm.
And why is that specifically? Why is one less person that's diabolical better than bringing somebody back who is maybe what people would deem good or something like that?
I don't think that there's anybody that died besides Jesus that can save us or change the predicament that we're in as the totality on the world. Most people would bring somebody back for a selfish reason, right? And I just have a belief that we're not supposed to be talking to the dead, and that, man, if people made it out of this world, keep them with it. Just don't come back here. Shit ain't sweet here. They'd probably be pissed off.
Yeah. See, I think I would, because that one person, like you said, deserve not to be here. A child molester, a rapist, child predator, right? They should all be dead and gone, right?
Especially a serial one, sex trafficking.
But one, I understand it, right? And that's a huge impact. I'm almost thinking though, Fred Hampton pops in my mind because I saw a little bit of a difference. Like Malcolm, Martin, those are more cliche. But Fred Hampton at 21, the feds killed him. And his impact was so swift. I just feel like he was gone too soon and he could have done more. Like Malcolm and Martin, those are picks that I understand, but Fred, just how he used to deliver the information, and it was the younger people who he was galvanizing, and how much a threat he was that the feds did what they had to do in that way while he was asleep, right? Drugged them up, tried to get him from all angles, had his own people turn on him, right? And I know that happened with mostly everybody, but Fred's just felt a little different, and even like the Rainbow Coalition, when it was first brought out, when he was bringing all these gangs to the forefront, I imagine if Fred was able to finish his work, how much less violence we would have in the area of Chicago now with our people. You see what I mean? Like, I don't know, maybe I'm thinking of it too much, but I thought of Fred when I saw this question.
Yeah, I think Fred was great for his time.
Yeah.
At this time, no.
I don't know. I think we are looking for and now I think this is also an issue for us though, Sherelle, is that we look for a hero, right? As though it's gonna be a one-man show, you know, and I think that's problematic. But I think adding Fred to a pot of people that are pushing, you know, even like the brothers, like what's the hip hop preacher? You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of people, and just imagine like what the construct could be now, and you get the Al Sharptons and shit out the way.
Right. And it's but unless they would just like turn him into a martyr again.
They probably would
be like
try.
Self-fulfilling prophecy. Just like, you know, we want to save these people, but without them dying, would they have the impact that they have? I mean, have you ever seen that movie about Martin Luther King where they made a time machine, so they decided to go get Martin and make sure he never got shot, and they went back to bring him to the future, and the future was totally different. Nothing had changed
because he didn't get shot.
Yeah, because he didn't get shot.
And that's why I like that point, and that's why I almost wouldn't touch Martin or Malcolm, because their deaths, you know what I mean, made a difference. I think Fred is much more how you said this is probably not a good word, like niche almost. Like, do black people know about Fred Hampton in mass? Maybe because of the movie now, you know, but I think he was much more obscure to people. You know what I'm saying? And because his impact, even though he was sent out there by the Panthers, it was so acute. So I'm thinking that he can have an opportunity still, but I catch your drift about, somebody said it, the butterfly effect with the other two. I could see that for sure. But Fred, I think we might be able to get a little bit more out of him. You know what I'm saying?
No, yeah, I understand that.
So, damn, man. Okay, that's interesting. Because initially, I think everybody thinks Sherelle wilding because she said, get somebody up out of here, you know? But you thinking about the worst of the worst.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? There's nothing worse than rape or molestation.
Especially when it's a baby. And people do stuff to, like, infants and 2-year-olds and 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds. Like, that shit is just diabolical.
Yo, Rel, did you see the baby that died? White mom, by the way, just make sure had 5 DNA in her. 5 different DNAs. I think she was 3 or 4 years old. That shit is crazy.
That shit has to be like, it should be no, like, that's what we need, medieval torture system.
Yeah.
For shit like that.
Yo, you wrap your head. Yo, I think that type of shit deserved the death penalty. Yeah. Like you saying, that type of shit deserved the death penalty. And I know people will say, oh, what about the brothers that got falsely accused? I understand that, right? I think if it's proven beyond the shadow, right? You get death for that shit.
Yeah, that's what I say. Like, we understand that the justice system, what it is. So if it's some like chance that the person didn't do it, but if you're on tape, you know what I'm saying? If you're on tape doing it, if somebody caught you in the act, if they walked in on you doing it, and people saw you, you gotta go the hardest way.
Like, and that's the thing, you know. As we get to the later topic, I have a couple videos. These brothers were Latino, but did you see they caught the dude raping their sister and they killed him, and they was going to court and etc.
Yeah,
but that's the natural progression of doing that type of shit, right?
Facts. You know, I'm surprised y'all didn't talk about the Kirk and Rashida thing. Do you know Kirk and Rashida?
No.
They're like, she's a rapper, but they're like on Love and Hip Hop Atlanta, and like right around the Shakira time, where Shakira was fighting the boy, a boy was fighting their daughter, and the son showed up and killed him. So she called her brother.
So hold on to that because we actually need that for the last segment.
Okay.
Matter of fact, you get kind of distracted, but use your other phone to find that clip for us.
All right.
Like shit. Matter of fact, somebody find it. Impress, can you find it? I'm so zoomed in, don't because I got Super my brother Cheeky, he sent me a bunch of different cameras, lenses. So I took his advice. But behind my desk is set up, I can't really slide it back, and it has a lens. That's crazy. I keep doing that.
Yeah,
that's fucking crazy. Like you turn. That's the second time I did. But I did it before I hit the live yesterday. But I can't zoom it back so much. Yo, this shit crazy, son. So I'm trying, like I can go like this, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, man.
Yeah. I look so professional in Cheeky's camera. I was like, I gotta get one of these things.
Yeah, he got me set up, man.
Yeah. I was like, look at this.
So I appreciate it. Yeah, man. Big pause, man.
Perfect.
Damn, okay. So the chat, now that we've kind of talked through it, what's your take on it? What'd I say? 1, to get somebody out of here, or 2, to bring someone back?
My take on the chat saying that.
No, the chat. I'm asking.
Oh, you asking them?
Now that we kind of just talked through it, you know what I'm saying? Okay. Yeah. So actually, okay, the ones are speaking up more now. There's more ones, but I think the 2s are gonna come in. Okay, well, still 2. Yeah, 100%. I almost think like those people like that can get dealt with here without having to waste that on one of them. You know what I'm saying? Interesting, man. Let me see, because it's not highlighting any super chats for us on Well, no, it did. Okay. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Interesting, man. Okay. I like it, man. I like it. All right. Let me see. Now, there was a couple things I saw. I just didn't understand it, Sherelle. You know what I'm saying? I just didn't understand it. So I understood it. You know, it might be mind-boggling depending on where you're from or what you've seen before. So I wanted to see what you thought.
What the hell? Oh my God! No way! Talking about.
I like these clips.
So, no doubt. So this one, hold on. Let me see if I can find it. I just had it too. Oh, so my man right here, right?
Mm-hmm. I saw this on your story.
Yeah, and I couldn't see myself doing this. Like I couldn't see. So the premise is this father left his son on his baby mama porch because she's still out and he's sleepy as fuck. He still got to pay her $800 a month. Now, I'm not sure if that is factual, but look at him.
Right there. What? Where you now? Where mom? Yes, mom.
I'd be hoping stuff like this be a skit to go viral.
Bye.
Oh, what are you doing? You can't read. No!
This ain't no skit.
If it was a skit, the little boy ain't know it was a skit.
Yo, what the hell, man? like, Sherelle, like, what the, like,
like anything can happen, and he like, oh, she gonna come get you or whatever. Like, and what if somebody else come first? Like, that's crazy.
Yo, and that's a target. Like, that baby just sitting there, right? You don't
and
know.
And then he thought he was gonna be able to distract the baby with a tablet. Like, the baby ain't like old enough to know, nigga, you're leaving me outside. I can't even get inside.
That's the thing. The kid is, what you say, like 5? Like, how well? I mean, my daughters talk pretty well. The youngest ones are the second youngest ones, and they 3. But they kind of talk similar. So the baby is definitely between 3 and 5 years old.
Yeah.
And the baby know this don't make sense. What you doing? Where you going? You know? And you could tell he didn't explain nothing to him. He just gave him the tablet and put him on the doorstep.
Yeah.
Now, what do these agreements look like, though? That's the other question.
Agreement look like? It don't never look like leave a child underage unattended. You trying to get your wife taken away on camera.
That
trying
shit.
To go to jail for child endangerment on camera.
That shit crazy. That shit is crazy. And he literally was out and it's nighttime. There's no neighbors. There's no mom, dad, grandma, nothing. And it don't look like he going to work, but I could be mistaken. You know what'd be so crazy about these situations though, Sherelle? Right? People be doing shit, right? This is what I know. So he late with the baby. He bitch ass nigga this. You breaking the order that. You not obeying this, that, and the third, right? And now she ain't home and he got a deal. What you think about that? I think maybe you saying it's inconsequential to his actions. You know?
No, I definitely I have a friend, she let the dad come back after 14 years, right? He's like, I'm grown up because they had a kid at like a real age, like an 18. Yeah. He wasn't ready to be a dad, so she been doing it on her own. So now the son lives with the dad, and he's calling like, I need you to watch him. And she's like, I figured all that out for the last 14 years. You gotta do it on your own. So people do get that petty. She's like, nah. I had to figure it out by myself. You gotta use your village. I had to use my village. So you got to use your village, but it gets to a point where it's just petty. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I've had conversations with people like that where it's like they always want to get back at the other parent, but you got to love your child more than you hate your baby mama. You got to love your child more than you hate your baby daddy.
Yeah, 100%. Nah, kids definitely get caught in the crossfire. You know what I'm saying? And I just for the life of me couldn't see it, but I know people between the rock and the hard place. They saying per the comments she got stuck at work or whatever the case is, right? And to be frank, that ain't none of his business. That's not none of his concern. That's how things happen when you in separate households. You no longer together, right? Mm-hmm. What you got to do don't got shit to do with me. So that is actual facts, right? Technically, but it's impossible to get it right if you don't work together, right? And I think people will understand they'll get more out of the situation by giving grace and doing a couple favors here and there. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, I got you. And then I think people often reciprocate, but obviously they down to their last straw when he willing to leave his baby.
No, definitely, because call her a load up. Call her, like, I ain't got to curse out. And bring the baby somewhere with another adult.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Why he ain't bring her to a job? Oh, she might be up. What is her job?
Who cares? That would have been a better place. I'd have embarrassed her.
Strip club.
If you mad, embarrass her and bring her to the job. Then she might lose her job. Then she ain't gonna have no place to stay. Then what you gonna do?
Strip club.
Babies can't go to the strip club.
I don't think so.
I bet you she would have came out there if he showed up at the door. She'd have came out there going off, and then he could have dropped baby off and ran. Cause now she got to. You see what I'm saying?
She gotta take the baby.
Like women, I just seen women do that where they know that the man home, and they'll ring the doorbell and leave the baby on the porch, and then wait for somebody to open the door. And they'll do this to the baby. They'll do this to the baby daddy mama. So they'll do this to the grandma.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
They run. You know what I'm saying? He
yeah.
opened the door, the baby just sitting on the ground, and they run. But they ain't never gonna leave their baby if nobody open the door. They wait for the door to get open.
Yeah, and then you drive off.
Yeah.
Yeah, hell yeah. Nah, this is diabolical, right? And I think just to be 100% clear, right? Regardless of their situation, there's no excuse as a father to be the main protector of them children. You know what I'm saying? You literally not fulfilling your role, right? And it's hard to come back from that. If any other man see this man, you're like, yo, what's up with you? Right? That's how it should go. You good? I'm saying you already got an Android. You already, you know what I mean? Like,
you already got an Android.
It's nasty, bro. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Now, this part right here, right? This one is funny as hell to me. And if you don't live in a predominantly black area, more importantly, that's being policed by the people that look like you, this may have you a bit taken aback, this interaction. But this is very normal in Washington, D.C. You know what I'm saying? Let me show y'all this, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Salute to Aaron with the $5 says, both black men and black women can be the most pettiest is nasty word. Evil people when they ain't messing with their baby father or baby mama anymore.
You was getting slapped. You was getting slapped in school. I told you do something already. You was getting slapped in school. I told you do something already. I'm really helping. No, you're not. You're a police officer. You're really a police officer. You talking about you really him? You really a police officer. You're really a police officer. You're really a police officer. Nigga, you talking about you really him? You talking about you really? You're not nothing. You was a whore. Bro, that was one day. So what? So what? He really know you. You don't even know me. No, you don't. Because you want to talk about lies. You better cry. Like that, bro. You like that 640 and all that. Bro, I already did that to him, bro. You punched me so I can defend myself. What? You sick? Get the fuck out. You was getting slapped.
Sherelle, this is an actual police officer in Washington, D.C. They talking about when they was in high school, right? And what the cops say, I'm really him. They and so this is what community policing looks like. And then they called him a whore, and then he said one time, but real life, he is really a police officer. This is a real police interaction, and this is how it be going in DC.
Getting slapped in school. I told you do something already. In school. I told you do something already. I'm really hell. No, you're not.
When he said
you're really a cop.
Yo, they said I'm Borgen. Oh, my signal.
You was Borgen.
I'm still Borgen?
Not no more.
Yo, when he said I'm really him, I fell out my chair the first time. My daughter showed me this, but he said I'm really him. Illa said he has a career.
You're a police officer. You're really a police officer. You talking about you really him? You really a police officer. You're really a police officer. You're really a police officer, nigga. You talking about you really him? You talking about you really? You're not nothing. You was a whore, bro. That was one day.
You heard him? That was one day.
So what? He really know you.
Niggas up there. You don't even know me for real. No, you don't, because you want to talk lies.
Does it? Sherelle, the Arizona stamps everything.
See you later, buddy.
So he telling the other cop, yo, tell him swing on me. Like he forgot that he in his uniform and he at work and he a police officer. He done forgot already.
Tell him swing on me.
You push me so I can defend myself. What's up? You sick. Get the fuck out. You.
Yo, what I said, what the hell is happening? But I've seen this happen because the police are familiar. They literally from there. So this is that community policing thing that could be a gift and a curse. Because if you was a whore in high school and you become the Jakes, niggas literally be looking at you like, oh, I see why you became the Jake.
That's such a good revenge job.
But you know what? Yeah, 100%. But they be also, you know what they less likely to do? Get like supercharged about shit either. You know what I mean? Because he ain't talking like he a police officer. He ain't gonna pull his gun. You know what I mean? Shit like that. There's a whole lot of interactions in DC that you see kind of like this. You know, the cops be playing basketball, boxing, and shit like that because they from there. You know? So it's a, I'm not saying it's a catch-22, but there's pros and cons with the community policing because this will happen. Especially
we the police our own people. They want us to police each other. No government assistance. They just want us to nigga please. They bad. Nigga please.
Yeah, man. So that first clip diabolical. This clip was a what the hell clip because it just is funny as shit. It's almost maybe because I lived there for so long. It's almost like refreshing a little bit that the cop don't gotta be super rigid, but then they keep on talking about how out of control the crime is. So if that's your man's in them, are you too lenient, right? That's where things could get kind of shaky. You know what I mean? Because I've had a conversation with a cop. So, yo, don't put me in that situation. You know what I'm saying? My man, I go to Denny's because it's the only restaurant on that side of the city at 2 a.m. And he out there, you know, he a cop, but then he moonlighting as security. You know what I'm saying? And we just steady talking on, and people come in, he be like, yo, y'all chill. Don't make me have to arrest somebody. You know, like that's how they be talking. So they give you an opportunity, and at the same time, are people getting away with shit? That's the catch-22.
I think I only had like 2 bad, but it wasn't really like crazy, but 2 like bad situations with the cops.
Okay.
I only went to jail 1 at a time.
Damn.
The second time, I was gonna go to jail, but everybody was like, nah, just chill.
Just chill. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. I just want to make sure I'm getting. All right, I'm good. Yeah, Truth. These glasses are real comfortable, and I got the matte finish, and so something about the matte, it's not as like you don't sweat because you know you that gloss or whatever the case is. So I like them, man. Yo, hit the like.
Your wife wear them?
Huh?
You be letting your wife wear them?
No, she got some.
She got some.
Hers like changed shades or whatever, and she used to wear glasses. So
I could tell by the twins page that she don't be having no camera in her hand.
Yeah, it come in handy for her for sure. Hit the like button, man. I hope y'all enjoying the show so far, man. So, salute to Tiff out today, but we gotta hit this segment nonetheless, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most.
Trying to feel me, nigga. Politics as usual.
So, This is the dynamic. We were weeding through it yesterday, right? This is the dynamic of what's happening in DC, right? We saw a couple clips and shit like that, but I wanted to show y'all this one. I didn't get to it yesterday. So, Washington, D.C. residents approached by federal police amid Donald Trump deploying National Guard into the city. Don't smoke or drink outside because Donald Trump is tired of it. That's a quote. Quote, don't smoke or drink outside because Donald Trump is tired of it. Let me see if we actually hear that quote in the clip.
You got your ID on you, chick?
No, I live right here.
Okay. Cool.
It's a cigarette. Y'all get a call or something right here?
No, so we're doing checks, keeping everybody safe down here, right? Have you heard of the federal surge that Donald Trump's putting out?
No.
Right. You don't follow like Code 3, anything like that people are putting up? All right, so yeah, Trump's got all federal agencies kind of coming together 7 days and going out, trying to stop the violent crime, all kind of stuff. So we're out here contacting people, talking to them, right? Quality of life offenses, smoking, drinking in public, right? Can't happen outside, right? Most people know that. So we're contacting people, trying to advise them of the law so they learn, right? And then if there's other stuff going on where it turns into there's multiple agencies or somebody, there's shooting things like that. You got your ID on you, chick?
So public drinking is a crime in DC. You know, like in Miami, you can walk down the boardwalk and shit like that.
In New Orleans, you can too.
Yeah, but you can't in DC. And the smoking as well, right? Even if you think that you're on your property, that may or may not, depending on the enforcement. So it sounds like the cop here is giving more edification. Like, hey, we know this is a thing, just to let you know that's a crime, and you could potentially be accosted or arrested for it. You know what I'm saying? So, and the thing about DC is you don't own shit, right? In the same ways. What you looking at?
Nothing.
You gotta pay attention.
I'm paying attention.
So, and so on my block, these guys, older guys, right? They probably like 50, 60. Every Friday, they got their lawn chairs. They sit between their fence and they got grass and the sidewalk. Mm-hmm. You know, and they be drinking. What do they use? I be seeing they have 211s down there, E&J, old people shit. You know what I'm saying? And they drink. And if you walk by, hey nephew, you know how it is. Boom, boom, boom. You want something? Hell no, we don't want that shit you drinking, OG. Y'all young niggas, y'all want to, you know what I'm saying? But they cool though, you know. Ain't they not doing nothing? Like you could tell they that older generation. They not doing nothing but drink. They don't even be playing cards or nothing. All they do is just talk the whole time. Every time I see them, you know, I leave out DJing about 10 a.m. They start to dissipate. You know what I mean? So they don't even be out there all night. But when they get off of work, boom, they there. They'll be caught up in this, but technically they're doing something wrong as it pertains to the law. He asserted that this leads to the violence that happens, people drinking outside and shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, and at least he's saying it ain't just off the G, like, you're under arrest.
Yeah.
But that means you can't drink on your porch, and is your porch in the extended part of your own home?
It's then that's the nuance about it, because DC is federal, you know. So it's very, and to see the thing about it is people can enforce as they see fit. They're allowed to interpret the law, and if they get it wrong, you have to get it thrown out in court. But now you've been subjected to a police car, you know, handcuffs and all that. If that cop decides to say nope, this is public intoxication and etc. You see. So
yeah,
the
on this shit that day, they on this shit.
Yeah. Kurt with a $5 says this literally sounds like papers, please, policing. Yeah. Damn, that's crazy, Kurt. Deborah with the $2. It's illegal to drink in public in Miami. Really? Okay, so I guess it's just in terms of enforcement. I thought it was legal because it's profuse. You know what I'm saying? Out there. So I stand corrected if she's from there. I'm gonna look it up.
It's not illegal in New Orleans. We have Bourbon Street, but people do that shit all over.
Yeah. I went to Bourbon, Frenchman, you know. Yeah, man. And that's the thing. If they want to enforce it, he was cool, right? For all intents and purposes, I guess you would say, right? For lack of a better term. But just looking at it, I could see it be problematic to people who ain't doing shit wrong that we would deem wrong.
Yeah.
I seen this older brother right here, Sherelle. You know? And I wanted to get your thoughts on this guy. Would you forgive? Huh?
Look how he look.
Would you forgive your friend for voting for Trump?
Old Trump supporter friend who I cut off after the election decided to give me a call and confess to me that he fucked up voting for Donald Trump. So he calls me like, yeah, you was right, man. You was right. All this shit that's going on, I don't like what's going on. I just really wanted overtime. That's what he telling me. I just really wanted no tax on overtime because I do a lot of overtime. And he was just explaining about all the shit he don't like and what he doing, the Epstein files and all that. So I tell him this, man. I say all this shit that's going on with the American people, the ICE, deportations, the custom Medicaid, taking away people's rights, evading cities like. So my old Trump supporter friend, he's some dictator. All that's happening because you voted for that. You voted for that. I practically begged him, y'all. I begged him not to vote for Donald Trump. But he was so much ready to get no tax on overtime that he was willing to look past everything that's around his own community. So he calling me like we cool again or something. But I had to tell him the truth. I do not mess with black Trump supporters at all. Never again in my life. If I find out you voted for Trump, I will never be around you in my life. That's just how it's going to be for the rest of my life. Black Trump supporters are the scariest, untrustworthy. He's some dictator. All that's happening because you voted for that. You voted for that. I practically begged people in the black community. If the white people come and try to take over our community, the black Trump supporters will take the side of the white man. So I can't be friends with him no more. I basically, y'all, begged him as a friend, 15-year friend. Don't vote for Trump, man, because he has no answers for you. But he didn't believe me. He believed all that shit about Kamala Harris locking up thousands and thousands of black men, and Kamala Harris got a job, DEI, and all that shit. Didn't even try to even know anything about her. But now he want to call me and tell me he regret his vote because now he know he not getting no overtime. No, my brother, it don't work like that. All us.
He said, I ain't getting it. Yo, there's some old people shit, right?
Oh my God.
Yo, why? Yo, he dead serious. He dead ass serious.
People in the black community. If the white people come and try to take over our community, the black trust is fucked up because of people like that. just wanted a little bit more money. Didn't care about nobody else rights. Nobody else, just themselves. And I told them, say, we good, bro, but I can't be friends with you no more. I can't hang around with you no more. It's just what it is because I do not trust black Trump supporters, y'all. I can't trust them, y'all. I can't trust them, y'all. They want to be on the other side so bad. Let them have the other side. But don't come around me because I don't want to be around you. So, am I wrong, y'all, for not still continue to be friends with this guy? Am I wrong? I knew he called me to see how I was doing and what's going on. You don't need to know none of that, my brother. You want to follow me on TikTok. But besides outside, it's fucked up. I playing dominoes, going to the Bears game, Bulls game, front row. I said that shit is over. He showed his character to me when he went in that voting booth and voted for Donald Trump. So your vote not only causing America this bullshit, it cost them a good friend, y'all.
God, man, he lost his friend and all that. Not only did it cost America, it cost him a good friend, all for overtime. Would you lose a friend because they voted for Trump or somebody you didn't prefer?
No.
Go ahead. What you about to say?
I'm just saying, like, that shit was diabolical. Because now you change your mind because you ain't getting the overtime. You specifically voted for Trump for overtime. Now
that's how it be.
Now you change your mind because you found out you ain't getting no overtime. I'm trying to be serious. I was laughing just off seeing him because I knew he was about to be on some bullshit, but that shit took me out. I ain't gonna lie.
Yo, it be one. What's the verbiage? Not, it's like one concern, benefit. Huh?
Like one benefit.
Yeah, like one issue. Yeah, one issue voters. That's it. The one thing is what people vote for. And if that person's saying the one thing they want to hear, they disregard the things that should also matter. Right? It's the one issue that they're most concerned about.
That's
now,
it.
as people, when we look at the martial law and order that's taking place, now we had a few people from DC come up and say it's needed and necessary. I talked to a bouncer on the most popping street in DC, and he's like, yo, the kids have been terrorizing the street. Nobody want to come out here no more. There was a club called Law Society, Sherelle. It's been open since 2010. For a club, that's a lifetime. They have a lot of rotation, turnover. This club was closed the last time we went to DC, and I couldn't believe it. They just renovated upstairs 2 years ago when I was there. Like, this place was like hard to get into if you was a DJ. Like, they didn't just, you know what I mean? Like that type of spot. For lease sign, I couldn't believe it. Cloak and Dagger closed, couldn't believe it. Alice closed, turned into some chicken shop. And these are 3 clubs back to back to back. Scott, the Rocket Lounge, it wasn't even open. It got 3 floors on a Thursday, Thirsty Thursday. And the bouncer was saying at Chicha, the place that we went to, yo, the kids is fucking it up. KG is a security officer in the Navy Yard. He's saying they just be doing anything, robbing, drinking, all types of shit.
Yeah, man. You can't go to Bella Noches. Where can you go? Bruh, but why they mad at people being hard on crime when it's making yours? Trump is good. That nigga gonna walk. He can go anywhere and he's safe. It's not affecting him. The YNs is affecting y'all. But you don't want them to be dealt with. Why?
So what do we do? because when we were out there, I didn't see anything. There wasn't a bunch of kids running around and stuff. And this was before this.
Mm-hmm.
Now the dude did get shot in front of the hotel that I was staying at from the pool party of the hotel that I was staying at. You know, we covered him yesterday. You know, God bless the dead.
Not when you was there.
Yeah, me and August was walking back in the hotel, and we went through the yellow tape. And they said you better turn back around before you get arrested. So we had to go through the side door because he got shot right on the sidewalk, like sidewalk between the sidewalk and the street. So, you know, just looking at it, like, and then Greg was saying it's brutal. Salute to Greg Jackson I had on yesterday. He was, you know, the gun violence liaison of the White House during the Biden administration. You know, he got shot before in the leg, hit a main artery.
Yeah, that kind of sounds like it's a problem.
Well, no, he got shot a while ago. But he's saying he's trying to stop gun violence. But I guess his point was the juice doesn't outweigh the squeeze. And this is more of a way for Trump to take power. And he was saying that they really don't care about our communities.
That's true. They really don't, because they created the circumstances. Right? But we understand that Black people are now complicit in our own self-destruction.
Yeah.
We like to talk about the cause as if talking about the cause is going to help us mitigate the effects. We're in the effects.
We're in the effects, yeah, 100%. So let me... okay, I'll skip that one. So just looking at it, you know, real quick. We were having a conversation. I don't know if you were there, right? Oh, this type of policing, do you think we need it? And do you think this will fix the problem?
I think, yeah. Well,
is it to be heavy-handed, or do you create opportunities? Do you create better living circumstances? You know, like literally in that part of town that you see in those videos, there are one, maybe two sit-down restaurants. So in Northeast DC, you have Salatai, which is terrible, and Denny's, right? To sit down in, you know.
Denny's?
Yeah, and Denny's.
Like,
and these areas are 95% Black, right?
Like the breakfast place.
Yeah, well, all, you know, for Denny's all day, right? They serve whatever. And then you move over to Southeast. There is a Bus Boys and Poets in Southeast. And there's a couple like mom and pop. There's a Denny's over there. No, there's an IHOP over there too. So you have 5 restaurants for 2 districts in DC, Northeast, Southeast, which is predominantly Black also. You know, you have Berry Farms that got torn down. That's a huge project. St. Elizabeth was closed, turned into more high-end apartments because you have the Department of Homeland Security is now over in Southeast. So now they created living, you know, spaces for those people who work there and such, right? So you got more people on the streets and everything like that. So if you displace people, they don't have a lot of opportunity, and their circumstances are poor. The assumption is they're going to keep acting the same way, right? Because they're doing it out of desperation, doing it out of poverty, doing it out of need. That's at least the assumption. So is the remedy just to police those people hard if their circumstances don't change, or to change the circumstances to change the community, so to speak?
Right. You can try to change your circumstances, and it's like that bad kid in the classroom, right? That have trouble at home. They mom on drugs, they getting abused, whatever. They cut up in the class. Teacher always feel like, I'm gonna punish the whole class. You're just making them suffer. That kid is not gonna change. Get rid of the kid.
Okay.
And that's why they started just sending the real bad kids to alternative schools, because we realized like you'll be disruptive, right? So like, of course we know that we have gifted programs, right? So these are the extremely smart kids. They take those kids out of class with regular kids and just put them in the class with smart kids. They don't care. Like here, our gifted class, if there's 5 people gifted in science, there'll only be 5 people in that classroom. You have to separate it, because if you think that solving the issue is making the good suffer for the bad, the good just gonna be suffering.
Well, that's what's happening, right? With this type of police, like I was saying with the old heads, there's gonna be a lot of people caught up in the fray, right? You know, and they looking now, they running down on everybody, they stopping and frisking everybody. You know what I'm saying? It's not just a couple people. And so, but we were talking yesterday, people are casualties of this because of the poor behavior of a few in these neighborhoods. I think we have a complicit nature because we don't call the police. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And I think that makes us complicit because of those cultural norms. You know what I mean? So that can definitely cause an issue for sure.
Which is hard because we can't trust the police, and they're supposed to be the protectors of the community. Which I don't necessarily think that police officers stop crime. They do report it. And they'll catch somebody if they can. But no police officers are catching people on their own. People are helping them. If nobody ever talks, nothing gets solved. So you're using manipulation tactics on regular civilians to be able to solve these cases. So police officers don't do the job that we think, like, oh, they're just protecting and they're serving. They show up after the crime is done. Like, we know that people get shot on Broadway and in Tulane and every day. But so why we just can't put a police detail on the corner?
Oh, niggas don't care. I'm gonna tell you that straight up. Chesapeake Street Southeast, Alabama Avenue Southeast. They got the big police pole that got the cameras in all angles. They got a police car out there, but people get accustomed to it, right? And they shoot them around the corner. Who running around that corner? You know what I'm saying? My daughter, one of his friends got shot off his scooter. You know, he had one of the electric like razor scooters or whatever.
Yeah.
He riding, shot right off the scooter. Still nobody found his killer. After school, 6 p.m. You know, down there, Alabama Avenue Southeast, next to one of the only restaurants, which is IHOP.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if we understand that people do crime, they know they're gonna go to jail, they'll go back to jail. Like, consequences just really don't mean shit to them. So we gonna make everybody suffer for people who consequences don't mean shit to.
Yeah.
Like, if you the bad kid, if you the bad stealer, Hampton is the bad one. But every time you get in trouble, Daddy Hamp whoop all the kids. And you ain't got no plans on doing better. Them kids gonna keep getting their ass whooped because you ain't got no plan on getting right. When they should just get rid of you.
Yeah.
Or at least only beat your ass when you do something.
Yeah. It's an interesting dynamic, and we kind of mind through it, so I don't want to belabor it too much because we talked about it. We could definitely talk about it when we drop the link if people want to go back to it, you know. Now, this one interests me. Now, I didn't get to vet it out 100%, but this is like that one issue thing or voting in spite of, right? But this was interesting to me when I saw it, man. Y'all hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button. Let's make sure I ain't missing these super chats. Let me know if I missed your super chat because it's not highlighting them for me. Aaron with the $2 says, we keep thugs in a family close, but vote wrong. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most.
This is the shit I be talking about with all the black females that be on my page and just think I just be talking down to black people just because. No, man. All these Democrats, just because they share the same color skin as us, they don't have your best interest. All skin folk is not kinfolk. Just like, you know, y'all root because they look like you or might sound like you behind closed doors, though. They don't have your best interest. Like this, Democrats oppose bill to deport immigrant sex offenders in U.S. like they did not want to deport illegal immigrants that was locked up for rape and sexual assaults on women. They voted against it. Your front runners, Ayanna Pressley, Big Mouth, Maxine Waters, big mouth. Jasmine Crockett, big mouth. Go look it up for yourself. And it's a whole lot of other bills that they go against. Just like when she was arguing with Nancy Mace, y'all just paying attention because Nancy Mace told her step outside. But fuck all that. You got to pay attention to what they was arguing about. Listen.
She gonna keep saying trans, so that people will feel threatened. And child, listen, I want y'all to tell me whether or not.
Do not call me a child. I am no child.
I want
Don't
to
even
find
start.
out
I am a grown
which
woman.
of those emails actually have. Chairman, I am reclaiming my time.
You will not do that.
Order.
I am not a child.
I am reclaiming my time.
If you want to take it outside,
Mr. Chairman. Nancy Mace is telling her because she about the transgenders, like Jasmine is taking up the transgenders, talking about they got civil rights just like black people. They're getting treated unfairly and all that. What Nancy Mace is telling her, like, are you dumb? You trying to take up for transgenders? That's in women's bathrooms. That's in women's locker rooms, women's dressing rooms, women in women's sports, and you really defending this shit where women don't feel safe, where they know it's a man in a bathroom with them, and you defending it. But the black woman that was watching, they just be rooting for Jasmine, like, oh yeah, she be reading these bras and all that. She is going against your rights. She's taking up for men in women's sports, in women's bathrooms, in women's locker rooms, in women's dressing rooms, and y'all rooting for her, and y'all going against Nancy Mace like Nancy is just racist, where she's defending women's rights. But just because they black, y'all root for it. And y'all think I be bugging when I be trying to give y'all the heads up, like, yo, listen, all skin folk is not kinfolk, man. But y'all keep falling for the Democrat bullshit. But I'm going to keep giving y'all the truth. One day, maybe y'all catch on.
Got the ghetto gospel. Oh, yeah.
What you think, man?
No, he's spitting facts because a lot of us just participate in identity politics, right? So we look at people in their skin color and we automatically think they have our best interests at heart, which I don't understand why, because we have people in our own families that don't have our best interests at heart. But they're not definitely like not into the politics and not keeping up and following what was going on. That's why I think it makes zero sense for you to stop being your friend. Black people to start beefing with each other over politics is diabolical because none of the politics are in our favor. They're at the very bottom of the totem pole on who this country is trying to lift up or give opportunities to. So and now we're gonna be putting all our money and all our energy behind hating each other over some white people who don't give a about us, a white institution who don't give a white system who don't give about us, and we think we can get in their system somehow. We're gonna win in their system, and we're not, right? In which if that's the role you want to play, then yeah, we can do politics if that's the role you want to play. But being divisive with your own people, that's insane. And it's a lot of stuff like the transgender stuff, not voting away, just to stand on, just to say you against Trump. Who cares if they're criminals? Let the criminals do whatever they want if it's against Trump. You will go against your own best interest because your hatred in your heart for somebody. You don't want to take the medicine. You don't want to take the care. There's little white people who will show up at hospitals and they won't let black doctors work on them. And will die because you don't want a nigga touching you. Like at the end of the day, it's like people rather die than let the people touch them. Like, why? You can't never just see past your own and be like, you know what, that shit makes sense. At some point, something that he's done makes sense. Don't be just standing on business just to stand on business. And that's people like that is called like wishy-washy, right? People say that about me, like, you're wishy-washy, you're here, you're there, you're here, you're there. Yeah. Because there's no such thing as just standing on one side as if one side is going to always be fucking correct. That's insane. Everybody got some bullshit with them. Nobody want their bullshit to be called out. You don't need an echo chamber. Because there's some shit the Democrats do that's diabolical. But if you don't like Trump, then you think, oh, let's just get rid of all of that. The vote down the whole ballot. What?
Yeah. I real shit though. How if they voted, I don't see who would vote against deporting motherfuckers who committed sexual crimes.
Because it's a vote down the whole ballot. That's what we was taught. My daddy taught me that.
That's the sickest shit in the world.
Give you a ticket and tell you vote down the ballot. Democrat. They tell you, like, they literally give you cards, tell you what to collect. That's on the amendments and everything.
That shit gotta be up there though.
Do it.
There's no way you miss that though. That doesn't make any sense. If the brother what he's saying is true, that shit is crazy as hell, right? And if they talking about transgenders going in the bathroom, I don't want that to be watered down. Feel me? Because I saw that whole clip before. They're kind of talking about what's really important, right? Is this important? You know? Yes, right? It only take one person to perpetrate, or how you say? Is that the right word? Perpetrate being a woman to harm one woman in the bathroom. I don't give a fuck how many transgenders do it or don't do it, right? As a man with daughters, it only got to happen one time for it to be enough for me, right? And that one time, because we got these loose laws about how it may not be that big of a concern for it to be my daughter.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
And we want to talk about
I go in the bathroom, right? So I don't think it'll beat them, right? And because of all this shit, I always go in the bathroom. You know what I'm saying? And the women be not like my older daughter goes, I'll be paying attention, you know. But if Georgie goes, I'll kind of go in there, you know, and then she'll set up her toilet. And most women, especially when black women see her, they kind of help. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot of that too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But
so my whole
I've heard on last thing, I've heard one or two stories where a man was acting like he was just transgender to go in the bathroom and did something foul. That's enough for a father.
Yeah, and that's my thing. If you have the humility as a transgender, you're asking for humility. You're asking that, oh, I'm different and I have this issue, right? Because we don't necessarily treat other people with mental illnesses that way, right? We understand people with schizophrenia. We understand people with bipolar. We understand that, right? We understand whatever disorder you have. Okay, but if it's a humility thing, and you understand that there are predators who want to dress up and will go in the bathroom to harm kids, and you could avoid that. If it's one kid that won't be harmed, so you have to use the bathroom of your assigned gender, your biological gender, so that no kid gets harmed, isn't that more humility than you just having your own way? Than you just being able to say, I go to the bathroom in the bathroom with women? Isn't the bigger picture that, yo, if no man is ever allowed in the women's bathroom, no type of man, no biological man is ever allowed in the bathroom, no little girl gets harmed in the bathroom. No woman gets harmed in the bathroom by a man if men are not allowed in the bathroom. No biological man is allowed in the bathroom with them. Wouldn't that be the bigger picture? That's the thing. People will kill the whole world to save themselves. That's how people think.
That shit just don't make no sense to me.
Kill the whole world to save themselves. My best interest. But if your best interest is not the best interest for the larger group, then what the fuck is your best interest? What that's about?
Yeah. Yo, Sherelle, you said it perfectly. Do me a favor. Let's say you can go in whatever bathroom you identify as, right? And put a one in the chat if you think someone would take advantage of that for the wrong reasons. Put a one in the chat if you think that would happen. Put a one in the chat if you think people would take advantage of that becoming a law or the norm. The fact that if you think it could happen, then you guard against it. Because you only need one woman raped or molested. You only need one child raped or molested. That's it. Right? So mitigating factors make sense. Other way around too. A girl trying to act like a nigga or a boy, and she go in the male bathroom.
Right.
Right.
Because people do stuff to little boys too. Women.
But that's what I'm saying. And they know it's a girl. Sick minds do sick shit. And when you open up the door for opportunity, that's how sick shit happens. Right?
And the craziest thing is when we come to other stuff, we always want to protect it, right? Mm-hmm. When we say let's we just thought about it, like let's execute these people. What you think about the innocent people that get executed? Throw them in jail. What about the innocent people? You always trying to protect the innocent people because the justice isn't just. So you're trying to find that anomaly. You're trying to save it. Let's not get rid of all of them because what about the good ones? What about the innocent ones? Okay, who's more innocent than the children?
Yeah.
Why aren't they thinking, what about the innocent ones? What if something happened to the innocent ones? Because I want to play.
I want to play woke or some shit. Like I don't even understand it. Like, and it's pretty matter of fact to me, if that's what they was talking about. But I just don't understand in terms of what he showed specifically. Why you would not? Why would you vote against people being deported that raped or molested someone? Like that. That's just crazy.
And then it's like they tried to make it seem like we're infringing on their human rights. So let's infringe on the rest of the world's human rights. To make sure that they get human rights, let's go against everybody else. Nobody's saying you got to go to jail for this. Nobody's saying it's a crime. They gave y'all marriage. Y'all can go get married and everything. They giving y'all the opportunity to go change yourselves. Why y'all want to take that protection from women and little girls to have privacy in their own bathrooms? When we have men who say they're gonna wait outside bathroom doors at the club for the women to get out. Why y'all think women go to bathrooms together?
Y'all been doing that.
And now you saying you put a wig on and a dress and you could go in there with us? And you don't have to be missing your parts.
Yeah, you just put the wig and the dress on. Deborah with the $2 says, it's already happened. Stories are hidden. Thank y'all for the support. And we'll drop the link. I know that this one gonna come back up. You feel me? And this leads us right into the leading topic. Perfect. Right?
When I'm traveling. When I'm traveling. When I'm traveling.
Black women are the least protected. That topic that we just touched on, pause, is right there, right? Now, I think that includes women and all the children too. You know what I'm saying? But just in terms of that statement, what is your anecdotal, organic thought? Oh, talk your shit. I'll be right back.
All right. So my anecdotal thought on black women protected, the least protected, I would agree that black women are the least protected. Removing from my anecdotal experience, I don't think that the majority of black women are being raised in a home with the man that's protecting them. I don't think that's the majority of our experience. We are changing that, but from just like in the past, so we can do it. Not to mention, who's our protectors? Our men are supposed to be our protectors. The black man is the number one under attack in the whole country. So not only are we lacking in the protection, ours are under attack. So just like when you look at the history and the foundation of people being taught that, black women have a higher tolerance for pain. When you go to the medical field, you're supposed to go there and trust these people with your life. And they think in their head, they believe in their science that you can tolerate more pain. So we're going to give you less pain medicine than we would any other woman. So your mortality rates will go higher. So your chances of coming in here and walking out of here is less than any other woman. We putting poison in your communities. So anything that destroys the black man affects the black woman. And we know who's on full-on mode destruction. Whose drugs is getting raided? Whose community getting flooded with drugs? Who has the prison to pipeline system? Who is put under these different things? Who gets high rises and interstates built and blocked in inner cities for the ghettos? Who's doing all of these things? All of this is affecting Black women. And so it's not just the whole point of there's a system built against Black people and a stigma against Black people in this country since our inception here. We're also women in a patriarchal system. A patriarchal system that's determined to keep our men at the bottom of the patriarchal system. And we're affected by
shit like
all
that,
of
shit like that, shit like that, shit like that, shit like
Damn. So your take, see, that's a more in-depth take than I think they was expecting, right? Because what you saying, the protection. Let me ask you this: is the protection or lack thereof because the men don't want to or don't feel the need? Is it because of the agenda, so to speak?
It's the agenda. They're always on attack.
And so if the men are being jailed, erased, removed from systems and etc., it'll appear as though they don't protect their women. But if they're not there, right? If they're being attacked, how can they?
Exactly. And this is the thing. Why would they continue to attack you? What's their agenda behind it?
What is it?
Because they know that if you protect your women, then you grow. We know you are nothing without your men. We take you. If anybody know, we kill your line of defense. That's it. Keep attacking their defense. They won't never grow. Keep attacking their defense. They won't never grow. Keep attacking their protection. They will never grow. Get them in. Beat them down. Lock them up. Take them away. That's your leaders. That's your protectors. That's your ward. Get rid of them. And let's start small. Let's put the drugs in the community. Let's lock up the fathers. Let's create a whole generation of kids with no fathers, because of war that we want, a war that we want them to fund. And then let's talk about it. That's the most diabolical stuff that I think that they do. Let's come out and say, oh yeah, we did it. We don't have to apologize. We'll be honest. Yeah, we did the whole drug thing. We had to fight this war. We needed the funding. Yeah, we did. Oh well, move on. Let's go. Let's keep on putting up that. Oh yeah, y'all did build communities and we flooded them, and we bombed them, and we destroyed them. Yeah, we don't really need y'all. Like, let's be open about this. We don't really need y'all actually building. We're gonna find a way to destroy it. So, and then it's okay. We just gotta move on. But our men is under attack all the time at every angle.
So now here's the crux of it, right? When we have the daily conversations regarding us coming together, the sentiment is that women perpetuate the foolishness by saying they don't need the men ain't shit, we doing so much better, which now the systematic issues are being carried forth by the people that we need to join with, the people being the women.
Right? So like I said, what I believe that Black women are now destroying themselves, that's the fact. That's the fact. You think as we think, for as Black women, for as Black boys who shoot each other, you think that that's a cause? No, that's the effect. That we're destroying ourselves now, because that's the programming that was put in us. They put this system together. The end result will get them to destroy themselves. We can't destroy them. They tried to destroy us for 400 years. I'm pretty sure something clicked in their head a long time ago that they couldn't destroy us. If you've been trying to destroy people for 400 years and these motherfuckers are still here, something had to click in their head to realize about 60 years ago, you know what? We probably should give them that job. They can get anything accomplished. No matter what we put in front of Black people, they're going to get it through. They're going to get through it. They're going to get it done. Let's put them on a mission to destroy themselves. Let's put them on a mission to hate themselves. Let's give them that task and watch they execute it, and we're executing it. We're executing it down to a T. We're executing it. A full-blown self-destruction, because this is the effects. We made it to the effects. The cause is over. The effects are here.
Damn.
We're going to give you this pill. We're not going to tell you that it's going to give you heart problems in 15 years. But everybody took the pill already. Now we dealing with the heart issue.
So if you saying this seems so obvious. What the fuck? What's the problem? Like, why can't we just stop the behavior? Because if you agree that men protect, but there's a whole lot of hurdles and all this other shit, right? And stumbling blocks and etc. But overwhelmingly, we see men protect. It's just like, why the narratives continuously?
Because it's always going to be, it's not enough. They can't protect us like the white man protect their women. You could be a good man with a good job, with a good salary, ready to take, but you ain't buying me Birkins like that man buy. Now it's a chase. Now it's never enough. Now it's insatiableness. All of that's part of
the comparison.
The deeper joy.
So, question to the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you think black women are the least protected. Put a 2 if not, if you think it's propaganda. And I want to show y'all this while y'all answer the question. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most, because this is what we often think about, right? And there's so many stories like this, you know.
It's the whole scene that plays back in your head.
It was supposed to be a simple shopping trip that changed Makia Ford's life forever. She watched her boyfriend, an infant baby's father, Thierry Bastien, get shot 6 times.
In the front of the baby and in the front of my kids and in the front of me. That's something I'm never, ever going to get over for the rest of my life.
Ford says she and Bastien witnessed a man beating up a woman inside this Lauderdale Lakes Walmart. No one tried to help the woman out, and Ford says Bastien came to her aid.
When he threw her down and he started punching on her is when he ran off to go help her, and I pulled him back and I told him to don't go, and he said he'd just go in to help.
Bastien and the alleged shooter, a Walmart employee who was off the clock, Ronnie Sterling, tussled, and investigators say Sterling shot him. Ford pleading with the shooter after the first shot to spare her boyfriend's life.
I had the baby in my hand. I was like, no, please, even it's for the baby, even it's for the baby. And he just stand over him and he just shot him.
Sterling was arrested Tuesday night and appeared in bond court today, where he was denied bond.
Sir, you're charged with murder while engaging in certain felony offense.
For Ford, it won't bring the love of her life back, who she says was an amazing father.
He was really all about his family, working and taking care of his family. And you just took that away from us. And that's not fair. It's not fair to the kids. And it's not fair to me, having the big heart that he had. He went down as a hero, but it's sad.
How y'all doing? It's your boy, Mr. Handsome, dropping knowledge back with.
That's what we instantly go to. And I know so much shit like this. You know? Literally.
That's the crazy thing, because what you always say, like, one grave about $1, the next one is about a woman. Women, these boys are willing to slide for their families. They're protected. You know what I'm saying? But when you you know, you take your soldiers and you make them killers for no reason, like, it's just, you're just gonna be fucked up. People got the heart of lions, but they don't understand what their targets is. That's why you gotta make them miss the target. Because if you took that and you put it behind something positive, what could we be? Just the thought of them leaving us alone and letting us be great. Just the thought of that makes them want to destroy us. They don't even want to imagine us. They're gonna keep on putting stumbling blocks. We don't even want to see what that looks like, because they know that's game over. We don't want to see black people love each other. No, we're gonna do whatever it costs, right? Because that's the opposite, right? If your goal is to make black people hate each other, then the way around it is for us to love each other. That's how you beat it. So they're gonna keep feeding the hatred.
Yeah. Yeah, man. You know, looking at that too, just in terms of the hatred and all that, we see a stark difference. I'm sick of the equality shit. Period. We ain't equal, men and women. That shit fucks us up. Right? That's not talking about value, right? It's talking about the pros and cons of being a man and being a woman, right? The prowess that we have. And it manifests in these situations. These dudes is fighting the girls, right? Because they looking at them like, okay, if you don't give a fuck, I don't either, right? Treating them like niggas. But then when a man comes, they pull the blicky. You know? The shit is like, it gets just
destroyed. Lack of knowledge. It's the system. The system is working. The effects are here. Like when I see it, I'm just like, after you take poison so long, like when it get there, it get there. This is like AIDS, and we're trying to turn around AIDS, and there ain't no cure for that. Only treatments to prolong it, but it's AIDS. Like we've been affected with like AIDS. The black community has AIDS.
Yeah. I like your monologue, you know. And I was looking and I found a million of these, you know.
Regular day at the laundromat, but then it turned into a very scary situation. A woman came face to face with a man with a bat before two men took him down, and a security camera captured it all. ABC 24's Ezekiel Telemaco joins us now. Ezekiel, you talked.
Another man, right, Sherelle? Older man too, big ass OG.
Well, it's
and he with his wife.
A regular day at the laundromat, but then it turned into a very scary situation. A woman came face to face with a man with a bat before two men took him down, and a security camera captured it all. ABC 24's Ezekiel Telemaco joins.
Now look at this big scary ass nigga.
Face to face with a man with a bat before two men took him down, and a security camera captured it all. ABC 24's Ezekiel Telemaco joins us now. Ezekiel, you talked exclusively with the victim and the customers who came to her rescue. Is that right?
Yep. So it's a pretty crazy story, honestly. And this happened at Ellie's Laundromat on South Pauline Street. And it started when workers banned a man from the property. And then it took a violent turn when he attempted to come back.
I was drying and washing his clothes. And he told me that I didn't even be on my phone. And I was like, huh? I didn't understand what he was saying at first because I didn't hear him. So I was like, huh? And he was like, you don't need to be on your phone. I was like, why not? He was like, because he was washing his clothes or something. And I was like, okay. And then he had left.
Hendricks says she thought that was the end of it. But minutes later, police say Joseph Lee came back. And this time, he was yelling at customers and swinging an orange baseball bat. That's when two customers, Donald Young and Reginald Harris, stepped in.
I was glad I was able to hold him down instead of shoot him, because we have enough of that going on in the city, and I think it portrays the city in a negative light.
Harris says he never came to the laundromat expecting to be a hero, but he thinks it's everyone's responsibility to help each other.
I didn't come in here to be a hero. I came here to wash clothes. But I think you need to interact where you see a need.
You should have washed that shirt he had on.
And it's everybody's job to do that in the community. That's what made Memphis what it was.
And while many are calling him courageous, Harris says his heart is with both the victim and the suspect.
You know, a lot of people say, well, you know, he's this, he's that. But you know what? My heart goes out to him, too. Because I don't want to read about him dead, and I don't want to read about her dead either. I'm tired of seeing that go on in our city. And like I said, you know, we can talk about it or we can do something about it.
Harris says he hopes this moment helps remind people of what Memphis used to stand for.
Back in the day, if they saw you, you know what I'm saying, people intervened. And they even told your parents. There was a thing called pride. There was a thing called morality. And I think that needs to return back to the city.
Yeah, and because of these heroic acts, Hendricks wasn't hurt, and Leak is being held at the Shelby County Jail on aggravated assault, criminal trial.
You know, I don't see a lack of that. You know, I know we had these conversations, right? But I don't see people just kind of just, I don't know. It's just crazy. But you know what you opened up with is definitely a portion of it, and then it's what men decide to do, and then what the women decide to say when it's being done. You know, like you said it. You got the people in your life that will protect you at all costs, even at their demise. And demise can mean jail or whatever the case is, while they have families of their own. You know, I was advising, like, hey, you know, there are times where auntie takes second fiddle to like a wife or some shit like that. You know what I mean? But even still, you stand on the fact that they willing to protect you. You know, and these are two stories, and there's many stories. Now, what was the story that you had showed me?
Okay, I sent it to This Might Be Risky. Do you need me to send it to HAMP?
Kinda. But
So this
Empress sent me a few. Is this it?
Yeah.
Or this one? What's better?
So this is Kirk and Rashida. They're from like Love and Hip Hop. She's a
Is
rapper.
this the video?
Yeah.
Okay.
So is it?
Go ahead. Kirkland and Rashid. I don't know nothing about this.
So they have a daughter. Their daughter was getting abused by her boyfriend.
Yeah.
She called her brother. Her brother went over there and shot him. He died.
Okay. Which one is the boyfriend?
I think the one at the bottom. Pretty sure the one at the bottom is the boyfriend.
Well, let me look at this real quick.
They tried to find him. They sent the little SWAT team with the little shit with the big iron. They came and he was taken into handcuffs. I told you that was wrong. I don't condone that shit. I don't give a fuck whether or not. Like, I hear what y'all are saying, but y'all, like, you can't, like, I don't condone that shit. But I don't know. They maybe have the wrong information. They tried to find him. They sent the little SWAT team with the little shit with the big iron. They came and he was taken into handcuffs. I told you that was wrong. I don't condone that shit. I don't give a fuck whether or not. Like, I hear what y'all are saying, but y'all, like, you can't, like, I don't condone that shit. But it's more to the story, so I don't know.
Well, I don't understand how they would let him out if you told them that your brother shot Tevin. They wouldn't. They supposed to have him. Okay, so I don't know what's going on, but I'm gonna find out. So
yeah, please do it. Like, I'm asking the same questions. It's more to the story, so.
So this probably just
how they will let him.
The boy who got shot, his sister feels like it was unjustified, right? She was like basically.
You got to give us the backstory. We don't know.
So first that came out was the boy who got killed. His sister came out and was like,
wait. God, you got to go all the way back. Empress sent me these clips. They don't give us much content. We don't watch Love and Hip Hop. All praises.
Yeah, it's not about it's just about their children. It's not about them.
Okay, who are they?
So, who are who?
Who are the Love and Hip
Hop? This is Rashida. She's a rapper from Atlanta.
Okay, is this the one in the Fendi?
Yeah.
Okay, who's the nigga?
This is her husband.
Okay.
He a manager. They own a restaurant called Frost Bistro in Atlanta, and they on Atlanta's Love and Hip Hop.
Okay.
They have a daughter and a son.
Okay.
Their daughter is being abused by her boyfriend.
Okay.
She calls her brother to tell him, and their son goes over there and kills the boy.
Okay.
How it gets to the media is the boy who gets killed, his sister comes and is like, you know what? They killed my brother unjustified. She lied and said that my brother abused her and got her brother to come over here and kill him. She's trying to tell the media and get ahead of it, right? But then it's released. The videos I sent you on Instagram, it was released of him beating the daughter.
All right, can you send it to me?
Okay, send it to you.
I'm almost happy we don't know about this story. I don't watch that shit.
Yeah, somebody was just telling me. I don't watch it either. I just know who they is.
Okay, so they having a domestic. The sister tells the brother directly.
Yeah, she calls her brother.
And the brother goes over there and shoots him. And kills him.
And killed him.
All right, and this is the video of the thing.
Yeah, she's laying in the bed and he comes in there and he's fighting her. Now they're not going to have the shooting. She calls him after this altercation.
All right. Is there sound?
So because they live together.
Okay. There's no sound.
No sound.
Message on your phone from 844-794-0700.
Okay. So that's what happened. And
That's
the
what
brother,
happened. She called her brother.
and he go over there and shoot him. Okay. That's the only video you had?
Yeah. That's the
Okay.
video we have.
So that's what got him shot.
That's what got him shot.
And this is another issue with the symptoms of cultural norms, right? It don't make sense to call the police, right? Essentially. Because you don't want him to get locked up. But you call your brother. The dude don't look like no small dude in comparison to the brother in the picture. Fuck he going over there to do? What else can he do? You know what I'm saying? 2 lives lost for sure. Travis Rudolph. But would you say he protected her?
It was coming. The intention is to protect.
Isn't that what he did? I guess.
Yeah. But that's the point of when I say black women are protected too. It's like, if you understand that you have soldiers on the front line, you don't ring the bell. You don't push the button. You keep your protectors out of the situations to have to protect you, because you could cause a war. Everybody got somebody. There's going to be repercussions. Either you lose a family member, they could pass away, they could go to jail. All of these different things. So why, you know what I'm saying? The way that you behave and the company that you keep, that's also a portion of protection for the ones who protect you.
Yeah, 100%. Your conduct matters, you know. And why he come in a room like that? Did he see a message? Did he dead now.
Yeah, we don't really have no answers to what happened for that to cause that.
Rick's giving up on you motherfuckers. I ain't gave up on you just yet. I still think y'all got a chance. So
all right. Hey, here's the thing. You and I've had this conversation several times, and what Rick said, y'all heard me say that too. The black community is over in America. It's all the way done. Like HAMP said, we need repair. We don't need repair. We just need to fucking start. That we have nothing to repair. We don't even have standards. Like you asked earlier in this broadcast. You said, I want to know what y'all standards are. The men. You told the fellas. I want to know what y'all standards are. Nobody gave you an answer. Nobody's answered that question yet. Because they don't have any. Not for real.
When did you ask that?
I didn't get a chance to answer. That was like either an hour and a half.
Oh no, I didn't ask them specifically their standards. I was just saying
in general. It was in general. Okay, fair enough. I'm with you on that. Because I look around and I talk to fellas all the time, and they're just like, I wanted the same thing. Nigga, where your standards? Like my man here said, a chick, grabbing an ugly chick out of the club. I'm like, okay, nah. Why would you settle for an ugly chick?
That's the context.
What's the only person to pick on UT is me, so leave him alone, okay, man?
Fair enough. I'll leave you two alone. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, but I got no problem. That was the context. It was context in it though. You just saying that when they say
my point is, UT, We all either done it or we know someone who has.
What do you mean it's over though, Mandrell? What do you mean?
Here's the thing. Black women keep complaining about black men this, black men that. Well, where are the leaders? Where are the leaders? Women don't know how to follow. That's one thing, and they never look at that. Like your show last night, you had one woman cornered, and she knew it. She wanted it to be both people's problems, both the genders' problems, the men and the women. She.
My bad. I had a phone call. Did he say anything about his sister yet?
All right. You can see your point, but you think how to lead. You know what I'm saying? And people don't understand that they're a different percent of everything.
Competent in your job or education?
You absolutely have to.
No, I'm saying you at work, somebody come in and say, hey, call me miss. You doing it?
If it's a woman who agree with you, I see why you would say, okay,
hold on.
Is this a standard of principle?
You going to prison over words?
No.
No, I love you, right? Because I'm beating.
Fuck you.
Okay.
I'll die.
My bad, man. My bad.
You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. I do have that. I do have those. You fuck with my sister. You're a fucking dead man. End of story. My sister some practices that you don't move on. You have to. Like, I don't care what.
Are we talking about principles that you do not move off of, right?
Nobody throws in me. I don't care if I got to go to jail for 1,000 years. I ain't gonna do no gay shit. It ain't me. You can kill me if you want to. Fuck you.
Okay.
I'll die.
My bad, man. My bad.
You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. I do have that. I do have those. You fuck with my sister. You're a fucking dead man. End of story. My sister tells me you did something to her. You're a fucking dead man. End of story. I'll go to jail for that.
You crashing out?
What do you mean?
Going to jail before you
going
crashing
to jail?
out?
Yeah. I'll go to jail. Yeah. And here's the thing, fellas. My sister ain't got to show me no evidence. She told me you did it.
Damn.
So you believe all women?
That's enough. I'm believing my sister, not all women. I believe her.
So what if she lied though?
Then she lied.
And then you stuck on that 20 piece.
Here's the thing. I said
right or wrong. That's the definition.
Right or wrong. Whether I'm right or wrong. I'm standing 10 toes on that. My sister ain't the type to allow nobody anyway. She ain't even allowing you.
Well, we gotta stop. I think that's one thing we gotta stop doing. We gotta stop doing that.
You ain't never met my sister. She is
You
not
right.
gonna allow nobody. If she said you did it, you fucking did it. And you will pay the consequences.
Well,
I'm coming.
that goes.
I'm coming.
I don't see some. I don't.
What'd you think?
That's how most people feel about their sisters. And their mamas, their girlfriends, their cousins. Like, that's how people be. Like, they're going to protect the people that they love. I think the protection that it's not an individual protection. But the people in your family, like your bloodline is willing to protect you. Now, anybody outside your bloodline, I don't know. But to girls who don't have like fathers or brothers and things like that, they probably have zero protection.
So what did you say, Mandrell? Wildin' or what?
No. I believe a man should be willing to kill, die, or go to jail for whatever he believes in.
He said it don't matter if she's telling the truth or not.
Hey, you know how they say you gotta shoot first, ask questions later. How they do it. But like he said, you know what I'm saying? He understand the character of his sister. He know his sister ain't gonna lie. He moved through the earth in this way, not having to be a crash out, but just having that mindset that if this opportunity presents itself, I'm gonna handle it like a man.
Well, you know, Mandrell's a ranger, a Green Beret.
Yeah, I know. I know Mandrell before you.
Okay, well, I'm just saying. I don't know if everybody knows that. So he lived that life. He been out there, you know.
Mm-hmm.
He did several tours and etc.
Yeah, he a big nigga too.
No, is he?
Like he's swole. Like
he's strong. Yeah.
Yeah.
But so you're saying Mandrell's mindset is regular?
Regular. You wouldn't do anything to protect the women in your family?
I'm saying he said no. He said absolutely nothing. Well, I guess my point is, if is that a detriment or that just proves that the women are indeed protected?
I think it could be both. The women are protected. Sometimes it's a detriment because depending on the woman, she'll put people in harm's way. And I just saw somebody fighting in Family Dollar. She was fighting with somebody and she was like, I call some niggas right now and air this bitch out. You know? And it's probably not that big of a deal. So depending on the woman's mentality and what she's willing to put her soldiers on the front line for, if she full of foolishness, it's gonna be to a detriment at every time. At every turn.
Yeah.
Cause you calling your brother over there to be with a person that's putting his hands on you when you could walk away. You don't gotta be there. Like, and you gotta, before you call somebody to kill somebody, you're supposed to do everything at all costs to make sure you're able to remove yourself. You're supposed to go through the proper channels before you think somebody's life should be ended. Because I'm telling you right now, I know a lot of women who have been in physical altercations with men. It is very normal, right? The first time a man hit you is not the hardest time he hit you. But you keep going back. Now somebody got to die because you can't stay away from somebody that's abusing you. Now somebody got to go to jail because you can't stay away from somebody that's abusing you. When the first time he hit you wasn't never the day that he dragged you out the bed and beat you. Something happened before that. And you should have never went back to that. And that's what you got the police for. Call them first.
Damn.
Calling your family first for what? You could lose your family.
Yeah. Mr. Fantastic.
Brother.
He's always driving somewhere.
Yo, what up?
What's goody?
Don't start, Sherelle. I'm having a bad day, goddamn. Shout out to everybody, man. Yeah, this is just like the condition, man. Again, I came in on the part where the dude was talking about, oh, he not friends with his friend because of the way he voted. Nigga, what? So now I gotta vote how you want me to vote, or we can't be friends. And black people were actually saying that shit, bro. It was black people actually saying, if you voted for Trump, I'm blocking you and I'm this and I'm that. Oh, thank you. Okay. I don't want to be around nobody with that level of stupidity, ignorance, and just downright niggerism. Okay. Sick of y'all niggas, y'all dumb niggas. All right. But yeah, this last thing, man. Domestic violence is never ever okay. But at the same time, man, I hold the people responsible that stay in these abusive ass relationships. And especially, like you said, bro, I'm not gonna be no crash dummy for I'll say the second time. I got two sisters, right? Either one of me calling me, telling me, hey, you know, nigga going upside their head like the Gap Band, oops upside their head and shit, right? I'm gonna pull up the first time, right? And of course, I'm strapped because I'm in Florida for one, and two, I'm too big for niggas to think they're gonna be fighting me. So I already know what type of time niggas is on, right? So kindly get that nigga off the premises, right? And then have a long conversation with my sister. Look here, you only get one, like Spider-Man. Goddamn. Listen, if you call me again, I'm not coming, and I'm calling the police to come to your house for you. I think we have to get away from this thing, man, of what is back in the day, to where your brothers and your cousins and your daddy and whatever can go handle it, because even if they handle it and they beat buddy's ass, they can go to jail for that, right? So you're being doubly irresponsible for one, choosing an ain't shit nigga and choosing to stay with an ain't shit nigga that's beating your ass, and then two, now instead of getting the proper people there, right, so that he can legally be taken care of, and more likely than not have to lose his life, or your people not have to lose their life. Now you got two people gone, man. So again, man, this whole thing and manhood and cowardice and courage, bro, this shit is redefined, bro. This is not what it was. And that's the thing. Everybody keep looking and like we still living in the fucking 80s. Okay? Jerry Curl's been played the fuck out for a reason, right? The same thing go for you showing your ass up to some situation and you thinking that shit go end up with just a well-whooped ass. I don't know if I know y'all didn't see this. Well, y'all didn't show this, but it was a clip, I want to say a couple months ago, where Buddy did the same thing. and Buddy hadn't even been whooping on the girl. She just had a she was just having an argument with him, and she called herself calling her brother or whatever, or so on and so forth. Some little fat dude or whatever, Buddy punch him. Guess what? He punched him with that 5 instantly, point blank range, right in his chest. He up out of there. Get him out of there, and that's what the fuck he deserved. Listen, you send your people at me, especially over some shit to where domestic violence like a highway to understand because you're being, you know what I'm saying, you're being physically accosted. But there's women out here that do that shit, bro. Over they feelings being hurt. You had a couple of situations. I want to say around 2020, 2021, where the lady called her husband and her son. They end up going to jail, going to prison because they killed the man on his job because the man told her, you know, something, whatever. She felt disrespected. Another thing where the chicks had the dude come and shoot the bus up, right? So yeah, man, bro, these women are out of pocket, out of hand, and at the end of the day, it's they poor decision making in any way with this fucking situation and dudes losing their lives and shit being fucked up, man. That's all I got.
What's the deal? What's the deal? Can y'all hear me? So, women, the first thing is women aren't in that much distress or trouble. Like, what are we protecting them from? I'm not walking down the street and seeing a bunch of women getting beat, a bunch of black women. That shit's rare. And if it is, they usually arguing with a man. It's not a bunch of random men attacking black women. So in a domestic situation, you usually mind your business because I realize women are the ones that mostly start them. I'm not about to play with y'all. Women mostly start these domestic situations, then look for protection. Like, stop it. Then the second thing, and I'm ending here. I only got 2 points today. Sherelle said being feminine will get you taken advantage of. But maybe that's why y'all not getting protected. If y'all say y'all not getting protected, y'all act like men, then want to get protected from men. No, be more feminine. And feminine women get more protection than masculine women. I'll guarantee you that. Nobody want to protect a masculine man that's talking crazy, don't know how to listen, won't shut the fuck up. Nobody want to protect that. A woman that know how to shut up and be feminine, men are way more willing to protect. And I'll end it there. Go ahead, my boy Lee.
You're on mute, Lee.
That ass. Yeah, yo, what's up, everybody? I just wanted. I mean, I look at that and I absolutely hate the woman that called her brother. I think that bitch is the devil. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. The fact that she put a camera there shows me that she knows this already happens. Like she wanted to catch him in it so she could prove it to whoever to get him deleted. When at the end of the day, that same video could have been taken to the cops and they would have had enough evidence to put a felony warrant out on him and been on his ass heavy because they don't play that domestic violence shit. But instead, you call your brother, man. Your brother shoot this dude. Like Ham said, the brother looked way smaller. What you thought the brother was going to do, but you're not thinking it through because you're not smart. That woman particularly is not smart. And yo, I really think women like that are demons, bro. Because the manipulation is at an all-time high. I mean, what brother ain't gonna go crash out? But if you know you got the power to do that, why would you ever call your brother? Why not just call the cops? I just never understand that. You got the evidence. He beating your ass. Everybody see it, all of us. But instead, you call your brother because you want revenge instead of getting justice and actually getting a record on this dude's name. So the next girl that try to date him can see, oh, this dude got felonies for aggravated domestic violence, right? But now 2 lives is gone, and the woman just goes on to do whatever the fuck she want, like always it seemed like. And right before I landed, this happened in DC too, not too long ago, at a hotel. The same thing that happened at the Walmart thing. A dude was fighting this girl. Some dude tried to get into it, and this was like a known dude in DC, and he got shot. Just happened when y'all was out there. So, I mean, these women like this are fucking crazy, man. That's all I really got to say about it. Like, and there's no way to really see, because they're smiling in your face. They're the nicest people, but at the end of the day, she's sticking in a relationship, getting her ass whooped. Which to me at this point seems like she likes it because she doesn't put a damn put a camera in her damn room. Like, what the fuck is she doing? Is she watching this shit after she get her ass whooped? Like, what's going on, man? Men stay away from women like this. And if your spouse or anybody ever call you to go do some bullshit like that, make sure you see what's really going on and leave and call the cops. How about we change that culture, right? Call the cops. Let the cops deal with that shit. Let the cops rough him up, punch him in his face. They could do all that to him. Let him get tough. I would love for him to do that to the cops so they could beat the Rodney King this nigga. That's what he deserved. That's all I got, man.
Smooth Lee was popping. CJ, what up?
What's good, man?
It's fantastic. Was good. I caught what Lee was saying just now. I kind of missed what y'all said. I heard a little bit of Mr. Fantastic. He was going through the black Democrat or whomever. And then I had to take a call real quick. CJ, what'd you say?
Long and short, it was the first thing is women aren't in that much trouble. Feel me? Like you don't really see women just being accosted or like being beat when you walking down the street. Most times, and which is rare, you see a woman getting into it. It's usually with her man. It's usually a domestic situation. So, and most likely she's gonna get back with the man. So why get in that situation? And most likely she caused it because most of the time women cause these situations. I realized that too. And the second thing
What gave you that realization?
Seeing relationships, being on the internet, listening to men's stories, hearing men all over the country, really.
You saying that there's something that she can do that makes you whoop her ass?
Of course.
What are those things?
Disrespect, not knowing how to play their role. Women know how to push them buttons to make you want to beat their ass, but we got to keep control ourselves like most men do. The second thing I said was,
well, wait. So you're saying the control can be negated by her behavior, and so the men that go out of control are justified because they weren't the catalyst.
I'm not saying that. No.
Well, I'm asking you. Saying they cause it. I guess I'm just wondering, causing it. What does that? What does that mean? Like, what do you mean by that? Like, does that? I'm saying you saying they cause it. I'm asking, are you saying that justifies? Or are you just stating a fact?
I'm just stating a fact. Yeah, I wasn't saying.
What do you think about that fact? I guess. See,
it depends. If you put your hands on a man, then he got every right to hit you back. The disrespect, we got to learn how to tolerate it and walk away. I guess that's the society we living in. But that wouldn't be tolerated either back in the day. But we living in a new time where disrespect is tolerated from women. So my second point was, Terrell think being feminine will get you taken advantage of, but being feminine will really get you protection from men. If you're insufferable in a masculine woman, it's hard to protect that type of woman. But feminine women that know how to play their role, be quiet, not argue with men, they will get all the protection they need from men. Men will love protecting these women. Men love protecting women in general. But if you're gonna act insufferable and mean and act like a man, why would we protect you? And that was it.
Do you think but I mean, do you think most men protect the women closest to them?
Yes. Closest to them, yes, of course.
Regardless?
That's tough. That's tough. Like you had Mandrell said his sister could tell him anything and he gonna believe it. I'm not that type of person. No, I think most men are that type of person that they closest family member could tell them anything and they gonna believe it.
So I guess the behavior is inconsequential then, right? Because if you're saying that men would protect regardless, then her being feminine or not matters not.
No, yeah, I'll take it back then because I think that they kind of know who the person they dealing with is. So depending on that person, they'll kind of refrain or restrain themselves a little bit more. But I think men still have a proclivity to go protect the people that they love or the people closest to them.
Yeah. And yeah, so I guess that's the thing about the feminine thing. I think maybe your sentiment is more like, damn, but if you see just a random act of violence happening, right, and you get up on that scene too late, you're not gonna know if she's feminine or not. If she's feminine and soft, you may open the door for it, but I don't see the protection aspect changing that much with her being feminine. I do see men treating her better just in public or whatever the case, if she has like a feminine countenance, but I don't know if it directly correlates with the protection thing.
But if you do see how it starts, and she's being more aggressive towards the man, would you be more likely or less likely to help?
I assume more likely.
Less likely if she's being aggressive towards the man.
Like if she wilding.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be like, oh, you wild. You know what I mean? You wilding.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah,
I guess I can understand, and I think or I wonder if in my head it's a man and a woman, and therefore there should be a stopping point.
Yeah, most men will interject or jump in to help the woman. This is just a society thing now. We got it. Society just feel like they need to protect women no matter what the situation. So I'll give you that point.
Yeah, I mean, men kind of, I guess, feel like that. Do you think?
Yes, men and women. Women will jump in too to help her.
Yeah, but I guess they don't. When I remember one time we was walking down U Street, it was like 4 or 5 girls fighting. It's like we walked through they fight. You know what I'm saying? Like not even like because you just like it's like kids. Like there wasn't enough violence there to like like oh shit. No, we just what
they be trying. They be trying.
Yeah, like they could bump you while they fighting. Like it's just like okay, cool. Damn. So so what? So you disagree with the statement? Then black women are the least protected. Because that's one of those sentiments that we heard a lot,
Yeah, I think I do disagree because I don't know if I see too many white men crashing out over their sisters the way black men do. Like black men crash out over the ones they love, I think, more than the white men do. White men just gonna call the police, or the women don't even really call their family members like that. I don't think, but this is I don't know for sure. It's something I think I'm seeing.
Okay, well, we talking about that. I can't even tell you about a bunch of white stories per se.
But I'm saying,
and
go ahead, sorry.
I mean, I say it all the time. You go to the hood right now, first grave about $1, the next 2 about a woman. The sentiment, I don't know if it can be proven. But it seems to be a sentiment that's shared far and wide about them being the least protected.
Yeah, it's cap, bro. It's more bullshit and propaganda to make the black man look bad. Again, the black men have died the most for who, for what, for whatever, and all they do is talk shit. Black men get killed the most, like you said. Out of a lot of those situations where 4 times more black men died than black women, at least 2 of them niggas, or at least 1.5 of them, is over some pussy. What are we talking about here? A woman's involved. You just talked about the shit last month, HAMP, where and it don't even got to be some protection shit. It can be some overbearing super simp shit. Remember the dude was outside Chicago and he smoked him for talking to his old lady?
Yeah.
That counts. That's what they deem as fucking protection. You know what I'm saying? Niggas getting your ass whooped and somebody step in and now nigga done lost his life, or you help the nigga beat the nigga up that's trying to save you. So, bro, please stop with the bullshit, man. All this shit is rhetoric, and it's just, that's what it is. Black women telling this lie for I don't know how long, when how many niggas done died, done went to jail, done lost jobs, done lost all this type of shit, bro. False charges put on them, all kinds of shit. So, no, bro, all this nothing but fucking raging bullshit propaganda. And let's not even get started with that, because who beat black women ass the most? Bull daggers. Huh? When y'all get with these motherfucking pretender niggas, they beat on y'all ass even more than the niggas do. So what is we talking about, bro? Stop it. It is true.
That's a manipulation
That's
of
not
that statistic.
There's not a manipulation of statistics, Sherelle. And that's
the
across the board.
When they're talking about relationships, domestic violence relationships, females in domestic violence relationships have more altercations with the police. That is not saying that random women in the earth, the more violent attacks are coming from men. Yes, they are. And if black women are not the least protected,
domestic violence.
What woman is the least protected? If
Well,
not
hold
the
on.
black woman.
That's not domestic violence for one, and for two, again, the majority of crime, when we're talking about any type of violent crime, if the person is known, it's not random. So even what you're saying is not accurate. Most violence among most people, more people are shot from people that they know than some random person or some robber.
So black women are shot and deleted at very alarming rates. Who do you think do you think it's majority women shooting black women, or do you think that the majority of
No,
black women are getting
of
shot and
course
killed by black men?
it's going. The majority of shootings are going to be men, regardless. So that's another thing. The way
So
you talk
yeah,
about
that's what I'm saying.
manipulation.
So when you
Well,
take
hold
it
on.
to a
It
level
will be the
of
same for white women, though. But hold on. It's going to be the same for white women. White men shoot white women the most. Asian men shoot
so
Asian
this is
women
the
the most.
thing, but they're not shooting them at the rates that white women are not getting shot at the rates that black women get shot at.
So now we saying black on black crime exists.
We've been saying that.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
We've been saying that because I do believe that the number one cause for black men from birth to age 25, the number one cause is homicide. No, it's an issue that we have. That's a personal. Because I'm
maybe that's
saying that
not
that's
you.
a very personal issue to us. Homicide is in our top reasons that we
Yeah, I
die.
got you. But a lot of niggas say it's not, Amanda Seals just did this and thing she said it's proximity crime. It's not, white people do the same thing, Asian people do the same thing, Hispanics, whatever, right? So I was just making sure we tracking. So again, that further goes to the point of where we have this issue, and it just tracks with the issue of black people killing black people at a higher rate. Not to diminish it or dismiss it, right?
So
But
what I'm saying is, it's not black women killing people.
Oh no. So no, that's another misnomer. So again, the same thing tracks with black women. Like black women are the biggest perpetrators of domestic violence too. You left that out.
No,
Black
I
women
said
beat
no. I
niggas ass the
said
most.
killing.
I know. Hear me out. Hear me out. Yeah. Black women kill the most people too. They kill more people than white women. They higher rate than white women. And that's the only thing where even be close.
Compared to the other women, right?
Yes.
Compared
So
to
that's what I'm saying. It all tracks. Well, it's never you're now you're comparing apples to oranges. You can't do that.
No,
We
because
know
you're
men.
trying to make it seem like the perpetrators of violence is black women, and it's not. Black men are the
You are.
perpetrators
So
of
when you
violence. Y'all are
compare
the
it,
most violent in the
we
country.
compare it to women, you are. So again, if we compare black men to any woman, we're gonna or even white men. White men are even gonna have a higher thing than black women. So if you compare men to women, it's always gonna be higher because men commit more violence. Okay.
Okay.
Right. We're not arguing.
Long as you're making that clear, that's the point that I'm making.
Yeah, men, but that's always and men also commit more violence in protection. So protection requires violence. So it's crazy to me how y'all only want to talk about the negative, but we never know about the positive because the positive don't really get supported. If a man jumps in and he stops you, hold on. He jumps in and he stops you from getting your ass beat, that's not gonna get reported as domestic violence. It's not gonna get reported as a motherfucking anti-domestic violence. There are no anti-domestic violence acts.
It's not going to be
Yeah, they don't ever do the same. The same thing we talk about when I saw to the brother from yesterday, Greg, I think his name was. No one talks about the lives that guns save, about the shit that guns prevent. They only talk about the deaths. They talk about the robbery. They talk about the crime. Guns
because
prevent
that's
more.
what's glorified, and that's what's more of the issue.
Well, no, but that's what I'm saying.
People are shooting up blocks for protection.
Agreed. Well, no, that's not for protection. I'm not saying that at all. No, that's not the case at all. That is an irresponsible criminal. That's an irresponsible criminal, evil person. But what I'm telling you is,
and that's perpetrated by men.
Yeah, you're right. That's undeniable. That's never going to change, Sherelle. That testosterone really does, and that's when I say biological imperative, it's not just a sex thing.
So do you see how there is no demonization behind it? It's testosterone.
Oh, it definitely is.
It's testosterone. But within those same situations, you want to demonize the black woman. I'm just asking what woman is least protected under the black woman? What woman is underprotected?
Actually, it will be Native Americans. Native American women have the highest rate of domestic violence, like by far, and they're a very small population. You can look this up.
Okay, that domestic violence is one form of violence, right? It's one form.
Yeah.
I'm talking about through all of it.
All of it. I have to look into it, but if we're
protecting, who's protecting black women from the fact that we're dealing with what we're dealing with medical wise, right?
What you mean?
The fact that when we'll have a higher chance of mortality rates.
Yeah, but again,
like, who's protecting black women from that? Like, what system is protecting black women from doctors not giving them medicine Because they think that somehow we have a high tolerance for pain.
And again, and that's where we start getting into the weeds, because that is an opinionated that's an opinionated survey that's done or whatnot, right? You don't know and that's something that we carry on, and the fight against racism and whatever, and you're doing it when it's been directly and scientifically proven. Black women die more because you have more preconditions. A lot of things you're more obese. You have higher heart disease. You have more diabetes. All these things that help contribute to you dying from having to go to the hospital. That's a fact. That's not an opinion.
Well,
it's
Mr.
not
Fantastic.
just that they hate the
real quick. I was looking at a thing, and so I was looking at the deaths as an example, right? It was 50 per 100,000, and then white women were 14 per 100,000, right? So it's not a nominal number. People dying is real, but the disparity is pretty large. But then when you look at the obesity rate, Black women were 49% obese. White women were 44. It was like was it 79%? It's like something like that. Whatever the number was, I forget the number exactly.
Overweight is like 80, and obesity for Black women so obese is like 60%, 55 to 60%.
So, the number. So let's say it was 60% for Black women. It was 55% for 54% for white women, right? But then you look at the mortalities. Right, because everything you name goes into being obese. Diabetes, number 2, hypertension, heart disease, etc. Right, it all stems from that. So it's 6 percentage points difference in terms of obesity rates, but the mortality rate was 30. Was it 39 more? Right, because what's 50 minus 14.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So listen, HAMP, but it's gonna be that way because now you gotta. Well, you said they made it the same per 100,000. They did what you call it?
It's crazy. But you see what I'm saying? There's such a large disparity. You would think it would be more.
But even still, that's why I say we got to look at this, and somebody that's a math person, CPA, whatever, they can explain this. Even when you do the per 100,000, that's just a sample size from, again, you got 6 times more people. So they're going to be way more healthier white people than Black people because your percentages are the pool of people. Is what I'm saying. That's why.
Even when they're doing side by side comparisons.
Per 100,000. No. Hold on, Sherelle. Let me say, Sherelle.
Wait. Yo, we gotta make sure that we kind of how we conduct the conversation is not great, right? So, Mr. Fantastic, here's what I'm saying, or here's what the numbers say, right? 50 per every 100,000, 14 per every 100,000, right? And then the obesity rate was 5 or 6 percentage points difference. See, I think it would be more closely related because obesity is so close, but instead the disparity is 36 people different.
Yeah, but like you said, in the obesity thing, we got to get particular and be like, okay, is it just diabetes? Is it just being overweight? Is it diabetes and heart disease? Is it diabetes and this and that? That's what I'm saying. So it's because of poor medical care that Black people seem to have overall. Y'all always talk about niggas not going to the hospital. Black women don't go. Black people in general don't go to the hospital like other groups of people because of lack of insurance or just not, putting shit off and so on and so forth. This shit about, women just being this clear fucking example of health is cap too. Listen, I know people personally. How many old people that had a fucking stroke, and you ask them, well, damn, when the last time you been to the hospital? When the last time you been to the doctor? When the last time you did this? Bro, that's because people don't you eating hog maws and chitlins for fucking breakfast. Okay? So that's what I'm saying. It's not just the numbers in that. Then it gets more other things to see. Okay, well why are we at these numbers?
Okay, so now when you say there's more likely to be healthier white people, it's just as likely that there's more unhealthy white people, right? So that's a push because 100,000 is going to include more unhealthy white people and more healthy white people because there's more of them, right?
Yeah, but the pool, but the pool is still a whole lot larger. So,
but the pool is the pool, though, Mr. Fantastic. So if 40, But if 45% of them are obese, 45% of that pool is obese. Half
All
of
right,
that pool is obese.
So walk with me, Ham. So walk with me, right?
Yeah.
If you get, let's just, and this is purposely what's name, right? We're gonna do basketball versus football, right? What's the likelihood of me getting 10 obese people out of the 100 pool of basketball players versus
Basketball
the pool of
players, minimal.
hold on. Basketball versus football.
Minimal. There's way more obese football players.
So that's what I'm telling you, Hamp. Even when you got and for football, you have a much larger pool. So even if it was to the point of where and we picking random people, because the people that go to the hospital are random. It's not just all the fat people going to the hospital, Hamp. That's what I'm telling you. So you have a pool that's so much bigger than the other pool. It's 5 times more white people than black people.
Oh,
that's
no,
what
yeah,
I'm saying.
I understand that. Now, the
So when
reason
it's
why,
randomized,
but the reason why the analogy falls apart is because basketball players generally have the same archetype, right? They're gonna be slender, they're gonna be a little taller, right? And they usually right within the BMI. If you like football players, you have linemen, right? So of course they're obese. But
I know
if you take the pool of receivers to basketball players, because you have to make it more accurate, right? That makes more sense.
No, and that's no, you don't know. We're trying to make it what it is. That's the point I'm making. The basketball players got positions just like football got positions. If you take all of the positions from point guard to center, right? It's gonna be some guys. I bet. There's gonna be some guys that's short, and then there's gonna be some guys extremely tall. And what's that? Same thing for receivers or running backs. Gonna be some guys that's short, you got and slender from the corners and the receivers to dudes that are big as hell and obese. You know what I'm saying? By BMI standards, which really, even though some of those guys are overweight, but they're more muscular, right? What I'm saying, Hamp, is because you have a much bigger pool and more variation, right? You can't say for sure what you're going to get out of the pool when we talking about who's going to the doctor.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
Hence, they have the variation. They have the variation. All I'm simply saying is we can't make a determination on who's in that 100,000 one way or the other. You see, right? We can't.
No, you're right. No, I got you. No. It's the same argument. It would be the same argument for black women because it could be all skinny women versus no fat women. So you're right.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. So yeah, my bad. We went the long way to get to something that was right there. So go ahead, Cheryl.
That's what I was saying, because they do side by side comparisons of women who have the same age, same health, and the mortality rates on our side are still higher. And if we're the ones with the more issues, then why are we being denied the medicine? Who's protecting black women from that?
Yeah, that's one thing I was.
We don't just deal with sexism in the workplace. We also deal with racism. Tell me that black women aren't the ones dealing with sexual assault higher. Tell me that we don't all have a joke. I'm not done.
I want to clarify a question.
Tell me we don't all have jokes about what uncles do in the family.
I don't know if that's true.
That's back in the day, but that's a common thing when you say that. When you say that, you shake your head, you know exactly what I'm talking about. It's that common for us to understand what happens to black women. Who's protecting black women from racism?
From what? Sorry.
From racism.
Racism?
Yeah. Racism and inequalities that come with being like that anybody that black in this country faces inequality and racism. Who's protecting black women from that?
I understand the point. I kind of only reason why I like the mortality stuff for the not like in the sense of like, but the conversation regarding the mortality rate, Sherelle, is because we have quantifiable numbers, you know, that don't correlate, you know, and obesity is encompassing of diabetes. Like that's how you get there. You get diabetes too because you're obese and you do right everything, you know. Right. And so when you see such a disparity of 36 people dying when the percentage points of being obese is only 6%, you have to assess it. It can't just be, oh, boom, because they all fat. Right? You know what I mean? Being hyperbolic.
Yeah.
So that's why I slow it down.
No,
when
that ain't hyperbolic. They all fat, but go ahead.
Well, they all fat.
She was
You like
right
fat
about
girls. That's the craziest thing. He likes obese women.
You see why I'm smiling? I didn't say that. I didn't say like it was a negative. Why I say it was a negative?
He was saying it positively. So
I was saying it positively. Like,
go ahead,
see,
CJ.
you can't say me.
She was right about the workplace essay cases.
What's
but
that?
I think that they are 3 times more likely to file a harassment charge at the workplace. So she was right about that. But the stats I put up about the obesity rate, it say 54% compared to 38% of white women. But it's 10 years old, so I don't know.
No, that's way too old.
Yeah. Yes, that's my
that's too old.
Yeah, that I was just looking at it, bro, and that's what caught my attention. You know, because I was assessing like racism, black fatigue, and all that shit. But this has been happening. We always see racial divide. Every time something happens, people err on the side of the people that look like them. You know, and I pulled this up about the disparity in treatment regarding hospitals and such. And because there wasn't such a disparity in obesity, I said, hold on. It's more than just black women fat as shit.
Look it up again.
You've seen Latino women, when they turn 29 and a half, it's over with.
You see middle of America white women have no teeth and they're obese. I'm a truck driver. I'll get around. That's the average white person look like, not bold and beautiful.
You know, but the protection part, yeah, I could see. Now, does that fall under protection?
Well, no, I can't. No, I don't understand.
There's systems built to protect white women. Whole systems
built to protect. What system?
All of the systems. There's different healthcare systems invented to protect white women that goes against the protection of black women. It's like an adverse effect. The police.
I'm genuinely asking. I'm not trolling.
Because I'm just saying, like, even the origin of the police system was actually to target black people.
Yeah, slave catchers. You know, we're saying that. Yeah.
Yeah. So black women are black people. So everything that you're dealing with, we're dealing with on top of being women.
Yeah, so the problem with that is, again, you got to tell me what's the system that the white woman has outside. I guess white supremacy in general, but that's the answer for everything. But like, what different medical care is available to white women that black women don't have access to substantiate that? That's my question, I guess.
Well, for one, they're just literally trained. They're not trained to deny them of anything. No matter, even with the opioid crisis, right? Because they can say that, you know, oh, we just want pain medicine, da 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 da. Now white women are dealing with the opioid crisis through the roof. White people are dealing with it through the roof. They're still not denying them medicine. They're still not denying them pain.
Well, no. That's not. I'm not gonna say you're doing this maliciously. Maybe you don't know. So no, there's been a huge crackdown federally on that. That's why they killed all these. They called them pill farms or these pill doctors. They killed. Mm-hmm. That's why they killed all them shits. And that was always a white issue because that was, white people were into the pills way before black people ever got into dealing with that, right?
So no, I'm not saying about the crackdown on the pills. I'm talking about the denial of pain medicine, like when you're in the hospitals. Like there's women still going through this, right? There's women still going through this right now. Like what's his name? Hitman Holla, the girl that got shot in the face. The girlfriend that got shot in the face. He had to take her to a black specialist, specifically a black specialist doctor, to see that they hadn't shifted and did her surgery right, just to correct it.
Yeah, but
a lot of the times we're going to the hospitals and we're being overlooked and underserved.
Well, Terrell, I just can't. That is not. You have malpractice, period, regardless of white people, Asian people, black people, whatever. So I don't think you would deliberately misdo a surgery. That's just a mishap. So we can't use that as the premises for just like, oh, they put bubble gum and tape in this.
The overlooking of it, and they can. Yes, they can. They really do.
Sure. Y'all think racism, man. They just want to be big.
No, Terrell, listen. And let me be clear. Let me be extremely clear when I say this. Racism exists and it's never going nowhere. But racism not stopping you from getting a goddamn thing. Okay. If your ass got horrible fucking medical insurance, if you out here depending on motherfucking Medicaid and Medicare, so on and so forth, so the shit is limited to the access you get and the quality of care, that's on you. Point blank period. Okay, that's what it usually is a bigger disparity and so on and so forth. So you have, because it's a smaller pool or whatever, more people are going to what you call it, urgent cares and what's the name, also the shit, versus going to hospital, right? Or whatever. Okay. So the problem is still, you're gonna have to show me something to where Black women don't have, like, you can't get Blue Cross Blue Shield. You can't get this. You can't get that. You got to show me that when you say that there's a difference, a system in the medical system as to where Black women cannot and are banned from getting the same care that white women get.
Well,
you can't do that.
Okay, so we know that white people are on the most Medicare and Medicaid, right? Just by sheer volume.
Yeah, by
right?
volume, of course.
Yeah, so there's more of them taking advantage of all the governmental programs, right? So we know that that's not even close, just by sheer numbers.
So they don't have better insurance because the majority of them are getting free
And
insurance.
well, then also
the majority of them aren't. So no. It's more of them, but it's not the majority. The poverty for white people is far lower than what it is for Black people percentage wise. So yeah, they still by volume is going to be more than them. But we looking at percentages. That's what I'm saying. And that's where the shit starts getting, whatever, because now you're trying to compare percentages when their percentages are still going to be, 4 or 5 times what ours is. So it is what it is.
That's the per 1,000.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Yeah. They're per 1,000.
Yeah.
Right, but do you see how oh, never mind. Go ahead.
I was just saying, just the volume of numbers, right? And then who has the most kids? Is it poor people across all races?
Well, I know Black women have the most kids.
Sorry, like who has kids? Like, isn't it usually people of lower income having more kids?
I think
across
that's
all praises.
Yeah.
And so, because we're making assumptions, right? We're kind of making assertions. So the correlation is if it's across all races, poor people having kids, it's more likely that Medicare and Medicaid is in play for people of all races, considering poor people have kids the most, right? So now when we look at this, I still don't see a justification in the disparity of deaths other than the treatment or how they see the women differently. And so when I had my kid, anecdotally, my second set of twins are high risk. You guys know that, right? You got to go see the doctor every other week. They take the blood test so that they know that they don't have any like fetal, Down syndrome or anything like that. They do it for twins no matter what. You can do it for just a regular baby, but they do it for twins no matter what, right?
Mm-hmm.
My son was breached, and my daughter took 2 hours to come out. That's a long time. And my wife's epidural wasn't taken. You instantly thinking cesarean, right? Especially because the boy is breached. But the doctor said, well, we haven't done this often, but we can deliver a breech baby. Okay, cool. Not when it's 2 of them motherfuckers. You won't even try that. You don't even think about that shit. But they tried to do it though. They wanted to do it. So my daughter came out after she got stuck. Her head was this fucking long, right? Because she was in the birth canal for 2 hours, right? Like football, like Hey Arnold, right? And then my son come out feet first, get stuck. They got to push this nigga back in and do the cesarean anyway. But no doctor thinks that this is the right way to handle this. It was almost like an experiment, nigga. And I'm just like, yo, that's anecdotal, right? It could be extreme. Y'all can throw it out. And I'm trying to comprehend this shit as it's going through. Feel me? And my wife is like, no, I want to push him. And this is the one mistake I regret. I allow her to kind of make that decision when I could have definitely, been heavy handed. But, she wanted to push him out. You know what I'm saying? Y'all seen Big Chug, the nigga good, so I can talk about it more freely, But like, I just think about this and a man sitting there where once I got upset, shit started to change, But this shit happened. So now she's sitting there with her fucking mom. Like, she's sitting there with a woman, a grandma, and a mom. At least I'm there, right? Where I can get heavy handed. But they try shit. That's all I'm saying.
Nah, and I don't know if you guys remember. I forget where they were, but a baby actually had the head pulled off. Remember that?
Yeah.
So I even in those situations, though, bro, I think it's a whole lot more. Just again, and it's super duper fucked up. Of course, anything happens to a baby, nobody wants that, what have you, right? But I think because of the culture of and the mindset of the white people out to get us type shit, bro. I just think it's white people that go through the same shit we go through, and it happens to them, and Mexicans for sure. I promise you, motherfucking Alejandro Maria and them doing the shit, the same shit. It's just that we talk about it in the lens of it's the the racist white system and boogeyman out to get us type shit. That's just the way I see it, man. Because it's the stories, it's similar stories and worse stories and crazy shit. It's just that again, the media is only gonna push you to shit, bro. That like you said yesterday, HAMP, if it bleeds, it leads, right? If there's a racial aspect to it, and you can what's the name, everybody's gonna tune into that shit. Anytime a white boy, what's the last white boy that got killed or shot by the cops? I can't tell you. You know what I'm saying? The whole George Floyd situation happened before George Floyd. No one gave a fuck. No one cared to a white boy. But if you put the racial lens on it, and hey, racism in America's racist, and they still got the 2025 Klan for black people. Everybody run with it. So,
okay. Well, I'll hold my. I don't know if a retort. I got just a response. I know Lee wanted to get back in, and we got to get Aaron. And Aaron been chilling for a minute.
Yo, real quick, I just wanted to say this, right? Based off of what Sherelle said, that the black women are the least protected. Could it be true if the fact that I could say that I could protect myself? This nigga, fantastic, 6'9", nigga 6'12", nigga can protect himself. You know what I mean? Like when I walk on the planet, and when this nigga walk on the planet, and when CJ walk on the planet, Aaron walk on the planet, we feel like we can protect ourselves. And women got a different type of, it's a different energy with that. And then on top of that, you a black woman. So we know what the blackness carries. So you a woman that can't protect yourself if shit were to go down. You will need protection. And on top of that, you got the stigmas of being a black woman. So what y'all think about that? Do y'all think that adds more validity to what Sherelle is saying?
I think there's compounded things, I think we see racial divides and lines every time something happens. So I don't see it as I can't render what you're saying moot at all, Lee. There's one thing that I have to say, and I want to get Aaron in. I think this point was made repeatedly yesterday, and it's that I understand the propaganda. However, you can't hide bodies. So they can't hide bodies, Mr. Fantastic. They can put stuff in front of us, but people are actually these women are actually dying, and that's one thing they can't hide from us. They can't propagandize. Bodies are bodies. But let me get Aaron in, and then we keep going. What's good, Aaron?
Perfect.
Oh shit! Hold on, Aaron.
What's up?
Hold on. Let me read these. My bad. Let me get these in real quick. Salute.
What up, buzzing, birds, flip a dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin was.
So to my brother Darius in the building who gifted 5. This might be risky memberships, man. Whoever got blessed with one, please maintain it.
Perfect.
Li was goody.
Like that.
He said, great show, DJ Hamp. Salute, my brother. And great monologue, Sherelle. Salute to Li in the building for the first 50 ball of the day. The $1 million spot with the $5 says that's a lie. Women are more violent than men. It's just not noted as much. Okay. I think the ability for women to enact violence makes us have the understanding that they aren't. But I think we see it when they're able to. So I understand the sentiment. $5 from AL. What's popping? AL says Travis Rudolph situation. The woman caused violence and even got someone killed. No one is tracking that in a stat nor trying to prosecute her. Yeah, I agree. That's one thing, Sherelle, that the women don't do the actual deed, but being the cause or the catalyst or giving the instruction makes them equally as complicit. That's what we've seen with the Ricos of all those mob bosses calling the hits and shit like that. Mike Brown with the 10 ounces. Is there a myth that women marry military men for benefits, health included? If it's true, why do they do it if healthcare and low cost is so readily available? Maybe Aaron can answer to that when he goes on. Harrison with the $5. Salute, my brother. Nas with the $10 says, I'll concede to Sherelle's point regarding mortality rates, but are they not granted certain privileges because they are double minorities as countermeasures against racism and sexism? I understand the retort. AL with the $5 says, fantastic. You're confusing direct malicious behavior in medicine with perceived biases that aren't directly tracked or observed, but the stats show an issue. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Big Aaron, what's good?
What's good? I hope everybody's doing well. To address that super chat real quick, it's just because of healthcare that's available to military members. If it's not better, which it is, it's more immediate also. The hospital's right there on base. It's convenient. Scheduling, all that's almost kind of done for you. And there's some tertiary benefits outside of it. Increase in pay. Your housing is taken care of. Food is taken care of as a discount at the PX. There's tons more reasons other than healthcare alone. Healthcare is just a large portion of it. But the way it's administered is way better and way more immediate. With that said, I would like to know why the conversation around protection of females or women or ladies or girls or whatever, why it always seems to be siloed to or pointed directly at mutual combat, right? I don't see DJ HAMP letting any woman struggle with a case of water. We all know that Mr. Aaron, the Iceman, is not going to drive right by a woman that's at a gas station on the side of the road that needs her car jumped. Like, this is not how, like, the protection is there, but protection from what is the question? And when we silo protection to mutual combat, what ends up happening is you give license to the protected entity, the license to act like an asshole, because now the repercussions for their actions can be diminished under the guise of protection, right? The accountability that they must hold themselves under to protect themselves can go out the window because now they have a scapegoat. And that's kind of what was alluded to when we said that there's these women out here that are perpetrating acts of indirect violence or simply being disrespectful. And then when faced with that consequence, they're expecting some man to step in the way and exact law and order for her. You know what I mean? Like, that's a slippery slope. I mean, we can go down that slope if you want, but that's not what protection is. Protection is so much more. And black men, I think, are more likely to engage in those other forms of protection than just the protection from mutual combat. It's woven into our culture, the way we respect and treat women. Other cultures like black men because we're softer with our women, because we see Big Mama in our women, right? White man don't give a fuck if he sees some chick on the side of the road. You know what that is? That's an opportunity to fuck. That's a damsel in distress. That's a victim, right? There's all these movies with the side of the road. Woman's got a thumb out on the side of the road with the skirt. Why? Because she's fuckable. When a black woman's got a thumb out on the side of the road, it's an opportunity for the man to come in and save her day, because that's somebody's mama, right? But we don't want to talk about that. What are we talking about? Protection is so much more, and as protectors, we know that, but we glossed over it so quickly because it's ingrained in us, and they don't even realize it because they're protected from it on a day-to-day. Like, I'm not going to sit here and walk by a gas station in the middle of the night in the neighborhood that I know is fucked up, and Hamp's wife is sitting there. I don't need to know Hamp's wife, but if her wife is sitting there having troubles with her car, she's going to get help. We're going to jump this thing. We're going to fill this some gas. You're going to get out of here, right?
Now, how does that? Now, Sherelle, you gave a statistic that say that black women experience domestic violence more.
Overall violence, from domestic violence to homicide to sexual assault.
And
so all forms of violence we receive.
Is it largely by the hands of black men?
Yeah.
And does that I don't know if that reconciles with Aaron's just shared sentiments.
So he's
Aaron, I
talking
guess
about hand-on-hand combat. When you take it outside of that, so that's why we took it to the medicine, right? We took it to we took it outside of just us getting into regular everyday altercations and things like that, right? Even CJ said, like, in the workplace, Black women are experiencing sexual assault more. Just when you take it directly out of me and my cousins, or me and my man is getting into it on a more global level, like on a more like wider version, Black women are still getting the short end of the stick.
Yeah, you may be the most least protected people, but you're not the least protected women, but you're not the least protected people, because you're asking Black men to protect you from something that we can't protect ourselves from. You know how when an airplane's going down, the pilot says put the mask on you first and then help somebody else? We can't do that in all these extraneous situations. So how can we protect you when they're coming at us first, right? When we get pulled over by the cops, he's got his hand on his gun looking at me. Whether he puts his hand on his gun looking at a Black woman is to be determined. But when he pulls over me and DJ Hamp and CJ and who else we got up here, Scam Likely and everybody else like that, his hand is on his Roscoe, and I'm talking about the one outside of his pants, right? So how can you expect us to protect you against the potential for that kind of harm to befall you when it's automatically coming right at us?
So Aaron, do you think that Black women are the least protected?
Among women, sure. Among people, no.
Are like kids, people, like that type of, or
that's a different demographic. That's a different demographic. I'm talking about adults.
Okay. So they are the least protected, and
the least protected women.
The least protected women, and is that because the lack thereof regarding men, or are you looking at the other things that Sherelle cited in her earlier monologue?
Well, I don't think it's exclusively a lack thereof because of men. I think part of it is because Black men have an issue with protecting themselves. So, of course, that's going to put them in a precarious position. But also with that comes the behavior of Black women. Right?
What do you mean?
Black women, their mouths don't have the kind of filter that would suggest they want to protect themselves. When men walk around in the universe, we understand that we kind of sort of have to watch our mouths because this man just might punch me in the face. And I've been punched in the face before. It is a life or death circumstance to be in. Women don't walk around with that kind of filter on their mouth. And when they come across the right one or the wrong one, however you choose to word it, now I have to protect you because you wouldn't shut the fuck up. When I shut the fuck up.
Now you're saying Black women lead in not shutting the fuck up?
Are more likely to, yeah.
Now, how do we reconcile that with the Karen epidemic?
Because they're going straight to the authorities. They're complaining to the authorities. Black women are complaining to the authorities.
Well, that's the thing. So when we first saw the Karen, you remember that fat white woman that was messing with the guys at the cookout? She went to their cookout first to fuck with them. And because they wouldn't move, she called Jake.
Right. That's an anomaly, number one. But number two, you just said it. She called Jake. Black women are not calling Jake.
But I'm saying, though, her mouth, she went over there, potentially wrote a check that her ass couldn't cash. She's just lucky that those men didn't act. There was one woman went on her neighbor's lawn talking about what he should or should not be doing. I think he sprayed her with the water hose. The one lady, when the little Black girl was selling lemonade, she went over there bothering the little girl and her mom.
I'm not talking about what initiates the problem. I'm talking about what we do with the problem afterwards. A Black woman is going to double down and triple down and quadruple down. She's not going to get on the phone and call Jake.
That's some crazy.
But wait. We're not done.
But wait.
The idea of a Karen is wrapped around the fact that she goes to the. What do a Karen want to? Who does a Karen want to talk to? Wait, who does a Karen want to talk to?
The idea
Karens
of the
are known for wanting to. Karens are known for wanting to talk. What I'm gonna say.
No. A Karen. No, I'm not saying what you're gonna say. I'm saying I disagree with the stereotype of the Karen. The Karen.
What stereotype?
The Karen doesn't mind her own business. Karen thinks that has the.
That's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm addressing.
I thought you said the prototype of the Karen is to go to the authorities.
Yeah, no. The prototype of a Karen is to seek the authorities. But whether or not whether or not she's minding her own business is inconsequential.
No,
neither one mind their own business. One doesn't mind their own business and then finds the authority before shit gets too hot.
No,
the other one doesn't mind their own business.
But the filibuster is unnecessary because we don't agree on the premise, right? So here's the stereotype.
But we do.
No, the prototype of the Karen is to not mind her own business because she don't think she has to.
We agree with that.
Wait. I'm not done though. And then the Karen thinks she has the authority and doesn't have to mind her business. She thinks she is the police until a person retorts or she doesn't like the response, right? And then she cries wolf and then calls Jake, right?
We agree with that.
Okay, but the key is the first part is the part where her mouth isn't. She's not policing herself in terms of her behavior because we're saying black women don't police themselves in terms of her behavior. But you're going to the end, right? Where we're talking about, okay, well, at least Karen will call a cop.
Yes.
But what we said was black women's mouths are horrible, which gets them into trouble.
I'm not talking about that as an absolute. I'm talking about how far they're willing to go with that. If they both get started with horrible mouths, fine. That's the nature of women. We know that. I've come up here and said all the time on the panel, women are verbal assassins because they can't be physical assassins. That's across the board. Now, how far do we go if that is the question? Black women will take that shit into physical combat thinking it's going to win, where Karen is going to call the police.
Okay. All right. But you understand, right? Because it was said their mouths write checks. Karen mouth writes the check. You saying at least she'll call the police, which makes it different.
Is she right? Yeah, she'll write a check and then have some way to cash it. Okay. Black women will write a check, that motherfucker will bounce and try to write another check behind that.
Okay, I understand.
Then her ass started got to start cashing them.
And then they want to pull out credit cards and shit like that.
Yes. Then she got to get her check cash for the ass whooping.
Right. Exactly. Right. With Karen. Right.
Yeah. So right. I want to understand that you have acknowledged that black women are the least protected, and right now the
conversation among women, yes.
I want to finish.
She's trying to state what she's saying. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Among women, yes.
Black women are, which is what we were talking. The conversations about that, right? And now we're talking about justifications on why black women are the most unprotected.
I said when it comes
now we're talking about justification. I just wanted to make sure the audience understands where we're at in the conversation right now.
What I'm saying is when it comes to mutual combat or any forms of combat that involve, racism or things like that, or injustices, improprieties, yes, black women are the least protected women.
Damn.
But I don't think overall women are the least protected people. Yeah. Men are the least protected people, especially the black man.
Yeah, we understand that, it's actually interesting dynamic, right, Sherelle? It's an interesting dynamic. And CJ, feel free to chime in and we'll get scamming. So black women don't call the police, right? Wait, hold on. Do they call the police or not?
They definitely call the
police.
Hell
yeah, they call the police. They get that. How you think niggas get all these false
when compared to Karens? When compared to Karens, because that was a comparative statement.
No, black women mind their business more than white women.
Y'all hear it? This sounds
call the police more than black women.
No. So now here's the other thing. Right? Why don't they call the police? Do we have good relations? At the very least, stereotypically with police. No. Do black men? How do black?
That's why they
Good
call
God,
the
y'all decorum is.
No, I'm asking the question. No, we don't.
Okay. Do y'all?
Don't ask this
So,
question,
yeah, you're right. I apologize. So it's almost like we don't have good run-ins with the police, right? That's the stereotype. Specifically black men.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
So is it like they don't call the police because they trying to protect us? Some shit?
No. You know why they don't call the police? You know why they don't call the police? You know why they don't call the police? Because there's no catharsis. There's no catharsis in calling the police. They know if they call crash out, that man's gonna come crash out and give her the catharsis that she's looking for. Police have they have to operate within some order or rule set. Now, how well they do that is they do it very lousily. But a crash out operates in total anarchy,
No, I understand
total
it.
legal anarchy, and that's what she wants to see happen.
Let's do a real time.
Police too, though.
Let's do a real time experiment, Hamp. Hold
I understand
on.
the retort.
Hamp, let's do a real time experiment. Hamp. Ask your brothers in the chat if you ever had a police called on you by black. You know, we the majority of brothers are black. Put a 1 in the chat if you ever had a woman call the police on you. 2 for no. 1 for yes. 2 for no. Men on the panel. Have you ever had? We can start here with us. Let's start with Hamp. Hamp, you ever had a woman call the police on you?
No.
No. Aaron, you?
No. I'd be hateful. No woman. No.
Scam?
No.
DJ?
I'm gonna say no.
No. Well, I have. And I ain't do shit.
That's exactly what we're saying. That's
I ain't do shit.
I was close, motherfuckers.
I've had a woman threaten her. She's gonna get her family members on me.
Shake the spot. I had girls call their family on me, but they
As a bouncer in a nightclub, I've had women go threaten to go get the niggas on me. I mean, it was brought to her attention that she shouldn't and didn't, but I've had that happen.
Yo, so I ain't gonna lie, it's a little all over the place in my estimation.
But look, Hamp, we're not really people that feel me like criminals and thugs and get put in those situations where the police gonna get called on us. Like,
TJ, that's a terrible point. If you saying that the black men, so it's criminals and thugs. So whatever happens. Like you can't even use that pot to prove a point because you name criminals and thugs.
Give me that.
Jesus Christ, Scam, what's good?
What's going on?
What's goody?
I had been done listening, and there was a video, and I guess woman says he hit me, and then allegedly it was true, is what y'all said, the Love and Hip Hop people or whatever. That there was a video somewhere where he was actually putting hands on a woman. That's correct. Like it was true that the domestic violence, whatever was taking place. Is that right, Charlie?
Yes.
Okay.
It was a video. Yes. Yep.
Okay. No, he
got killed for it by her brother. Okay.
And I'm not a fan of being of crash.
And Scam, let me make sure you have all the information. The brother is not in prison.
Okay, right. It's the son or somebody who else went and crashed out, right?
No. The brother who shot the man and killed him isn't locked up.
Okay, cool. I'm not a fan or supporter of crash out Charlies. Not really. But Sherelle's saying men don't protect women, or they're at least protected. But for the last, however, been talking, everything being said is about protecting men. And then how bad and how violent women are. All the way to the point when they're talking about lesbian marriages and stuff. When there was a video of a man beating up a woman. How does it get so? If you talk about domestic violence and it becomes what men need to do to protect their own selves, how are you going to believe that they're here to protect the women? And then it's what's wrong with women. They mouths do this, they do this. When the majority of women, that's not what they are. There's a select few. There's a percentage. Is it too high? Yeah. Or we take the Karens, take the worst. We always grab the worst and say that's what people are doing.
Say that last part.
Okay. Simply put, the concept was a dude did put his hands on a woman and crash out Charlie showed up or whatever. And the whole conversation about protecting the damn men. How the woman gonna believe that? How are you gonna prove to Sherelle that the women are protected?
when everything is about protecting the woman and what's wrong with women.
But wasn't the girl protected in the video? She got protected by her brother. Her brother came and did what he's supposed to do.
But everything said is don't do that. No, don't go. No, they be lying.
He said that.
Why did Mandrell say that about his
He
sister?
said that.
They be lying. Don't go over there. Don't protect these women. These women that. These women that. I heard stuff you're saying. But I was talking about, I'm just summing it up as a whole. And I think when you said Karens, you were specifically saying Karens. And not just that's fair. But if a woman is watching this, how they gonna believe? You know what, black men, they're gonna protect. If versus HAMP saying, look, if a dude is barking, talking that stuff, stand behind me. I'll take care of him here. That's saying, hey, I'm here to protect my black woman. Or if this is something you should probably do. Hey, be quiet, get out of there. That's protection. Versus what's wrong with these people? The lesbians beating each other in the parking lot. Don't go over there. This what's wrong with the Sims. They mouth.
Watch this.
Can I respond?
Tell an inflamed black woman to get the fuck out of there.
Telling what?
Tell an inflamed woman that is engaged in verbal combat with anybody to shut up and get out of there. You go ahead and tell her that.
No, Aaron, I'm saying most women are not doing that. Most black women are not doing that.
Men aren't verbally attacking the woman.
Well, let's look. We're talking about protecting women.
Right.
Your first line of defense.
Women are not doing that.
Best defense, no be there. So go tell a woman that is currently engaged in verbal combat to no be there. Tell her to be quiet and get out of there. I'm trying to protect you. Tell her that.
Okay, so the example we bring up is a woman, instead of an example of like the video or like the situation, actual DV or some kind of we're gonna take the woman in verbal confrontation. That's the example we're gonna go with. And I do agree, because that's one of my main talking points, is Karate Kid 2. No be there when the punch is being
right. If you can say most women are verbally accosting their man, then that DV video is an anomaly as well. Most men aren't doing that. So if that's your argument, then we can use this argument on the reverse. Most men aren't just walking in the room, kicking their girl and punching her in the back of the head for no reason.
The example that was brought up was a DV. Man on woman. Man crash out. I said, hey, I'm not for a man crash out if it can be avoided. But that was the example, and it's about protecting black women. That's the topic. Yeah, most aren't, but that's the topic. The ones who are.
Understandable.
Okay, so the ones who are, do you not think most black men would at least call the cops? Or you think most black men just gonna walk away and let it go down?
Most will do nothing. There's a part,
okay.
True.
Yeah, most do nothing.
If most men see
most all races do nothing.
If most men see
someone in a group, I'll say this, someone in a group, if it's 10, 15 people, someone will offer help. Yes. Most do nothing.
Help. If you see a man walk up to a strange woman and just start punching her, most men are going to help the woman out. Most
people are not confrontational.
That's not true. Unless they don't know why it started or when it started, then you might have a good argument. But if they see it start and they see the woman isn't doing anything to get accosted or get attacked, most men are going to help. What are you talking about?
Majority of people are not confrontational, and most people will not do anything.
Men will
probably
help.
70%.
Men will help.
But if it's a group of people, there will probably be a few people who will step in and do something.
If it's one man, he gonna help that woman out.
Just saying, my majority or minority. I say minority.
And you see that she's not in the wrong, that the man is just completely in the wrong. Most men will help the woman out.
I say
majority of men.
I say most men aren't. I think
go ahead.
They gonna take out their phone and record the shit.
Yep.
Crazy. Y'all losing your mind.
But if it's a group of 10, 20 people, somebody will step in, and then somebody else may step in. But if it's a 1 or 2 people, she's probably on her own. That's white, black, don't matter. Most people are not confrontational.
If they didn't see how it started, and it seemed like they just having a verbal altercation, then I would say they will pick up their phone and start recording. But if they see that the woman didn't do anything to be attacked, most men will step in and stop that.
Hey, Aaron, do you believe it's Aaron, you work security, matter of fact. Do you believe most?
Well, somebody gonna call the cops. I think CJ's adding a lot to it. If you're just looking at a situation where it's a bunch of people standing around, a woman getting her ass kicked, somebody's gonna call some kind of authority. Yeah. Somebody's gonna get involved. That's not gonna be her deathbed.
No, we agree, but
there'll be
we're saying
intervention.
majority or minority will step in.
Yeah, there'll be intervention, Aaron, but they're just like go in between those two people and break it up.
No, and I don't suggest they do that either. Hell no, and that's not my advice to do that. Don't do that.
Y'all missing the context I gave.
No, we're
saying
they see how it started, and they see the woman didn't do
See,
anything.
you adding too much. You adding too much, right? Because that's a different story, and that we go down that path. I'm just saying because no one really sees how it began. Only the two people sees how it began. It's the commotion that brings more people. So when the more people show up, no one knows what's going on. They didn't see it. The commotion brought them. So we can't use that. So what I'm saying is, 100%. No one's very few people are going to get involved. And my advice is to continue that. Don't do that. What I'm saying is, I think most people are the authorities are going to get involved. Somebody's going to bring attention to this to people who actually should be doing something. But you think, no, I would never advise a man to not, especially not knowing how this thing came to be, to just insert himself. Fuck no. Because there's too many times where that woman turns on that man and now he's really got a problem. No, don't do that. Get the authorities. And even if you end up being the hero and saving the day, the kind of assault charges that you're going to be facing, that she's not going to be able to post you no bail or put money on your books for because you assaulted this man that didn't do anything to you. Use the law the way the law is supposed to be used. Get the law in here to clean this up. That ain't your job. Now, if that's your family member, loved one, or very closely regarded associate, then bodies hit the floor. But you walking down the street with a beer in your hand, and chances are, and this happening, a lot of people gonna be drunk. You fucked up. Like this is happening outside of bars and clubs, man. This ain't happening at the fucking Whole Foods on Tuesday afternoon. So definitely don't get involved in that shit. You crazy?
I agree.
Yeah. That's what Scam was saying.
Now,
we 100% agree.
Okay. Now, other thing I was gonna say, Mandrell video, him and his sister. She says if you get that phone call, that person's out of here.
Yeah.
One thing is, usually those people, the woman that actually tell the truth, like I got a sister. If she called me, somebody might be disappearing. Y'all won't see me on panels no more. It'll be a GoFundMe. But I know who my sister is. Like he knows who his sister is.
Right.
So the people, because I remember watching that replay a long time ago. They just tied this person into every other black woman that they saw on crackingwomen.com and say because she's black, you don't get involved. They lying. Like you kind of should know who people are to the point if you're going to crash out for them.
Exactly.
And that was dismissed. If my sister calls, somebody got to go. And those people who know that know not to call. Let me call the police because I know what's going to happen if I call him.
There you go.
You know,
I got a cousin. If she calls me, I'm calling the police because I know that bitch is crazy. But there's other women in my family. If they call me, what you just said, look, you want to film a movie? Come film this shit.
And there's a 90-something% chance that whatever this person did, they don't need to be here no more. Would you agree?
Whether they do or not, they're not. But yeah, I would agree.
Or 90-something% chance that your sister,
they don't need to be here.
They're telling the truth of what it was.
The ones that I would respond for, I would say 99.9% they tell the truth. The ones I wouldn't respond for, it's a 70% chance she started the shit. But that's why I wouldn't respond because I know she's not.
There you go.
That's what I'm saying. That's how black men show up for black women. We need to know you. And if we do, you cool. That's my whole point. And in orders of magnitude, I'm sorry. You trying to go ahead, pay the bills.
Go ahead.
Marcus with the $5. Question for the fellas. The women that hate men, they don't value men, they don't respect men. Do they deserve protection?
My answer is I don't know these. I'm not within 400 meters of these people to be offered. They don't call me. I don't know these people. So I'm not going to be there to protect them anyway.
The answer directly is no. I was going to actually bring this up as a topic, but protection does require both respect and loyalty. It does cost you something to get protection. You're not just entitled to that.
For the first time in history, I'm in lockstep with scams. So yeah.
Marcus with the $5. So fellas, do simps protect women on panels, whether they're respectful or not?
Yes. I only pander twice a week, Tuesdays and Fridays. Today's Tuesday.
That's where we go diverse.
Son kid. Shalom. Salute. Jay Miller with the $5. Oh, excuse me, remember for night. For what it's worth, according to ChatGPT, Mexican women are less protected than black women due to high rates of violence, weak judicial enforcement, and system corruption. And live with the 50 ball says, Aaron is on the money with that one, because if you're least protected, then why don't you act like it? Do you see how they talk to not only us and other races until things don't go their way? Aaron is salute to LI once again for the 50 ball.
And when I'm feeling broke, E and J by my side, Henny like $40. This shit like
Perfect.
Man. Go ahead, EBD. Oh, let me see if we got
Yeah.
the extension real quick. Hold on.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, but that's what I was saying. When it comes to protection, like we're talking about something that women believe that they're entitled to in society, and that's not the case at all. It does actually require both respect and loyalty to warrant protection. I think that what we're dealing with in our society in America is that we've heard again and again as a whole from our counterparts, our gender counterparts, is how much they don't need us. We're called dusty. We're called all types of disrespectful names, broke, all these things. None of it garners loyalty. None of it garners respect. So therefore, it warrants no protection. So when CJ was talking earlier about femininity both garners loyalty and respect from men. That's why she's afforded that protection. When we see a feminine woman, it's not really logical, it's more biological. It's worth opening up that door, it's worth pulling out that chair, it's worth opening up that car door. A feminine woman exerts that through her behavior, and therefore our biological takes over, not our logical. It doesn't matter if we're married or not, we're still opening up that door for that woman.
Okay. I think I understand it. I don't think in reality it manifests that way, right? Mandrell, when a woman has an association, men are willing to protect her, right? And generally her conduct is inconsequential. It's the relationship to him that matters.
But it's still not without, even though this proximity, there's still both a loyalty and a respect there on a human level that warrants that protection. It's not just given to anybody randomly.
Well, but you're not. It's not even done, right? But your point was femininity or something, right?
No. Femininity garners both respect and loyalty.
Well, but if that's his mom, his sister, his wife, if she's not feminine to you and disrespects you, that's not gonna make me not protect her.
It's more agreement than behavior. If I'm dating Sherelle and I'm a simp, there's an agreement that she can act out of control and I'll protect her. Just like the worst simps are a lot of the thugs. They doing 20 and 30 and 40 years. They taking lives over some stank vagina, and the women is known to act out of control. But that's the agreement they have.
It may be an agreement, but
a lot of them.
The two aspects are going to be loyalty and respect to some degree for protection. You're not going to do it for anybody who you feel doesn't warrant that.
Yes, you're talking about a regular person, but there are people who that's their agreement. All she got to do is show up and they'll protect it. That's their agreement. That's all I'm saying. And she ain't got to be feminine.
Okay, so we talk about two scenarios though: the random woman on the street or the person in close proximity to you. The person in close proximity has.
You're talking about random on the street. Are Are you talking about random on the street, or are you talking about people?
But that's what I'm saying. What conversation are we having?
Well,
because when I bring up
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. EBD.
I think they're different.
That's a misnomer that's been said too many times. I might even said it, and I think it's bullshit. Now that I'm assessing it, right? Like, niggas was walking around here saying, "Yeah, white boy can call me a nigger."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, somebody spit. As long as they don't touch me, I got too much. I got bigger fish to fry. I got too much to lose.
Right.
But now some random woman who looks like a damsel in distress, now you pouring it all out. You wouldn't even protect yourself. Now you don't know her and you going balls to the wall. That don't even make no sense.
No, I mean that's I guess that's not the scenario I'm painting, right? Like a random woman in distress. I'm not saying you automatically are gonna 100% go each and every time because that's unrealistic, right? But there is something that's biological in us that maybe we want to, but we know that we shouldn't. It's a battle between what you want to do and versus what you should do.
You can't prove that. All you're saying is, man, I wish I would. We don't know that. We know the actions. The action is people are preserving themselves first. For a random woman, she could be as feminine as you want to be. If you're going to let somebody call you a nigger to your face and disrespect you, don't start talking to me about respect. And because that don't even matter when it comes to that woman that you don't know, because you got too much stuff to lose. You got a family to feed. You got a wife, right? Just like that man's wife tried to stop him, right? But he didn't stop and got shot up. God bless the dead. But don't tell me men want to. How do you know unless they do it?
I mean, I guess I'm speaking more for a personal experience rather than for all men. I can't speak for all men, right? So I'm only coming from my perspective. When I do see, if it's me and I see somebody when it goes down, and if she is feminine, I am going to want to do something, but my logic takes over and it's a battle between, yo, man, I want to, but I know I shouldn't. And it's a struggle. It's not just, it's me though. You know what I'm saying? I can't speak for all men. That's what I'm saying. That's where I'm coming from with this.
So I got a question. So on a personal level, what do you mean by loyalty?
What do you mean a personal thing about loyalty?
So loyalty deserves protection.
Yeah, loyalty and respect garners protection, like from most men. I mean, like when we're talking about how women perceive men, how black women perceive men.
So how could a random woman on the street be loyal to you?
Maybe she can't. But you know, when I talk about the random woman on the street, when we're talking about femininity, we're talking about a woman who's not aggressive. We're talking about a woman who like we were talking about before, and it doesn't look like she's starting anything. Even though we can't prove it, even though we don't see it, there's something about seeing a mother or holding a child. There's a woman who was holding a child, and I guess the father was they were having an argument over something. She was holding the child, and he was like beating her up while she's protecting the child and herself. So I called the police because of, you know, I was too far from.
Think about hold on, really, hold on. Because stop talking, our EBD, please. You called the police when a baby was involved. You had to invoke a baby to even call the police. If a man won't step in when a baby is involved, don't talk to me about stepping in when there's some woman getting beat up by some man. That baby is a call for instant action. 2 minutes for the police to get there while a baby is involved? That's despicable. A kid, yo, I have my belief system is strong, right? I have care for the people that are my people, right?
Right.
If there's a kid being accosted, white, blue, black, or brown, it's not happening on my watch. That is a child. You take that personal and seriously. You stopped to call the police while a baby was involved, beloved. That doesn't make any sense. There was this girl with this older gentleman, right? Mm-hmm. And I didn't know how old she was. She was a black girl with this white dude. They hugging up and all that. We in New Jersey Mike's. I went over there. Hey, love, how old are you? Oh, I'm 19. I said, I can't tell. I don't know. This dude looks way older than you. I don't feel comfortable with this, you know? And I said, you let me see your ID, I'll leave y'all alone. he started getting a little mad. I said, listen, I came over here understanding that this could escalate, right? If you want to escalate, I'm more than willing.
Mm-hmm.
But she looked like a kid. So I think he's right, because I didn't go at him crazy, but I wanted to badly, you know. And then she pulled out her ID, showed it to me. I'm like, hey, I appreciate it, man. There's just so much shit going on here in Maryland, DC, and Virginia. You know, it's like 300,000 black girls been kidnapped and shit. You know, DC has a kind of a epidemic with that.
Okay.
You know, so it's just something that really. And I have daughters, you know. So I wouldn't have felt right getting in my car with that situation being a little bit off, you know. But I was serious, but I wasn't overt. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know, and
like you came at it with tactics.
Yeah, but I think you can also feel like if it escalates, it's gonna escalate.
But this is what I'm talking about, like something that you feel versus your logic. It's
but I was direct though. You see, I didn't call the police like, hey, they look like a young girl, because it's kids. You know?
Well, yeah. But like I'm saying, like this is what I saw with my own eyes. I'm in my apartment. I'm looking in the parking lot. I'm seeing this go down. I'm too far to really jump in and Superman my way in to do anything. But the next thing, I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. I heard them arguing, and I'm like, okay, fine. This is the hood. They argue, whatever, right? You know, dad and mom and child, whatever it is. But when I saw him and you know, laying into her, I'm like, nah, man, nah, hey. So the 911 dispatcher is like, you know, I'm like, hey, something's going on. He's like wailing on her, and she's able to hear it through the phone. She's like, is that them? He's like, yes, that's them. Like, just come get it and come do something about it.
Yeah, no, I just with a kid involved, I think it simply illustrates the point that most people aren't going to intervene, right? They're going to intervene in a more passive way,
right?
Especially when a kid's involved. I'm thinking people are going to be more right and exact about that.
Yeah,
you know, but that's what scam is accurate, right? Most people ain't jumping in stuff.
Yeah, most people ain't jumping in. No, that was never in dispute. What I'm saying is there's something like that's biological in that maybe you do want to do something, but I think it's a battle between your logic, what you should be doing versus what you want to do. That's my point. And it's a conflict. It's like, I don't know these people, but I do want to help. And then the next thing I can do, the next best thing I can only do is call the police. Because like you said, I don't know this situation. I know they're together. I know they had this baby together. But I'm sure as hell not going to hop off of my second story balcony and run in to help. And you know what I'm saying?
No, I understand. You know, with the kids, I think it's just more likely that people will get involved, you know?
Right.
You know, you ever see those little things like the girl be sitting on the park bench and then somebody will come over like, hey, you want to go with me? Most everybody's like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
You know? And I think calling the police is smart and makes sense. It's just the kid thing is more invoking, you know? Right. And it's all risks, right? And you want to mitigate risk as much as possible, you know? And at a point, you know, risk reward, you try to weigh it out.
Right.
You know, and you just gotta make, you know, assessment, you know, what you prepare for. And I just know what I'm prepared for. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And I think it's a generational thing too. I mean, I was taught to always kind of jump in and intervene, but in 2025, you know.
Yeah, I see. It's interesting. They keep talking about guns and people getting shot and all that stuff. I guess they assume that the person I'm talking to he got the last gun ever made or something like that.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not saying you rush in like a hawk. You right. You got to understand the situation. But if it's on, it's on. Right. You know.
Hey,
also, go ahead. My bad, Scam.
Go ahead. Finish.
No.
Okay.
I'm just saying I've been subject to situations in which I also know what they're like when you do certain things, right, and you deal with the repercussions. I've also experienced that too. So my outlook on it is more inclusive,
right,
of the consequences of said actions also. So when I'm making the decision, I'm making a real one, you know,
right,
because I've been subject to the worst. You know what I mean? That's all.
You have enough forethought.
No,
I get it. But yeah, when it comes to protection, though, when it comes to protection in real life, in real time, like, I mean, yeah, it can be my sister, yeah, it can be my mom, yeah, it can be my daughter, yeah, it's like people who are in proximity to you are usually automatically going to have it, without any questions or with little questions as possible, right? But there's going to always be forethought, number one. And number two, we're not animals. We're not dogs that just say go because you say so. There's going to be some questions. And I tend to talk to both people before something actually happened. It needs to, because the thing for me is, I don't need to escalate something. I need to bring it down. Y'all both need to be mature and chill the fuck out. Because nothing I do to beat this person up or harm them is going to make the situation better for yourself, myself. I'm now removed from ever protecting you ever again because you said because this person said something you didn't like or possibly did something you didn't like, and that's not protection either.
Yeah, I think you want to be mindful, right? You want to have the situational awareness, right?
Right.
I think that's overwhelmingly key. I think people just I'm interested, and sure you could jump in, just looking, right? There's people like oh, this is dumb. You'll get shot. Well, that's what happens, right?
Right.
When you out in the world standing up and sticking up for people, and I understand that we have to protect ourselves, but at the what's the word? I can't really think of the thing, but I can't really think I want to say, but it's just like a coward is a coward. Right. And cowards still exist.
Right.
And I think that being smart is one thing, but let's not be twisted. Niggas, there are niggas that are cowards. And they try to cosplay as a nigga that's mindful.
Right.
The coward ain't gonna do nothing regardless. He just want to say he got mouths to feed. He wasn't gonna do something anyway.
Right.
Know what I'm saying? So I just want to be as clear. Go ahead, Shiro.
Okay, yeah. So, yeah, I think that's something that we pay attention to, just like within the effects of what's going on now, is that just looking at through historical evidence here, Black women have always been the least protected. A lot of times I say things and people try to disprove it, then they'll acknowledge it, and then they'll justify it, right? And it'll avoid the fact that it's been acknowledged that it's true. But then it's now we're going to go justification. So we'll say that they're not the least protected out of everybody. No, because Black kids are the least protected, right? So little Black girls go from being the least protected to 18 and they're the most protected.
Damn.
Their schools aren't teaching them. Oh, so it's not like Black schools majority schools that are Black, these people aren't getting lesser educations.
Like when you say the least protected in school, protected from what?
I didn't say least protected in school. I said least protected as children.
Okay, or as children, protected from what?
Harm.
That's pretty broad. Harm from other people, harm from...
Yeah, typically harm comes from other people. Yeah. But so from that whole grand scheme of things, the correction of Black women, a lot of times it's just hateful critique. I understand the causes and I understand how people get to where they're at when they have hatred towards Black women, but a lot of it's not correction. Correction comes from love. Hateful critique is just something that people have. And when you want to correct the person, but you have no sympathy or no empathy, or no sympathy or empathy, you won't even acknowledge their plight. And when you do acknowledge their plight, when you have to be proven and beat on the top of your head with statistics and proof that their plight even exists, you find justifications for them. Well, you deserve it. Well, that's good for you. And you
I don't.
I mean, I would understand exactly why they feel how they feel, or look at it how they look at it. Not only are we the least protected, but we're being gaslit about not being the least protected. And then when we find a way to filter through the gaslight and show all the proof, there's no sympathy, there's no empathy, and then on top of that, they're gonna justify the negative things that's happening to us. They're going to justify it.
We've been through 50 or 60 years of an entire gender saying that we're not needed. Well, like 50 to 60 years of intergenerational like disrespect, disloyalty. We don't need you. We're better than you. We're smarter than you. We're the most educated. We're making more money than you. Y'all broke, y'all dusty. Can you pay my bills? I don't want those. Like we've been through like 60 years of an entire gender saying that we are not needed, yet you're gonna complain about not being protected. And the two don't go together. Like
you're doing it right now.
Hang on, Scan, hang on. You cannot go through intergenerationally teaching young women that they're not to need their male counterparts and then complain about the lack of either masculinity or protection or doing what we're supposed to do. If we're supposed to improve as men and be better for women in general, not just our women, but for our sisters and our moms and things like that. If we're gonna like tolerate, well, it's intolerable. Disrespect and disloyalty is intolerable. You're not gonna want to protect that. Who wants to?
EBD, you literally date white women, and you're talking about loyalty.
Why is that an issue?
Because you're literally
I have a black sister. I have a black mother. I have a half black daughter. I have a black father. I have a black.
Attacking the point's better.
But you keep screaming loyalty. That makes no sense.
I think attacking the point's better anyway.
You're not listening.
No, Hal. Everything she said about the gaslighting, he's doing it right now.
Well, you can call it gaslighting if you want to. It's the truth.
The very thing she said, you're doing it right now.
Well, what it is EBD. I don't know if gaslight is the right term per se, but I think you're saying here's the reason why this exists. Here's the reason why this is happening. So essentially, you're not disagreeing with what she said. No. You're I think justifying might be too strong, but I guess it is justifying why it's happening.
Yeah, there is a cause and there is an effect. This doesn't come out of a
okay. No, 100%. Yeah. But when all what's being said is when black women are saying they have no protection, you're saying you don't have no protection because of what happened the last 50 years.
Correct.
So now they're saying you agree with them. You're just telling them why.
Exactly.
So they have protection.
Tomorrow, black women as a whole say we need our men. We love our men. We respect our men. We need our men. We can't live without a man. We understand and respect a value of a man. Tomorrow, the whole behavior, the whole diaspora, the whole language, the whole attitude goes out the window tomorrow. Then what happens? Then how do men
start? You live in a fantasy world.
Then what happens with the protection?
Nothing.
Then what happens with the relationship? Then what happens with the marriage? Then what happens with families?
Positively nothing.
So, damn, this is a great conversation. We didn't get the extension, so we have to do some final thoughts, and maybe I'll do a rendition of the conversation this evening. Because we didn't get the nope. So, Scan, what were you wanting to add to that before we do the finals?
That was just an example. Protecting. There's a situation going on, man on woman or whatever. Woman needs protection. That's not, I don't see how you get to, well, on the media in 1826, the women said we don't need that. We got jobs, 50-50. Like, that's just we ain't gonna protect. And I just looked and saw she was black. And so I'm gonna go bring up the worst example of black woman, throw it in there and do nothing. When most women are not this. Most men are not protecting. But the very talking point, the first one, protect and provide, protect and provide, protect. If something happens, who gonna step in? A man or a woman? Because we're protectors. But then where the protection at? What are we talking about? Oh, she must be one of them near black women's because of black. The white women, because if the woman is watching this, how are they gonna say, you know what, I'm confident black man got my back. You know what? Let me donate. Let me go and support and cook a sandwich for my please. Make that a light sandwich, please, because But I'm just talking about, and this ain't me and whatever. I'm just talking about the message and what it is that I'm hearing, what I'm seeing. They got all the way to Indonesian lesbian women fighting in the parking lot versus how do we protect black women? And how do we protect ourselves? I agree, Crash Out Charlie ain't the answer. But it became another thing. Look at them black women. Black. They fighting because of black. Come on, bro. And you just did it after she just said it. Had another point. Can't remember what it was. It was almost important. But I don't get it because we got dudes boxing matches, karate dojos, and everything. But then when a woman's involved, it's time to beat that shit out of a man for the ego or whatever. Karate war ninjas. But if it's a black woman, let's pull out the cameras and let's get on YouTube and talk about it. Look at them black ass black women. Make it make sense. Oh, that other thing, I remember what it was. Like Hamp, when you were saying when you stepped in with the kid, whatever, and you were, or the good woman who looked like she was young, and you said when you stepped in and you told the dude like, hey, this might go left. In so many words, this might go left, and I'm cool with that. Once you do step in, you are in, and that's just what it is. It can't be an in and halfway out, and it kind of is because you don't know where it's gonna go. Like the dude, Adrian Payne, something was going on at a gas station. He jumped in. He ended up losing his life. It's not cool.
There's a few. There's a few, Scam. There's a few.
If you walked up on a dude and he was a karate war ninja and you got stomped out, you were willing to live with that, weren't you?
Yeah.
For the kid or for whatever. You made a decision.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't see why people, not for all out reckless simpage, just jumping out the window, crashing out for some sour booty, and she's a skank cracking in a man's face. That ain't cool. But you see, maybe I should step in, and you step in, and something happens. It's just what it is. It's unfortunate. I don't see why we criticize those men who do so.
Yeah, no,
because I think the dude out, we give them all the heroes and whatever. I mean, you give him all the accolades, GoFundMe's or whatever. But if he loses, he was a simp. He should have stayed out of it.
Yeah, no, it's tough sledding, right? It's almost like a catch-22, But most women are protected by the men that have a direct association. Husband, cousin, brother, nephew, father, right? That's where most of the protection comes from.
I agree.
And really, as it should, right? The randomization thing about her being feminine, you can't see it when these things are escalating. Usually your attention gets caught by something happening during an escalation. Very rarely is it randomized to the point where a woman's sitting at the bar and a nigga's like, well, fuck you then, bitch. And she has a soft response. So then you stick up for her. That's just not happening overwhelmingly. Usually it's within an already escalated situation that you have to make a decision in.
Right.
And oftentimes you appeal, just real quick. And oftentimes in those situations, you appeal to the man, right?
Yeah.
Yo, bro, it ain't worth it.
It ain't worth.
Fuck her.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
That's usually what'll happen, right? There was a couple on campus where motherfuckers, they used to stay arguing and fussing, and and we knew each other, so it was different, but even then you ain't, I'm gonna whoop your ass. You like, yo, bro, come on, son.
Right.
When they start kind of pushing and shoving and they both kind of going at it, he played football, so I could grab him around the stomach. Yo, come on, man. It ain't, you know what I mean?
Right.
But even in those situations when it's a men and a women, niggas running up, going crazy, that's not the smart way to handle it.
Right.
You approach it
I agree.
Like with empathy and being humble towards the situation, because we know love make you do crazy shit, bro.
Yeah.
And they gonna be hugging and kissing the next day. Right? A lot of time you protecting people from themselves, So what are you about to say? Go ahead.
Shit.
What you about to say? Go ahead.
I forgot. Yeah, I forgot.
Yeah.
That's important too.
A lot of times we protecting somebody from themselves because when they get arrested, bro, that shit is a whole lot worse.
Oh, I know what I was gonna say.
Go ahead.
Most of the time, just your presence is the very protection because it's the biggest deterrent. Like dudes who are into this reckless stuff, it could be a small Mexican dude, 130 pounds. You step to him and his woman, you still got to be ready for blood. Or you don't know if he's confrontational or not, but you don't want to find out. You might get cut. And most men do know that.
Yeah, 100%. 100%, man. It's no easy task, you know. But in terms of the conversation being least protected, I understand the retort, EBD. It's a little bit, I don't even know how to say it. Like maybe disheartening, I guess. Like y'all talk shit about us for 50 years. So listen, we ain't sticking up for y'all heifers. You know, and maybe that's not the job of random men. But it just seemed we really far apart because of what's the fat white girl name? Ricky Lake. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Like let's put it this way. If we're in a random situation and I'm an older man stepping into, two teenagers or whatever that are fighting or whatever, they're in high school. And if I tell her to be quiet and back up and don't talk to that man that way because I'm capable, I'm understanding and aware of his destructive capabilities as a teenage boy going through whatever. And if she don't want to listen to me and like, you ain't my daddy and this and that and all kinds of stuff, how can I protect that? And I think that's mostly the point. Right, I may be able to hold him back physically and restrain him physically, but that has to turn off. All that aggression and all that I'm in your face and I ain't got to do nothing. Nobody can tell me nothing, and I ain't got to listen to nobody. That has to turn off. That has to turn off. That is the part of protection that we're missing from all this shit.
Hey, EBD.
And loyalty. That's what protection comes in. I can protect you from this bullshit you about to go through. If you listen and respect what I'm going to say. Oh,
hey,
you don't mute him.
EBD. I don't believe anybody's advocating for the woman who's acting a fool to go out there and protect her. I think there's close to 0 people saying go protect her, go save her. That's why I criticize him, calling him Crash Out Charlie. He's doing some extra on some extra, and she don't need no protection.
Right. Right. Or from what it looks like, or from the perception is, maybe she don't need no protection because she thinks she got it and this and that. Now, I mean, it's hard to walk past a situation when, like, first of all, you feel like you can do something about it and de-escalate. Like, I'm not the one to go up in there and be in somebody's face talking about be over there or I'm gonna kick your ass. That's not how I'm gonna do things, because that doesn't solve anything, right? What solves something is breaking up this issue, and both of these people need to be quiet. Both of them need to back up and go somewhere. Both of them got to bring it way down. You have to de-escalate all situations. You can't, and with tactics.
Let me ask Sherelle a question. Sherelle, when you hear all this conduct conversation, right? The conduct conversation seemingly has merit, all right, about the poor conduct of Black women specifically, and how it's not desirable to the men that are supposed to be associated and protecting them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that equally it's like the fact that conversation even has merit, and then we decide if we want to protect or not? Like, what does it really say about the conduct? How much does the conduct need to be addressed? If the conduct is addressed, this is a non-conversation, right? Or no?
I don't think so.
Go ahead.
Just like when I look at it globally,
women
in other countries of our color that are more feminine still get abused at higher alarming rates. They still have dealings with healthcare all over the globe.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was talking about the men to women, like in terms of us being a covering over one another?
Oh yeah. I think women should definitely. It's definitely a decorum to avoid situations and not put themselves in situations. I think that definitely needs to be addressed. I don't see how that will solve the hospital, the healthcare things. I don't see how that will solve the economic disparities that we're having in schools, workplace, sexual assault, different things like that. I don't see how that will. I think every time we have these conversations, black men take it as a personal attack, as if we're the ones harming you. Da 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 da. It's always gonna go on a base level. Most women aren't saying the men in my family don't protect me. You never hear that during these conversations. You know. So.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Scan.
The majority of women are not doing this. Most people just go to work, go home, eat a sandwich, and that's it. Most people aren't disrespectful. Most women are not. But 97.2% of the conversations are about disrespectful women that most people shouldn't be dealing with anyway. So I think there's an imbalance.
But you think disrespectful women are the minority of women?
Yes. Women up in man's face yakking and quacking and saying, "Come save me." That's a minority.
Yeah. Okay. Do you think it's a minority?
Or the assumption.
No. So this is the crux, right? So Scam says the minority of women are disrespectful. EBD says the majority are disrespectful.
Yes.
How do you justify your answer?
Like how about the numeric?
Well,
Scam first. How do you still man your?
Don't. If you know what?
Majority. No, I'm asking.
That's what you want. They're all. Yep, all of them. Not majority. All. That's what you want.
No. What I'm asking is, you said the majority are not disrespectful. How do you still man that? That should be, and it's based on your experience, obviously. So, what's the reason you're saying that?
I mean, what I got to do? Go outside and start? Excuse me. What you want me to tell you?
No, I'm saying, how did you come to that?
Most of them don't have criminal records. Most of them don't call the police. Most of them don't got bruised eyes, swollen, busted knuckles. Most are not disrespectful. Most of them go to work, do their thing. You probably don't remember their names, and they go home.
Okay. Okay.
But if we're gonna pretend like all of them are a majority disrespectful, I got nothing to say.
No, we looking for, because you said it right, and so if I were to answer, right, I've seen unbecoming conduct, right, for sure. It's like it's a blessing from the Most High for me, right? Generally speaking, most people don't disrespect me like just for no reason, but also I'm pretty like calm, you know. And I be talking trash, but I'm generally like kind or nice or cordial, you know. And I think my disposition is like a blessing too, where people don't be like, just, you know, fortunately, I would say. And so I haven't seen it in mass, but I've seen disrespectful or foolish behavior for sure, you know. So it's kind of just come off of what comes across me, you know. So EBD, what about you?
For me, it's school. Growing up in school, junior high, high school, the vocational school I went through, the jobs that I worked at, or just being out in the world. Like I'm not saying like women are disrespectful 100% of the time from sun up to sundown. I'm saying that when it comes to confronting a man, like they'll bring it to a level that no other woman that I'll look around in society brings it to, which is like fisticuffs. Like my sister built entitled put her hands on me because growing up with just my mom put her hands on me too. So now here comes my sister thinking she could put her hands on me as well. And there's things like that. It's not only within my family, but it's within society. We wouldn't be hearing the things that we hear now, either on the internet or in real life, about protection or about complaints or about how men are perceived by our women, to say that we're not worthy or we're not good enough, and then turn around and complain about the stuff that we don't do.
Okay.
Now all we have to really do is listen to women and see what they say and why, and now we can understand why they're saying it.
Go ahead, Sherelle.
I don't know, man. There's some stuff.
Final thoughts, right?
Huh?
Final thoughts, right?
Nah, go ahead. I want to go ahead. Were you about to say something?
Oh no, to that no.
EBD, did you say middle school?
Yeah, middle school, grade school. Yeah, you can count on one hand like which women are kind of timid, kind of shy, and which other ones are kind of loud and kind of ratchet and kind of mouthy and disrespectful and have to be disciplined all the time. Yeah, we calling your parents again because she want to go off and say this and say that. Yeah, she went up and picked up a few rocks and threw them at some boy because she said something that she didn't like. Yeah, we had to call the principal and she got suspended because of this and that.
And it's the majority, you're saying 51% or more.
In my perception, yes, because kids grow up to be adults. And if there's no accountability, and if there's no correction, and if there's no punishment, and if there's no intervention whatsoever, what incentivizes a person to be better and to change other than accountability? Someone has to correct the behavior somewhere along the way. Because if there is no correction, there is no consequence. There's no handcuffs. There's no none of that. Why change?
If it were over 50%, Trump would have activated the National Guard to knock on people's doors. And they be doing checkpoints. Excuse me, is she being masculine towards you? Excuse me,
I don't know about all that. I mean, we're not.
They have the talking. No, they literally, Trump would invoke the talking point checkpoints. Excuse me, sir. Is she being feminine towards you? If it was really that bad. But
what do you mean really that bad?
And how old are you, EBD?
43.
43.
From the 80s.
From experience in middle school.
Yeah, middle
with
school.
girls that didn't like it.
No, yeah, there were girls that were mouthy and disrespectful and loud. Yeah. That ain't some new phenomenon. When's the last time you heard like in mass black women are like, man, I love my men. They're so this, they're so that. I can't wait to get home. I can't wait to cook. I can't wait to clean. I can't wait to do this and that. Girl, he did this and that and all the other stuff. When?
Are you looking for that? Are you in circles for that?
I thought. Well, I mean, what besides Google, what search engine should I use?
Where are the white and Hispanic women doing that?
Yeah, they do that.
No,
not that. Now, I'm not saying they do that in mass. I'm not saying they do that all the time.
No.
Don't take what I say to say that women are black women are loud and nasty 100% from sun up to sundown. That's not what I'm saying.
You said 51 or more.
That's not what I'm saying. That's how you take it, but that's not exactly what I'm saying.
You said majority, right? Majority disrespect.
I say majority or more. Disrespectful.
That's 51% more.
And I think that's just a thing of perception. I think that's how they talk about us as men, as a whole. They don't say this one's dusty. They say all of y'all is dusty. How do you have the Princellas of the world who talk what they talk about men and are able to make a career and write books and go on book tours?
Because you're willing to go over there.
Bro, no, I need you to seriously consider
how many
like what
are
I'm saying, bro. Wait. I need you to consider what I'm saying about talk shows and about how they talk about men.
So you're bringing talk show, not reality, but we're bringing talk shows as the example.
Bro, talk shows is reality. We're not talking about AI. We're talking about women.
That might be the problem.
Denigrating and disrespecting men. Men.
Talk shows is the reality now. This is what we're doing.
Bro, all of it is a culture. All of it is a culture.
So when you walk outside right now at 43, how often are you getting disrespected by black women?
There's one waiting for him right now.
I'm here on the internet today. If you're talking about today, I've been inside all day.
One's gonna knock on the door in 10 minutes. Excuse me, sir. Can I disrespect you right quick? I had a quota to meet. We're talking about talk shows to represent reality. What are we doing?
Well, let me ask a question.
Serious conversation.
Well, let me ask a question. So, do you think EBD's archetype? What percentage of EBD's archetype is there for black men? What would you say? Because I've heard men who have a similar archetype, who have different likes and wants that aren't the stereotypical likes and wants that black men usually have. I've heard and seen them, on clips though, right? For the most part, in person a little bit, because I just know a couple people that have been treated less than desirable because they weren't preferred. There's a level of disrespect that's leveraged against those men when they don't have a desire for those men. I've seen that.
But they should still be able to look across the street. That woman, them 4 women that they want, they can't get. They see them respecting Tony, Ronnie, Big Ricky, and Mike. So they can't say this happened to all black men, all women disrespectful. Because over there, she's like, "Oh, can I carry you? Can I cook you a sandwich, a turkey?"
Never made that claim or argument.
No, I'm talking to him. I'm not talking about you. I'm just talking in general.
Okay. Well, yeah. That's
Even the dudes who say these women hate me because I ain't this or whatever. There's some dudes who are that, and they're not having. And so, meaning you see.
I know, but you're not replying to me directly. I'm talking about the undesirable. That's what I'm talking about.
I'm saying even the undesirables see desire somewhere, which means okay, yes, there's disrespect over here on the left, but there's respect on the right. It's not they're getting disrespected too.
I think the reply is like a nothing burger, right? Because he's giving his experience, and then we're invalidating it by laughing at him. And then, but then you're saying in the same breath, there's respect somewhere out there. But EBD has a particular archetype that they generally black women don't align with, right? EBD?
Correct.
I've seen that archetype. And so now he's laying it out to you. And so now and I would say it's a subset that have that archetype. I don't know. I think it's a subset of black men that have an archetype, but I've seen people who have that similar archetype or things that they like that aren't stereotypical, get treated poorly as compared to the men that have a more stereotypical archetype. That's that's his experience.
I get him saying it's his experience, but I'm saying his experience doesn't represent everyone else. I'm left-handed.
But what about him?
I'm left-handed. It makes sense to use your left hand. But to most people, I understand that most people are right-handed.
So you're saying what?
I'm saying, okay, let's say I was ugly. Like I'm ugly on Wednesdays and Thursdays. On a Wednesday, I'm ugly. I expect people to treat me like I'm ugly because that's what I am. But I understand other people aren't ugly. And majority of people might not be. So I understand this may be what I'm dealing with. But as a majority, that's not what it is.
Okay, so his reply is this. Let me because you just got to reply scam as opposed to trolling a man, right? So
not when he says talk shows are reality. I mean,
he's saying talk shows back when we were young and all that were just a lens into what the experience was depending on the show, right? And we understand the word show matters, right? So we don't want to be obtuse. EBD, the retort is your archetype may go through that, but the overwhelming majority of men don't go through that. So by proxy, that wouldn't make the majority of black women disrespectful.
I can see that. I can concede to that because not all black men are going to be disrespected by black women, right? If you're a certain archetype that they're attracted to, for the most part, Tyrone ain't going to be disrespected. He's not. He's the one who can make the relationship work. He's the one that can offer the protection. He's the one that could actually handle that woman. You know what I'm saying? As it were, the football player, the basketball player, anyone that they deem like either attractive or someone that they can agree with. Outside of that, I don't see it.
Hey, EBD, can I ask you this? Is there a difference in being disrespectful or have been kind of saying, if you're saying over 50% of women are disrespectful, you're saying they're continuously disrespectful or possibly could disrespect?
Possibly could disrespect rather than saying they're disrespectful 24/7. That's not my contention or argument, and that's not what I'm arguing. I'm saying that they can get there without and take it to a level that they shouldn't be taking it to. And that's not all the time every day, but that's probably too often due to the perception that's been beaten to say, I don't need you, I don't want you, Think about an argument you get into with a woman. What comes out of her mouth?
Now, all right, so let me interject here. Cheek, what's goody?
What's good?
You got a delay? Check.
Nah, I don't think so.
Oh no, you good. Okay.
That's good.
Now, EBD, here's where this question does have to come back into perspective.
Okay.
if you don't deal with black women, do you have no choice but to default to when you were younger, because that's when black women were most impactful and you had no choice but to go to school with them? Where is your experience come from? If even the city in which you live in is it predominantly Latino?
Yeah, San Antonio's predominantly Latino, and then we're
And
more of
white.
a minority here. Yeah.
So just thinking about that, my concern, I don't know if it's a concern, like you doing something wrong, but
yeah,
if it's from younger, dealing with your mom, your sister, coming up through grade school, you probably went around, you had no choice but to be around whoever was at the school,
right?
And then TV.
Okay.
But then in your everyday life, you're not dealing with black women overwhelmingly. Are you just kind of going off of something based on an ideology and not like actual tangible experience?
No, this is real life that I live every day, because no one sits there and watches TV from sun up to sundown. You got to go to school sometime, right? You got to be outside sometime. You got to be at the grocery store. You got to be at the car wash. You got to be here. You got to be there. And stuff happens all the time. It's just I come from a generation where not everybody had a phone to record it and put it on YouTube.
Cheek was good. I understand.
What's good? What's good? I don't know why we. I don't know why we're using such a developmental time frame of middle school and elementary.
That's what EBD introduced.
Like, yeah, and I'm not understanding why. Like, people change, especially from those points of middle school and elementary or grade school. Those people definitely change. Like,
people can change, but if, like I said, like I was talking about.
Let me say it, EBD, because I'll say it quicker.
Go ahead.
He said essentially they have that poor behavior, right? That is unproductive. However, it's never checked. So if it's never checked, they didn't think it's okay, and they live as adults with similar, if not the same, behavior.
Well, here's what I'll say because I share the same experience. Right, black girls was not fucking with me. They was not.
Yeah,
I've never been
that's what I was trying to convey.
I've never been one. This be like, oh, black girls, like they never did. But again, when you get to around college, especially college, no one cares about their perception. I think a lot of the things that because you'll get the random DM. I used to like you in middle school or high school. You didn't fucking act like it. You act like a hoe. You act like a jerk. You was bullying people. You was mean to me. How the fuck am I supposed to? You'll get the message, and then you have a conversation because you're trying to understand. Like, you did. Why didn't you say that? Well, because it wasn't really. It's just not cool to like those kind of people. That doesn't mean that they don't like you or that they're just stuck in that particular mindset or frame. So it just doesn't do people justice to hold them in a mental state from when they were in elementary school, middle school, and I'll even say early high school. I'll say ninth. I'll give you ninth grade, maybe even 10th, right? But most people change. I'm sorry. It's just most people don't hold the same viewpoints, and they don't have the same social pressures to not like somebody. It's a very. I don't think we should use. I don't think that's fair to use that, right? Now, if you're a criminal, like I have my stances. There's degrees. Now, if you're kicking in people's doors at 13, lock them up. Send him to jail as an adult. I don't want him around because he's causing active harm and danger. But if you just a kid and you don't know who to like because other people kind of dictate what you like in your child, why would I grow up to hold that against you? I don't think that's fair. And I don't think it's fair for black women to keep having that be their vantage point when we're past 20.
I guess I can see where you're. I guess I can. Yeah, people do change over time. That's not something that's in dispute either. The problem is when we talk about change, where does change come from? It usually comes from different experiences of maturing. When you're maturing, you don't act the same way as you did when you were a kid. I mean, the only thing I can say about myself from being a small child, being to a 43-year-old is that I like to joke and I like to laugh and I like to make people laugh. Like, I do stand-up comedy now sometimes, but I was always a class clown in school, right? So that's one thing that's a part of me that's just never going to change, right? I took it too far, and I got in trouble for it. But I'm still me, right?
I got you.
Even though I'm mature, quote unquote, I'm still me. But when we're talking about disrespectful and rude behavior, when we're talking about like confronting and putting your fingers in your face in somebody else's face, when we're talking about like encroaching on somebody's personal space, getting loud, disrespectful, getting checked, like every time an argument happens, there's either it can escalate into something physical or it can de-escalate because there was some intervention or somebody got checked somewhere, right? If that check never happens and you're able to just act any kind of way because no one's checking you and no one's holding you accountable and there are no consequences, why would you change? Why would you change or grow out of that behavior if nobody ever checks you? Not your parents, not your teachers. You're not in trouble. You're not suspended. It's always somebody else who's suffering the consequences, even though you may have started said conflict. And I'm not saying that's every single Black woman on planet Earth, but I'm saying this is what I've seen when I grew up in my personal experience. That doesn't translate to anybody else's experience or anybody else's life or anybody else's anything.
Right. And that's not to negate or delegitimize your experience, but it's more so the question. You think a majority, though? You said a majority. I say
a majority because this is the when I listen to how Black women talk about Black men or Black teenagers, right? It's either you fit the archetype that you're attracted to, you're a basketball player, football player, or ooh, he's fine, or this or that, or you don't. And if you're ostracized, you kind of catch more of the negative aspects of Black women, not the positive aspects. No one's checking for me. No one's calling. No one's texting. Ooh, you this, you that. Oh, you mature. You're growing up into some sort of man. I'm chess club. I'm computer club. I'm all the things that Black women that I grew up with just weren't attracted to, and that's fine. But it doesn't mean that I got disrespectful. It doesn't mean I went out of my way to disrespect Black women and call them this and that and some other names. I've gotten in plenty of arguments with plenty of people, but to the level and the extent that it is taken to specifically with this demographic is something that, like I don't experience with any other type of culture. That's the point.
And you say you grew up around Black culture mainly?
No, I moved around. I'm a military brat. So I was born on an Air Force base, went to Japan, went to Alaska, came back here. So Mexicans and Latinos mostly run San Antonio, which is where I live now, which is where I spent the most time. But it doesn't mean Black people aren't anywhere and that it's in a vacuum.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, let
me ask you this, Cheeky. Let me ask you this. From what you hear even in the real world or the digital space, do you hear most like 50% of women, 51% of women, as Cam would say, more Black women have a positive view of Black men, their male counterpart? They can't live without us. They love us to death. They want to be with us and only us. This and that. Like 51%.
No, I don't think most women don't say that at all. So yeah, I agree. Black, white, everybody, women today just don't think very highly of men. That's just the case. So,
I guess I'm specifically asking about Black women, not all women.
Okay, yeah, Black women, yeah, they're included. So yes, specifically Black women, sure, yeah.
Okay, now that is my only point. Because if that were to, let's just say tomorrow's a brand new day. Today's Tuesday, tomorrow's Wednesday. Let's just say they got rid of all their Sukiana and Sexy Red CDs. They got rid of Nicki Minaj. They don't listen to them anymore. They start talking this stuff about, how good they got it with Black men and how they want to be with just nothing but Black men.
Dang, my bad.
Hang on.
No. I just realized. I think I heard him say it's supposed to be final thoughts. Did you get the extension at least? Hell, we ain't mean to take up extra time, bro.
Oh, go ahead.
You working for free at this point? I don't know if do we fuck with that? Do we fuck with Chinese Black labor? Do we really fuck with that as a people? Do we fuck with slave labor? I thought we was done with that.
Y'all gotta extend the show again, man. I gotta go.
All right, we're gonna end it. We're gonna
just the
I'm
point.
gonna leave. I'm gonna listen and leave.
I was editing the damn thing.
just the point, Cheeky, of let's just say they just want things to change. Their attitude changes. They realize the errors of their ways. They want to improve their attitude. Their perception about black men are this instead of that. Then we talk about the protection. Then we talk about the relationship. Then we talk about families. Then we talk about marriage. Then we talk about what happens when they go to the hospital. Then we talk about what happens to them when they go to school and when they're at work. Then we talking about an improvement of society as a whole in the community. I mean, can you at least see like the correlation? Because I think it all starts with behavior and decorum and perception. Because other than that, it's just lip service.
Shit.
All right, well, I'm a dip. You know what I'm saying? I do realize he said final thoughts, and then this turned into more thoughts.
Hold on, T. Give him two. I told him they got just because of you and Tarus and Mike. I give them 2 minutes to extend. I just got to get to the gym by like 3.
So, you pushing it? I'm out of here. Goodbye.
I got a little bit of time. He think it's 2:30.
He think it's 2:30.
Yeah, Cheeky, it's 1:30 over here. I'm like, why are you leaving? Yeah, it's 1:30 over here. So, damn. Well, let me see. I gave them a couple minutes. Look at Reese. Reese said, why he Oh, look at Cheeky.
All right, hey, look, my nigga. I'm on the whole stick with a plan, stay with the shit. Like if I hear somebody get ready to do some shit that's gonna fuck it up, you better be glad that 1 hour difference.
Yo, Cheek, I'm gonna need you too, man, because I'm gonna try to record this journey to the fight.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you see my camera though.
I know. I see. I wanted to say something. I wanted to say something. Hold on.
So you know they can't
start going crazy, huh?
Yo, they can't tell me nothing, man. You know. But so I need to record it, and then I gotta, do the thing how you be doing it, editing it and all that.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Sure.
So,
just hit me. Just text me.
Yeah, I'll text you for sure. All right, so AC extended us. Y'all lucky. Perfect. I ain't saying I got about 30 minutes. Tarus, what's popping?
Hey, what's up, man?
What's goody?
I just wanted to send something to you real quick. You shouldn't be working for free.
Salute to Tarus in the building.
I think my general opinion when it comes to black women in protection, I kind of look at it more broadly here.
Okay.
For example, I try to keep up with all the market trends and everything. And one thing that I cannot help but notice is that about 300,000 black women have lost their jobs between April and now. Right. And so when you see that with the correlation of such as AI taking over a lot of customer service jobs that disproportionately black women are in and thus affected by. Right. When I'm looking at protections like that, I look at the things such as DEI for all the whining that people did here. The reality is that when DEI was implemented in the Fortune 500 companies, they hit record profits, record after record after record. So clearly, not just hiring black women, but black men and Latino women, all of these different things actually help generate GDP. And yet, look what happened when they started rolling back to DEI. Now, all of a sudden, disproportionately, black women are losing their jobs, right? You look at things like affirmative action, which has helped black women, even though disproportionately it helps more white women. But you look at the fights with things like courts and the judges and everything, and you see how they roll that back, right? And it correlates with the fact that in our community, it is a statistical fact, black women are more educated than black men. In our community, it is a statistical fact because I think you guys had a panel about women having most of the consumer debt and consumer spending in the demographic. So when black women are losing their jobs, it disproportionately affects the black community as a whole. That's my opinion.
Anybody want to disagree or retort? Because Tarus, when I see Mike, you got it. I'm just thinking about his point and seeing if I could find it in my head.
Yeah.
The resume writers, mostly women. When I see them, on Fiverr and LinkedIn, Chat GPT write all them shits now.
Yep.
In whatever tone and I see them jobs going by the wayside, So I'm looking at Tarus in a much smaller way, but that impacts a lot of people, because it's more administrative, AI will answer the phone for you, take messages. I mean, there's a lot. Go ahead, Mike.
I mean, I don't even know if it's a rebuttal to Tarus. I wasn't even going to get up here to rebut anything, but I think it's like, we got to look at it. I'm gonna do it this way. So, Tarus, the reason why you can't really go off the we need this type thing is because we got to look at the world was always going to move in this direction. All of the jobs, especially that women do, a lot of them are not income generating, right? So the reason those Fortune 500 companies revenue went up is because government spending went into those companies, right? They get a tax break, they get tax incentives for doing DEI, which is why, to your point, I mean, I got to make an alternative to your point. That's the reason they so easily dumped it once the government said they weren't reimbursing for it. They never cared about any of these issues. How the hell could you delete all? Hold on. I'm just saying, how could you delete most of these departments the second Donald Trump get in office? Because you never really cared in the first place. They were incentivized to do it. So I think it's really sad. Like, I don't want to take a contrary point. Like, I'm sitting here because this is actually a crisis, but this is what I'm actually going to say to it. I used to have a very different opinion on this black women are the least protected thing, but now I'm starting to have more of an objective opinion about it. How can you be the most independent and protected at the same time? So I'm gonna agree. They are the least protected because they are the most independent. And so when you hear somebody like me come on and talk about marriage, and how marriage is a wealth creator, and how people need to insulate themselves within the multi-generational family structure, this is what I'm talking about. Because now it's left too many women exposed. And to the least protected part, I think Sherelle talked about healthcare.
Mike, before you go there, can you explain real quick how they're the most independent, just so we'd be on the same page?
Oh,
So,
from a cultural perspective, we don't take it, just in general, like Americans especially, we don't take marriage seriously. At least that's what it looks like. So we're the least married group of people, and we don't take fatherhood involvement in the lives of their children seriously. And that's and not only do we have that by the numbers, we project it out in rap songs, everything, right? So that's what I mean.
Now, hold on, real quick. Now, what if I were to offer this? They're the most independent because they're the least protected.
I don't believe. Well, I'll put it to you this way.
Okay.
I think that's an excuse to continue their rebellion, because I would say if women were going to be completely opposite of men, why you got so many condoms in your nightstand drawer? So you're still going to have a dude come over. You're still going to have a dude bust you down. You're still going to ask you if you have a child by him. You're still going to be all in his face, but you need to take care of your children. So they're not actually independent. We're just forcing this rebellion where they don't want to cooperate with a man because the culture says it's cool to do so. So,
Sugar Mike.
Yes, sir.
If she's getting with a man and having a baby and doing these things,
I'm not getting with no man. What you mean?
Doesn't that mean she's doing what the man asked her to do?
Say that one more time. Sorry.
If she's getting with this man and there's condoms in the sock drawer and all this stuff, doesn't that mean she's doing what the man's asking her to do?
I don't follow.
Exactly.
Well, explain your point a little further.
Okay. If these men are super protectors and everything, to Hamp's point, if they're the least protected, that's what's going to cause women to be independent. Just like you talk about divorce. Allegedly, they're just divorcing because the shoelaces are untied now, which is not true. But in 1956 or 68, whenever it was, say a woman couldn't have a bank account, they can't get no job, can't do this, can't. But they're willing, and they grew up, beat half to death, treated like slaves, and shamed every day. That's just how the culture was.
Yeah.
And they standing on the side of the road with a sign in the freezing cold saying women's we needs powers and leaving the man. Don't you think maybe there's something going on that they're actually leaving? And if they're feeling safer on the side of the road in 1968 than at home with the man, don't you think something might be off?
No, I don't.
And don't you think? Okay.
Let me tell you why. I do believe, like, I really think, like, we really don't give enough credence to how well marketing works. We live in a consumer-generated society in which people pay billions of dollars to advertise to people. This rebellion was advertised to women. It started with white women, and they convinced black women to join along, even though black families were outpacing white families in growth. Okay, at that exact time that you were talking about. All right, so look at the saying where they say, if white people have a cold, black people have the flu. White people started this rebellion, and that's why they are the second worst in terms of marriage. The second worst, like Indian men, Asian men, African men have now usurped the white man in his own country in middle, and upper middle class status because they are not married. And I'm just talking about white people here because their family structure is destabilized. So black women did not have to follow white women into this stage of rebellion. That group of people that you're talking about, where it would have been better for them on the side of the road, that's a small group. The statistics say so.
They didn't come back.
Structure.
I don't know what you're talking about, but you missed. If you see a 5-year-old kid leave his house and walk all the way up and scared to go home, and the police put him in the car and saying, we're taking you home, and he's trying to climb out the damn window, don't you think something might be wrong?
So, you know why this is disingenuous, Scam? We from the same exact place. Hold on. We from the same exact place, bro. The same. Exactly. We from the same city. You grew up in a neighborhood where all the dads were there. Most of them. I grew up in a neighborhood where all the dads were there. This is possible for you to do. Hold on. And it's not even easy. We watched all the fights, but these people stayed together despite all of that. So we know it's possible. That's why I'm able to label the woman's rebellion so easily. You have.
Are you going to tell the other side of the story? Or are you going to pick and choose and say the fathers was perfect and everything cool?
No, but so it is the point though. That's my exact point though, Scam. The fathers weren't perfect, and the women weren't perfect, and those people still made it work.
No, the women weren't perfect either. You're right.
And those people still stayed in and made it work. Now it's incentivized that they have the ability to leave with no social repercussions, no legal repercussions, and they can take your children. So why are we not giving credence to the fact that is incentivized as well?
So leave what though? Leave what? Marriage?
They left in 68 with none of that.
Well, what I'm asking is leave what? Because it can't be marriage, right?
No, not marriage. What I'm saying is the cooperational relationship between a lot of them lived together even if they weren't married. The baby was born, they lived together just like a family. You wouldn't even be able to tell them.
So you're saying not marriage.
He's dismissing what I'm saying.
The cohabitational relationship. Yeah.
He's dismissing what's being said.
Well, Tarus, I know you wanted to also respond to something Mike said. I thought you did. I could be wrong.
I definitely did because he had directly responded to me. Respectfully, Trigger Mike, a lot of the things you said was just blatantly false. First and foremost, literally, that's how our economy works in every scenario. Somebody offers something, you subsidize them, aka tax break. Everybody wins. So you're trying to say like somehow this is some new thing. That's literally how any economy and any commodity works in any country. Secondly, as far as your comments about the DEI, first and foremost, a lot of the companies kept their DEI programs. A lot of the companies kept their policies on track. By the way, did you see what happened to Target? 40% drop in sales when they got rid of their program. Not saying they can't recover, not saying they're not going to continue on in the future, but 40% of anything, Trigger Mike, is a huge loss.
Yeah.
Right.
I agree.
So when you're mentioned, and then on top of that, I had to really correct you because it's really disrespectful to try to claim that the majority of black women jobs aren't income providing. Like that literally makes no sense.
Wait, what do you mean?
You had mentioned that the majority of black women's income or like not income, like income.
No. So let me clarify real quick.
Please.
What I mean is that, like, look at the United States in general. We have no income producing agencies outside of taxing our own people. Donald Trump literally created the first income coming into the United States in 100 years by creating tariff income. So what I mean is, it's when you see a bunch of women working like you see in the United States, that is a signal of an advanced economic structure. So all of these HR departments, all of these mental health departments, DEI, all of that, they don't produce income for the businesses that hire them. They are just like improvements because that company is making so much money. So if you work for a home builder, the people who are income producing for that home builder are the builders, are the construction men, are the people. But the new home specialist that's just there doing the marketing specialist, they don't produce income for those people. They don't build anything. So the large majority, what I'm saying is that is what leaves women susceptible in these scenarios, because when people are going to cut something, they're going to cut the part that does not produce income for the company.
So respectfully, again, you're blatantly false. Now, real quick, I would like somebody
how
to
does human
correct
resources
me. So I
produce
would like somebody to correct me
money
just
for a company?
the percentage of Target and how much they actually lost. But Trigger Mike, as far as the tariffs, once again, you're blatantly false. Tariffs has been around in this country for at least 100 years. The claim that Trump somehow created this first income revenue, that's not only false, that's blatant bootlicking. Trigger Mike, I really need you to walk that.
Dog, okay, hold on, bro.
I really need you to
hold on. Did we not have a free? Hold on. What does NAFTA mean?
That's been around for 100 years.
Hold on. What does NAFTA mean?
NAFTA was created in the 90s.
Hold on. You took it to my domain now. It means free trade. So he just redid every free trade agreement to the point where they have to pay us. So now we make money. Did we not take 150 million in revenue in from Europe in the last 5 months?
Trigger Mike, that is $150 billion in revenue that all of us on this panel paid. Tariffs is literally a tax on the American people. Oh my God. Okay.
So we. I'm sorry. Hold on.
Stop.
We pay tax on imports.
Trigger Mike, please stop, because I thought we was gonna have a discussion, and now I got to give you a lecture. That is not how the economy works,
bro. You have to stop.
Trigger Mike,
the goods didn't get to us yet, Tarus. How did we pay for them? They didn't get to us. We made 150 billion before they got on our shelves.
We got taxed, Trigger Mike. That's what inflation is called.
No. Hold on.
Please stop. Please stop, because every time
you're not speaking objectively, you're like speaking subjectively.
Trigger Mike,
you're not correcting me, man.
Trigger Mike, first and foremost, Trump was supposed to fix the trade deal his first term. Remember, it was called the U.S.
Let's not get into that.
Mike, stop.
We're talking about tariff.
Trigger Mike, stop. You're wrong. He was supposed to fix NAFTA in his first term. It was called the USMCA. Correct? That was the biggest, greatest, bestest trade deal in American history. And then the man comes in 2025 and forgets he even made that trade deal. And then, by the way, tariffs have been in place for at least 100 years. By the way, Biden had already kept the tariffs in place from Trump's first term, because he brought in the CHIPS Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, and all of these different things. And then Trump decided to take us back to square zero. And so now we pay about, I believe, 20% higher on Chinese goods than we did. We pay about 25% higher on European goods than we did. By the way, have you seen the prices of coffee, by the way? I believe they're up about 40%. All of our cost of goods has gone up, combined with the fact that, guess what, Trigger Mike? There is no mass migration of Black, white, or Latino men rushing to the meat packing processes facilities or the agriculture jobs that just got freed up with all the migrants deported. You want to know why? Because you know just as well as I do, us typical Americans are too entitled to be caught dead doing those jobs. But guess what? Because of all of those things combined, our cost of living has increased. The tariffs are coming out of you and our paycheck, not foreigners.
All right, so Tarus, is inflation trending down or up?
Up. See, you're not even current on the.
Wait. Can we get a fact check? Can we get a fact check, Him? Because y'all just do like this circle of agreement.
Yeah,
y'all just do this circle of agreement. Let's see where inflation is trending, and then I'll concede the argument.
Car cost.
I want you to go look up right now and see if inflation is up. If the inflation index went up or not.
Let's
Which
do
way?
it, man.
Okay, so let me just share this so y'all can see exactly what I Googled.
Shit. Jesus.
Which way is inflation trending? Pretty even, right? Fair?
Yeah.
Inflation in the US is currently trending slightly upward, while an overall annual inflation rate remains at 2.7%. Core inflation, which excludes food and energy, has increased to 3.1%. This suggests that while overall price increases are relatively stable, underlying inflationary pressures are still present and potentially increasing in some areas. So
this is not, yeah, right. So we'll see over the next couple of months, especially with these tariffs in place. These things, it's going to cause inflation to go up. No economist, nobody who studies these things is saying that it's about to trend downward, right? Even Republicans have said this is going to go up, but you guys have to look at the bigger picture. Mind you, I don't agree and don't think that what we're about to go through is going to be fun, good, or right. But Tarus is not loud about anything. I'm just saying.
So that's
and you admitted that employment is going down. Like more people.
So employment is
Employment is the big problem because sometimes when it comes to guys,
well,
like
guys,
Brother
let's do
Mike,
this.
bro.
Yeah, let Mike respond. So, Mike, that's what the AI overview says, and it's multi-layered.
It's multi-layered. That's what I'm saying. Since January, inflation has year over year been trending downward, slightly ticked up, which is why he didn't change the interest rate until September. He's going to re-review it, right? But what I'm saying is this job loss is
There's more to it than the interest rate. But go ahead.
I know, that's why I'm not trying to go through this multifactorial thing.
Let's exclude the unnecessary interjections, right? It don't help him finish his point. But Mike, I think it does say it's going upward though. So what were you saying?
Year over year, it's from January to now, it has trended downward from last January to August. So that's what I'm saying. So year over year, we have an inflation problem. Housing prices inflated, people losing jobs. This is a crisis. It's not something that's gonna be comfortable for anybody. So to my original point, this is why people need to be insulated within that family structure. That's what I'm saying. So when we talk about people being the least protected group, they don't have anybody doing anything for them. This is why that stuff is important and why I talk about it so much. If somebody right now, you're going to see women losing their jobs, but I guarantee you, if it's a black woman losing her job, it's going to be a catastrophic thing versus an Asian woman losing her job, an Indian losing her job, or a white woman losing her job because she's not insulated or backed up by enough people as she should be.
Okay, so your argument seemingly right, and would be backed by inflation trending upward, right? If it's upward, you need the insulation of a family. You fighting for downward. Why?
No, I'm not. That's just what do you call it? An economic fact. Trending up, trending down. This month, that month. What I'm talking about is period. What's about to happen? I was actually talking about employment. Their jobs being lost.
Okay.
He went through inflation. Their jobs being lost is why all of this. The reason I said the income thing was not to argue with nobody. These are the first people that are going to get cut. Do you know why it's really bad in DC right now? Even though black women are 6.5% of the U.S. population, they're 6% of the total workforce in the United States. They were 12% of the federal workforce. So that means any cut, especially in the DC area where the richest black people in the world live, will disproportionately affect black women.
Yeah, but I guess I just wonder about the inflation, right? Because what you see on a micro level is, so for instance, I was just in DC, right? And like you said, the job losses and etc. Less people are out in the streets. Yeah. Inflation in terms of, I'm talking about micro area going out and etc. The prices drop because there's less people spending money, so they have to find a way to get people in the door because people don't have jobs.
Absolutely, and but this is the crazy part about the inflation. That's actually what's necessary. It's crazy to say it, but right now,
well, that's what I'm. But this is more logical. But your logic was, I'm just trying to understand like where you sit on this thing. Pause.
No, I got you. So the economy needs to shrink, and unfortunately, AI is going to give them a way to do that. So hopefully, we don't go through a depression. Like Tarus, I see you making faces. What I'm saying is that right now, like I bought my first home. Me and my wife bought our first home when we were 32. How old were you? Tarus?
28.
28. The average couple like us, when they get married, can't afford a home till they're 45 now. So that's what I mean when I say the economy needs to shrink. It needs to be enough people. Now it's a buyer's market. So enough people should not be able to buy houses. So the prices have to come down for them to buy it. So when I say stuff like that, that's what I mean.
That's not true.
Yeah. So you go, Cutie Pie. Love you.
Not with the
How
house.
is it not true, Scan?
Can I respond real quick?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Tarus.
Once again, Trigger Mike, you're blatantly wrong. And I know you're well intended, so I'm not going to say you're lying. You're just wrong and incorrect. And man, you said a lot of things, so I'm kind of discombobulated. When you're describing the job losses, first and foremost, you got to realize that there's never one thing. There's multiple things why things will collapse or increase. And so when you're looking at the situation, such as the reason I originally brought up Black women losing 300,000 jobs, you have to look at that combined with the fact that despite people going unemployed, the cost of living is still rising. And yet, despite the cost of living still rising, have you seen our purchasing power recently, Trigger Mike? It is an absolute joke. And the reality is, it didn't have to be like this because Trump did not have to start a trade war, and he did not have to force countries like Canada and Japan to start selling off bonds like crazy, which devalued our purchasing power. You see, you can't just look at Black women's income combined with the inflation. You got to look at that combined with the inflation, combined with the lack of the purchasing power. And then on top of that, Trigger Mike, we are now talking about an industry where, Trigger Mike, you agree that even when automobiles replace, horse and buggies and stuff like that, that was still human labor replacing human labor. Industries rise, industries fall. Guys, we are being replaced by people by entities that do not need a smoke break, do not need a water break, do not need a bathroom break, don't need any vacation days, doesn't need sick leave, doesn't need childcare. So then you're talking about women, particularly in our community where women, where two income households are required the most in our community, to have 300,000 Black women and counting losing their jobs to a situation where they're not going to gain their jobs back because of AI. This is catastrophic.
So we both use the word catastrophic, bro, and I'm not going to say you're wrong. What I'm going to say is for every action, there's an equal but opposite reaction. All you did was state facts. But let's talk about, like, what we're really talking about is not only what Japan did. We're talking about the deglobalization of America's trade economy. So because of that, of what he did, what also happened was Apple decided to invest $600 billion in the U.S. for U.S. jobs. Johnson & Johnson, Taiwan Semiconductor, Eli Lilly is building a factory in Houston here. There's going to be $27 billion opening in 2028 for U.S.-based jobs. Hyundai did it. Amazon did it. Blackstone and Google did it. So those jobs that were getting outsourced to Japan, China, Mexico, Brazil are all coming back to the United States. Would you at least say that that is partly a good thing? Because I understand there's bad stuff that has to happen in the wake of that. But all of these companies, like, this is the bad part about it, because Obama said it. I like that interview where he said, you see nothing but Nissans, Hondas, and Toyotas in the United States. Those are all Japanese cars. You don't see American cars in Japan. We're getting a bad end of the deal. So now he's not saying don't drive those cars or you have to drive Ford, Chevy, and GMC. He's saying you better make them shits over here in America so American jobs can benefit from it too. Can we say that's at least partly a benefit of what's going on?
So, Trigger Mike, the pledges are a huge benefit. Here's why I hesitate to give him credit for it. Because in his first term, Trigger Mike, let's be clear, I have a whole first term to evaluate Trump. Do you remember, I think it was the Carrier Group, where him and Mike Pence damn near bribed Carrier with a huge tax cut in order to keep the jobs over here in America instead of Mexico? Trigger Mike, you know what happened? They took that tax cut and still closed the factories. Went overseas. You remember Foxconn in Wisconsin? That huge billion-dollar project they were supposed to be building. Trigger Mike, Trigger Mike, you know what happened with that project, right? It's been a huge dud.
Was it Arizona? I thought they were in Arizona.
It's Wisconsin and Arizona. But once again, companies make pledges all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I need to see the shovel in the dirt, Trigger Mike.
Hey, look, we're not going to disagree.
Right now, Trigger Mike, the labor market. Remember, we were, by your logic or by your own words, we needed this contradiction because we needed manufacturing to be brought back overseas. Trigger Mike, the last 3 months we have lost over 15,000 manufacturing jobs. That is the exact opposite of what the goal is.
Now, this is what I will say about that, which is crazy. When he first got in office, you know how he was giving out deals for people to leave the federal government and all of that. You know what's crazy is that nobody really looked at the rebound rate of these people and the fact that they got jobs. So, you know, my brother lives in DC too, like, you know, DMV area, HAMP. So he told me about this. He said they had a teaching, you know, like nobody wants to be a teacher no more. So when Trump did that, all the school districts in the DMV area put out ads for their teaching jobs. And then now going into the school year, they're damn near full. So the crazy part about it is that they are dumping the federal and public sector jobs with almost the most jobs in history in the private sector. So I understand like that it's going to be like a tumultuous process where people getting fired, people don't have jobs, but we actually have these jobs in the private sector. The most six-figure income jobs in the private sector ever were recorded like a few months ago. So I know that it's like, hey man, they losing their jobs, but there are opportunities out there for people. That's the difference in this economy and why JP Morgan is no longer predicting a recession, because people actually have a way to replace that income.
Okay, so
then cutting their own employees.
Well, then it kind of goes back to a nothing burger.
It is.
If they lost their jobs, but then they're gaining jobs that are also six-figure jobs, then
it's a nothing.
The insulation of marriage and the like, or having a relationship is still inconsequential.
No,
right?
you know what?
That was true.
You know what I was saying?
Was true.
It is true. This is the issue, Hamp. This is the issue. We have a very bad problem in the U.S. with low skilled labor. And the thing about the federal government and why they shed so much weight is that they pay the highest for low skilled labor. You could be an HR generalist, 2 GS12, making $130,000 a year, and you don't do shit all day, right? So those people will not go become a teacher for 67, 70. Like, we're going to have people who have a problem making an honest, day's work and not getting that super bloated salary. So a lot of them are just they might bow out completely. So we'll see. It's going to put a lot of stress on the system, and people might have to retrain to get these jobs. But I think a lot of people don't want to do that.
So, Trigger Mike, one of the issues that we're having with this discussion is that you're on obsolete data. When we're talking about the protection of any community, but specifically women, we have to be dealing with up-to-date data. You had just mentioned a jobs report that, need I remind you, just got revised. Do you understand that you're mentioning a job report from months ago that the lady just finished getting fired because of a massive revision? So the numbers you're using are not the accurate numbers.
Wait, what jobs are you talking about? I'm sorry, you talking about a federal jobs report?
We're talking the entire job.
No. I'm talking like Indeed. Wait, hold on. You can get these numbers from Indeed too.
I'm talking about the data from BLS. The Bureau.
Yeah, no. But what I'm saying,
not private, not
what I'm saying
everything.
is, that now it is common for the private people like Indeed and all of them to post salaries. That's how you get the best candidate. So if you don't trust the BLS and the Department of Labor, you can go get the privatized data. LinkedIn will even tell you how many six-figure jobs are available. So it is
six-figure jobs in their environment, in their network.
So is that not a proportion?
You're not considering all these other jobs.
No, I'm understanding. Is that not a proportion of the greater?
No, man, because you can just get the full number. Do you, Trigger Mike?
Private sector jobs.
Indeed also gets their numbers from the BLS. So why would I go to Indeed when I can just go straight to the source?
True. Private companies don't post their stuff on the BLS. They post to Indeed, bro.
Yes, they
what
do.
What are you talking about?
They post it. They answer.
No, they report numbers up to the BLS. Hold on.
Again,
So you hire people. Hold on.
The private sector literally reports.
You hire
surveys
people
to the BLS. That's how they get.
But we not. What traction are we getting in terms of the conversation? So I allowed you guys to mine it out for upwards of 10, 15 minutes now, right? And I'm trying to track it to how you guys work it back to the topic. So I was hoping that's what y'all was gonna do.
So I'm trying to keep it on the topic of
when I'm wrong.
When we keep one of the things we could do as men, as leaders, Hamp, and I'm just going to use myself as an individual because I know everybody's different. I try to keep up to date on the current information because that's what's best for my family, right? I know, like my wife's a travel nurse. So I know with a lot of these Medicaid cuts and a lot of these other things, she thankfully is going to be employed because guess what? When the rural areas get cut, you start getting a massive amount of people over flooding the more urban hospitals and things like that. That also, by the way, leads to poor qualities because now you got overcrowded hospitals, not enough staff, not enough resources, not enough anything. And so when we're talking about protecting Black women, we're not just talking about like let's be clear, even with gun violence, when you take over the population, it's rare. When we're talking about fights in the streets, it's rare. When I'm talking about at least when I'm speaking about protection of women or protection of communities, I'm talking about things from the top down, such as job security, healthcare, all of these housing, all of these situations play a part when it comes to protection.
Okay. Yeah. 300,000 jobs is nothing to sneeze at. That's exposure for 300,000 people times how many children?
Yep.
You know?
And counting, Hamp.
And counting. And that's a level of vulnerability. I'm telling you, and only a few, I think majority of us are two paychecks away from being outside on somebody's tent.
That's the point. So
that's
the point.
And over 60% of Americans cannot afford a $500 emergency.
So
I'm telling you, one bad flat tire to Roos.
And it's a wrap. I mean, most of us are what do they call it? The white sheep of our family. Well, unless something go bad, they're gonna call us like, "Yo, I need."
These are the protections. But these are protections, though, right? When we're talking about DEI, right? Because I'm listening to the conversation, right? So when we talk about DEI and how unnecessary it was, right? People worked in those roles. People that largely look like Sherelle. Yeah. And what happens to those people, right? I mean, they probably wasn't missing a tooth, but other than that, they look a lot like Sherelle. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. So what? Drew just nodded. He didn't get the joke. But so what really does happen? What is the actual effect? And does this lend to the Black woman particularly being least protected because those jobs, and Mike, I don't know if maybe you meant this, maybe I don't think you meant it maliciously, but low skilled jobs.
So right. that was my point, and that's why I try to say it lightly. Because what I'm actually saying is people try to push me into those departments before. They try to bring me into those jobs. They try to bring me into a job like a DEI related job at a company called Guild Education. Job paid like multiple 6-figure jobs. And I was like, what exactly is this? And then I told y'all last year when I was going to take a federal job, and I asked in an interview, what exactly is the critical, what's the critical nature of this job? Because I know the first time that I got laid off in 2022, the person that gets paid the most, which I was in that department at the time, whenever they need to make cuts, my ass is out of here. And that's why I was trying to say, like, these jobs, I didn't want to call it low skilled labor. What I'm saying is, like, if they are not income, that's why I brought up income producing. If they are not critical, and what do we call it on YouTube now? I don't want to ding C19 or whatever. The C19 showed us what jobs were critical and what not and weren't. They showed us what was essential.
Here's the thing about low skill, right? It's based on need. So as an example, I am in the moving industry. So we were considered essential because we move elderly people specifically. But moving ain't rocket science.
No, but even still,
but I'm just saying low skill, right? Now there's skilled movers,
No, I
right?
was
Like
gonna say
I
it
move
might not
fast
even,
based on what I can do, but it's you know what I mean? Like I can
but
teach most
but even
people
in
who
low
got work
skill,
effort how to do it.
like that's why this is gonna disproportionately affect women. That's why we got to talk. Like I called my my play cousin yesterday. She's scared she's gonna lose her job, and I had to let her know you're probably gonna lose your job. What I mean by low skill is like if you can't determine what you do for the company, and why they need you, you're about to be out of there.
Okay,
Moving is logistics. Logistics is the
so
lifeblood of like Amazon.
You're not
Moving
saying
is
low
very
skill,
important.
you're saying value. So like
Yeah.
if I need cashiers, I need a cashier.
Yeah, but if cashier is vital to those people's operations
Yeah,
and
it's a
how they
store.
make money,
Retail store.
So, exactly. Even moving people, right? Like in a behavioral hospital, techs don't make that much money, but nurses will never get on the floor the way techs are on the floor. They won't handle codes the way techs handle codes. So techs are an invaluable part of the managing the milieu in a behavioral hospital. That's what
Okay. So you're saying that the jobs that women tend to do are not essential. They can be replaced by things like AI and etc.
And a lot of them are associated with DEI.
Are you saying nurses are replaceable, bro?
What I'm saying
no,
is
not
that,
nurses.
No, absolutely not, bro. Here's the scam. Here's the thing about nurses too. They trying to get me to jump on a team to develop an AI model for that. And I was the first person to write, this can never replace this job, because just imagine your woman is pregnant and God forbid anything. I'm sorry, a woman is pregnant and she just lost a baby. Are you going to let a robot tell you that? You know how inhumane that is? That a human will always have to give you sympathetic, empathic information. So that's what I wrote down.
Already
My evaluation.
anyway.
I said a human being will always have to deliver empathic information to another human
But
being.
this is the point though. Sorry, True, just real quick. This is the point though, right? We're looking at the protection or lack thereof, but then we are for things that leave them exposed. So that's the what gives us cause for pause, because I don't think that we want the lack of protection to exist.
No, we don't.
Right? But oftentimes we'll back things that leave them exposed, which seemingly doesn't make sense.
And yes, Hamp. This is one of the big problems when it comes to protection, is that it works both ways. Like sometimes people don't put the whole thing together. Guys like Elon Musk and Sam Altman and Mark Zuckerberg, they're whining the society about AI while actively going out of their way to advance it as fast as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You have all of these capitalist businessmen in our country who have, for the last 40, 50 years, have tried to tell us individual Americans that we're supposed to be scared of China and scared of their job, of them taking our jobs. Meanwhile, these very capitalists are the ones closing the factories here in America and willingly doing business in China and all these other places. So it's like, okay, the people who are giving this information are saying one thing, doing another, and we just let it happen.
We ain't got no choice, bro. If you
Well,
really
wait. Yes, we do. Wait.
That's Ham's point right there.
Hang on. Yes, we do. And it's called Congress. All of the people who allow these things and write these bills that allow these companies to do these things, that's where the problem lies, because AI is originally supposed to be built to assist humans, not replace them. Because no one in Congress wrote a bill to regulate what AI can and cannot do, is why you have these massive layoffs and firings and replacing them with bots, because there's no regulation there. If we had a culture back in the day where people were valued over money, therefore your employees were essential to run a business. If we're now in this technological era saying that AI can replace your employees, then your only value is money, not actually the people. And that it has everything to do with Congress, and has everything to do with regulating what is and is not allowed to happen, what a company can and cannot do.
Got you. Let me just say this before I get cut off, because this is actually what I came up here to say. every single thing like Sherelle said was correct. But where I don't even have a point of contention with it. Where I got to come with it, I got to be the big brother. I got to be the dad in the situation. Ain't nobody gonna fix the shit for you ever. It's never gonna happen. That's why I talk about family so much. Nobody's gonna fix it for you. So now this has happened. When I saw that, I couldn't even believe it. And I think they lying. I think it's more like 600,000 black women lost jobs. They just haven't put the numbers together yet. So I saw a different report. That many women losing jobs, like Hamp said, that's the first thing I thought about. Children, where they gonna eat, who they gonna stay with, etc. Right? We all can't be wards of the state. So if you don't fix it, it's gonna be bad. Fix the relationship with your family. That's why I brought up that independence thing. A lot of people have not called their people and don't have good relationship with their people. We got to build the multi-generational family back in order to survive something like this. You have to. You got to rely on other people.
Yeah.
And that's not something we do well at all.
Motherfucker. And the thing about the exposure, right, is in majority of households, I think Truce gave a number of what you said, 60% can't afford a major hiccup.
Yeah.
And Truce, I don't know if you have a number for this, or Mike, let me know. What's the percentage of people that live in a paycheck to paycheck speculatively? Is there a number, or what would you?
It's the same amount of people who aren't the 1%, who aren't.
Give me the number. 85%.
It's like over 80. Let's say over 80.
80% of us. 80% of us live in a paycheck to paycheck.
Even people that make six figures live in paycheck to paycheck.
There's what is it? 7 million actual black women, right? Not including the kids or something like that.
No, 21
or 20. But I'm saying women though. Women.
Oh yeah, women's like
21 million.
Like
10 million maybe.
8 million.
It's 40 something million total black people. Is 20 some of them are black women.
Adults, right?
And so you got 600,000. You said 600,000, Mike.
Yep.
That lost their jobs.
Yeah, don't look at that 350. That's a part of.
Okay, so let's say it's 600,000 though. In 90% of 80% of households, everybody's money matters.
Yep.
And now I'm just recollecting the DEI conversations and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? You know, I remember sitting in the DEI meetings when I was working for someone else, and I'm like, "The fuck are we doing here? Talking about microaggressions?"
Yeah.
Right? Just in hindsight, because I'm like, kind of, you know, but my whatever. But 600,000 out of work, that money matters to everybody's household.
I got you.
Cheering for the shit don't make no fucking sense.
I will say this though, it's actually
600,000, right? Is that what we just said?
Yeah, I was actually gonna
say there ain't no well, it don't make no sense. It don't make no sense to be like, cut them shits, because that's 600,000 households that need that money.
I got you, B. Let me just say, we're conflating the DEI layoffs with the federal work. Like the DEI was definitely impacted. I was going to say the federal is a bulk of that.
I see.
That's why I said 12. Like I saw that number and was like, black women make up 12% of the federal work. That's major exposure. So if Trump cutting, they gonna get it the worst. Like other than white men, and they gonna get it the worst. They are like highly represented. That's why that DC area, like that's why I say it's about to be rocked. I know a chick taking that I used to be in the Navy with, $600K a year. She take in. She's like, yeah, I'm definitely getting cut. Right. So a lot of people, the richest black people in the world, live in the DMV area. I worked that out once. Right. So it's definitely about to be scary hours. But what I was also going to say, because I got to go with a positive here. Several universities, remember, the jobs that are in demand is what they want now. Several universities are tuition free for nursing school now. Check that out at your earliest convenience. They are also the government, same government cutting job, is giving grants for other in-demand jobs. So check that out too.
Yeah. No, man, it's interesting, right? Because the protection conversation is expanded. It's not just who gonna come and do brute force for somebody, right? It's just about these things and these conversations and these opportunities that do or do not exist. And I'm gonna tell you, it's easier. So like, let's say you took Sherelle, right? And Mike and Tarus was coming at her crazy, right? Say unwarranted, but he had a point, right? You know how that works. And I'm like, well, damn, he got a point. What do people say? See, even your friend said it, even your husband, even your right, even your coach said it, and now the exposure is exacerbated tremendously. And I don't think people were doing enough work to understand the benefits of what DEI, as an example, like government contracting. They already have to allocate a certain amount to minorities. You know, a lot of us didn't take advantage of the George Floyd era where white people was walking on eggshells. They was giving up the ghost.
I did.
DEI is included in that. You know what I mean? Yep. But how soon we forget, just in terms of just thinking through it. But it's just interesting. I know, and Mike, to your point, it's not focused strictly on DEI, but just the job loss in general sucks.
No. So I don't even want to distract from that point, because this is the moment where I was like, this is the moment we're going to pay for our arrogance, because now it's like they got an excuse to be rude to that person they've been trying to get rid of this whole time. So even that, from a cultural perspective, all of that stuff from the George Floyd time, they couldn't wait to cancel it. Now they got an excuse. Now they got an excuse to make, like, I don't like this person. They disrupting the flow of our department. Find a way to get them up out of here. So that's why I'm like, no, that even has an effect in the hostility in the workplace that you might even encounter, right? So yeah, I can see that happening too.
Perfect. Christopher J with the $2 says, how are black women the least protected when children exist? I didn't understand this. So Rules, appreciate you. Zeke in the building. Zeke with the 50 ball says, Tiki, go get your hat. I don't like the change. Struggle Level was good. Even a member for 13 months. What's up with it, Hamp? Shout out to This Might Be Risky. Salute, Struggle Level. Hope all is well, man. Malash, what's popping? Salute. Good to see you, OG. With the $2. You're independent. Can't you protect yourself? Did I read this one? AL with the $5 says, random women get help from random men. Men get seriously injured, loses his livelihood or life. Who helps his family afterward? Is she forever in debt? That ain't how that works. Nas with the $2 says, I sent a $10 super chat. It didn't show in the public chat. It's been like a little glitch. Like, I have to highlight these myself. Nas, I was trying to see what you said. If you type it right now, I could read it for you, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, man. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most.
Weather outside is humid. She turned up her location. She must think I'm stupid. She wanna run the street, so let her ho, let her ho, let her ho. She doesn't show signs of stopping, so who am I to be cock blocking? I really hate to see you go. Let her ho, let her ho, let her ho.
Interesting, man. I appreciate all the information that was disseminated, man. I think that hopefully there was some clarity gained, and protection it's a much bigger meaning than just physical, for sure. EBD, any final thoughts, good brother?
Yeah, I want to keep it short. Just know that when we use the word protection, it's more than he did something to me and go get them and risk your life and your freedom and you're this and you're that because I feel some type of way. Protection happens every day and in more ways than what you see or identify it as. Men know about protection and know more about how to do it and how to de-escalate rather than just try and inflate our egos and get someone harmed or hurt or locked up. So I'll leave it there.
Scan.
Interesting show. It started with protection of women in an actual obvious video, and it ended up being black men protect yourselves and something's wrong with black women. And yeah, I'm exaggerating, but y'all kind of get my point. Protection. What are the things that are harming women? Diet and fitness, number one. But what do you see when you go outside? A chubby black dude taking his fat wife to go get some rotisserie mule ankles and rhinoceros throats. That's killing her, gonna have her right in the hospital in the very healthcare system. That ain't cool. But actually, black men, protect yourselves and your people on that. Go in the fridge, go in the pantry, start throwing stuff out. That's protection. Recording a video, or you see a woman and something's going on, and then automatically assuming because of black that she must have did something, or getting on the internet and saying because of black she did this, because of that tears down women's image and their self-esteem. That's not protection. So if you keeps going in their subconscious mind, all those microaggressions, which microaggressions are important, then how in the hell are they gonna have faith? Ooh, When I lose my job, I gotta go get a black man. He gonna save me. But 3 weeks ago, she saw a black woman in problem and dudes recording saying, well, she did something because of black. That's the problem with you black women, you're black. So a lot of this behavior is kind of warranted. All the way back from, like I said, 1968, 57, whatever year it was, they running up on the hills in the freezing cold, holding up a sign saying we want rights. There's probably a reason. Meaning we can take the best black men all day. Dude working 88 hours in the post office, doing the best for his family. Use that as an example for a black man. But then every time it's a woman, use the worst example and say she's up there quacking, listening, twerking to Cardi B and in a man's face. We can do that all day. It's not productive. There's bad black men, bad black women. There's bad white men, Yugoslavia, they beating their wives' husbands and kicking the dog too. But make it scalable, make it reasonable. But to go and just say they just all disrespectful, no. I'm not saying there's some foul people. 20% disrespectful. 20% of them unruly, recklessly disrespectful. Don't be where they are anyway. Let them do what they do. That's all I got.
Indeed. Tarus.
Perfect. Hey, good chopping in love with you, Ham, Cheryl, Trigger Mike, EVD, Scam. It was always a pleasure, guys. Yeah, when we're talking protection and protecting communities, specifically protecting women, you know, it's a macro and a micro level that remember, guys, this exists at the same time. It's not either or, it's both. Right. And so at the micro level, guys, I got a soon to be 17 and 15-year-old daughters. Right. One wants to be in the healthcare a healthcare professional like their mom. So at least we know healthcare is always going to be a thing that's safe. My other daughter, she doesn't really want to know what to do, guys. So you know what I try to help her, encourage her to do? We know AI is the future. So, hey, sweetie, get used to AI command prompts. Right? Knowing how to deal with AI, being able to tailor AI, because the future is going to be AI is going to have a general sense. Every single AI, what's going to come down to is its personality, its cadence, how it speaks, how it listens, what it does for the individual user. Get used to playing around with that, because that's the future. Even in, like EBD has said, it's supposed to be a tool. Guess what? If you don't know how to use that tool, you're not going to be able to get any sort of job. So when we're talking about protection, especially as men, as leaders, it's not just about physicality, guys. It's about being on that Tony Stark shit, being futuristic, thinking ahead, playing chess, being a couple steps ahead on that chessboard. Because if you're only playing to react, you're going to end up leading your family far behind. Those are my final thoughts.
Trigger, what's popping?
I mean, good conversation, of course. This is the only way I talk so much about family, because that's the only way I know how to protect any woman. Naturally, you know, if I see somebody, a young, innocent person getting a ass torn out the frame on the street, yeah, I'll yell, I'll say something, I'll honk the horn. But when we talking about how each individual woman is supposed to be protected, this is the only way most men know how to do it, is within the family structure. So that's why I say y'all got to fix the relationship with y'all fam. This society is partly to blame, but us individually, we are the most to blame. All right. If you have created a culture of independence around yourself where you don't need anybody, you don't talk to anybody, that means that you didn't pour in the community that is supposed to be helping you out right now. So I think that's my fear of people in this whole thing, is because I told y'all, many of us are the white sheep of our family. All right. So I bought a new house a few months ago. They got a guest room. People been staying in there. I made a bet. I was like, within 1 year, there's probably gonna be a permanent resident there for a little while. Right? Yeah, my kid, I might have to buy a bunk bed pretty soon for somebody. Like when I see people losing these jobs and whatnot. But either way, that's what's supposed to happen. And I'm gonna have to accommodate. Right. I've always had my mind on a multi-generational family structure. And the crazy part is that we didn't want it. Now it's being forced back on us. Isn't that ironic? Like we try to depart from it now. Many people ain't gonna have no choice. So that's really what I'm saying. It's not that I'm trying to force people to be married. If you got a baby daddy, go fix your relationship with that guy, because y'all gonna need to cooperate to the utmost for them kids and to make sure they brought up right in the wake of all this destruction. That's all I got.
Sherelle.
Wow. Thank you, everybody who joined the panel today. Everybody like, share, subscribes, and all the super chatters. Thank you, HAMP, for having a conversation, providing the space. This is a great takeaway. We did figure out a little gaslighting, but we did acknowledge that Black women are the least protected. But there's some justification behind it. So, cause and effect, where we Black people have AIDS. The Black community has AIDS. Do the best that you can. I think a lot of things that I'm starting to pick up for is that Black women, I would want Black women to notice, is that thing white people used to do to Black people, tokenism, is kind of what Black women are dealing with now. They don't like Black women as a whole, but if you're a good one, they'll tolerate you. Focus on that, because there's some, and to be honest, the more people expose themselves and talk, I really don't even know where the majority is lying anymore. But there's I would say a large majority of them who are trying to give correction out of love to move forward. But the louder ones are the ones who are just giving hateful critique. And they wouldn't care if you survived or not. So make sure you're paying attention and you're listening to the conversation, because people who don't have sympathy for you, empathy for you, who think you deserve whatever because of the worst ghetto is worst trash, they look at the worst of you and think that you deserve to be treated poorly because of the worst of you. Listen to those conversations. Pay attention, because it's getting wicked out here, and we're gonna have to know how to move. Lean on, I would say lean on the men in your family that love you. That love is guaranteed. You ain't gonna wake up the next day and they change their mind. Lean on the men in your family, your real family, your blood family that love you. Lean on them. And other than that, be kind when y'all can. You know? But this is a great show. This is a great topic.
Yeah, man. I think it was a good walk down on what protection actually is and what's the exposure rate for Black women specifically. I think the opening dialogue that we had is very important. So just to recap it, men were systematically attacked, Black men specifically, by proxy, leaving Black women exposed, right? So protection lacks. And then unfortunately, we bought into that modus operandi and continue to perpetuate it. And now we attacking each other as opposed to understanding the root cause. I do not recommend being out here by yourself. And you can depend on the men on your family, to Sherelle's point, until you can't. And what I simply mean by that is if that man gets his own family, he has a wife and he has daughters, just by proxy of life, and you're going to get dropped down a few pegs, and he's going to have to make decisions regarding if shit hits the fan, who fits where, and as much as we love auntie, your daughters, your wife take precedent. The lack of marriages leaves us all both exposed, but because of the lack of physicality in women, the exposure is going to be greater, and that's just a natural thing. So I don't agree with leaning on the people, right? Because you have to build your own construct. You have to make your own family, in order to be fully protected and to protect your wealth, resources, and etc. So I think the conversation was super substantive. We covered a whole lot of bases. We had a whole lot of fun. I hope y'all liked the segments that we introduced. Sherelle, you liked them? They were cool, right?
And I like the
transition. Yeah. And so I really appreciate y'all listening. I did see a decent amount of objectivity today, which I asked for yesterday. So from the chat, so every little bit helps for sure, man. This shit ain't easy. And when we have tough conversations, it make you want to say fuck it. I get it. Know what I'm saying? But hopefully when you come down, you know, you'll be able to see clearly again. Know what I'm saying? So we shall see, man. I will see y'all tonight for the women's POV. Jump in the Discord. This conversation will continue. And protection is beyond just physical. That's clear. Oh, see, now this is how Trigger Mike does his final thoughts. He just keep going, right? The one thing that was hard to retort was that fat statistic for mortality rates in birth. That shit didn't go how they thought it was gonna go. There's something there, man. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Be safe and do the right thing, man. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend.
We out.
Closed-minded folks, you know what I'm saying? It's like we got a demo tape and nobody want to hear, but it's like this, the South got something to say. That's all I got to say.